Lincoln Capital. This guy again. Hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. I'm your host, the Nerd Man, and today I'm here with the Jaded Fanboy, and we're going to be talking. Is this your new thing?
Right. Everybody's been making fun of the old Jedi, the Sith Lord.
You are a Sith Lord.
Yeah,
we're going to be here talking with Jaded Fanboy, and I'm going to be talking about actually a video of a YouTuber that I've really enjoyed. His name is Brain Willy for some reason. I'm going to send this to him, hopefully, like a link to the video. I haven't actually spoken to him yet, but I hope to one day. So we're going to be reacting to this video that he did. It's basically on Man of Steel, but also on the character of the Mentor in comic book, in comic book. In films, basically, not even just in comic book, but in films. Now, what is the Mentor? The Mentor figure is a character in films and in stories. It's usually action, heroes, journey stories. The hero, our main protagonist, usually has some kind of parental figure who guides them and gives them some sense of direction on where they have to go, whether morally or heroically or in terms of their journey. So that's basically what a mentor does. And the mentor figure can be, to give some examples of great mentor figures, Alfred from Batman, Pa Kent from Superman, Obi-Wan Kenobi from the Star Wars movies. Who else is a good one? Like, I'm trying to think of one.
When I say Obi-Wan with Luke, not Obi-Wan with
Anakin. Or Morpheus, for instance, in the Matrix. These are all great examples of a heroic. The hero or protagonist mentor figure. They're the spiritual guide through the new world that they come into contact with when their adventure basically starts. And I've always loved this archetype as a character, and we're going to explore today this character in Man of Steel, i.e. we're going to be looking at Jonathan Kent in Man of Steel and how he functions as a character in that story, and that's what the video is about. I really love this video, so I just thought I'd show it some love by reacting to it with Jaded Fanboy and having a bit of a conversation. Now, Jaded Fanboy, you can stop it at any time, but I think we should stop it at a point where he finishes his point, right, rather than in the right in the middle. So,
by the way, when he says discussion, he really means an argument, because there's not going to be a discussion. It's going to be an argument, believe me.
Yeah, sure. All right, so let's start it off. Tell me if you can hear.
A lot of people think of art as something very intuitive and emotional, where making art means just kind of looking deep into your heart and letting the artistic content spring forth into being, like taking a very metaphorical poop from the heart. I personally find a lot of the creative process to be pretty technical and even mechanical in nature, and you're always thinking about technical details even as you're trying to pour your heart and soul into the art. Because at the end of the day, it's both. Art is about expressing the emotions you want to express, but it's also a learned skill set with tricks and techniques and a certain degree of built-in rules that you can either take advantage of or find clever ways to bypass. filmmaking in particular is all about using all these amazing cinematic tools at your disposal to convey the ideas and feelings that you want your product to convey. And a lot has been said about director Zack Snyder and his ability or inability to do this thing. His stuff is beautiful, but does it mean anything? What do you mean it so clearly means something? Look at how meaningful it is. Yeah, sure, it means that thing, but that doesn't mean it's a good thing. Blah, blah, etc., etc. The song has been sung, the dance has been danced by reviewers in far more detail than me. It's all low-hanging fruit at this point, but that doesn't mean I can't do the song and dance one more time anyway. Hi everyone, my name is Brian, and thank you for joining me on this little project. What I'd like to explore today is something that has always bugged me since Snyder's first DCEU film was released, which is how it portrays Jonathan Kent as a mentor figure for Superman, how this portrayal is different from those of other mentor figures in comparable stories, and how this seemingly small detail reflects on the overall story that Snyder is telling here. And before we start, please be warned that there are going to be a lot of spoilers in this video, not only for Snyder's films, but also for like every...
By the way, I'm going to put a link in the description to this guy's channel. So please do go to his channel, subscribe. Subscribe to his channel because the guy has some fire content and he doesn't have many subscribers yet. And whether you agree with him, disagree with him, I think this kind of guy deserves the support because it's really fantastic stuff, the way he puts it together. You know, like, I don't know about you, but a lot of the time when I watch these video essays, Jay did, I think that they're just saying things, but they're not actually making any kind of critique or argument. They're just saying flowery kind of stuff, like, and this happens, and that it means this. Or not even that it means this, but like that it's, you know.
The thing is, he does what a lot of people do when they do video essays. They establish a premise, and then we're going to give you points in the film that validate my premise, but he will conveniently not address issues that contradict his premise.
We can address that along the way, but at least he has a thesis and a premise and a thesis, and then that he carries it through to show evidence of his thesis, right? Whereas I find that most of the people are just saying, Batman, Dark Knight, a beautiful masterpiece, and then you watch the thing, and by the end you're like, well, you haven't shown why this is a masterpiece at all. You've just said, this happens, and this happens, right? So this is a little bit different. So let's get to that in a bit. You can tell me if you think it's not different. I think he
comic book film within the last 2-ish decades. I don't shout out the ending to Endgame or anything, but I will be discussing broad themes as they apply across the board to almost every single superhero I can think of. And one of those broad themes is that our heroic protagonists will often have at least one primary mentor figure. This is the Uncle Ben, the Yoda, the Mr. Miyagi character, a wiser, older, more experienced teacher, and they're in this story to guide our main character and to help them to become the great hero that they're meant to be. That's just what happens when so many superhero films are basically first chapter origin stories. The hero doesn't start off as a hero. Instead, the story is about how Spider-Man truly becomes Spider-Man, or how Wonder Woman becomes Wonder Woman, or how Superman becomes Superman. And so, the mentor figure is essentially a narrative tool placed into the story to grant them the advice, the wisdom, the moral backbone, and sometimes even the physical training that our fledgling hero needs in order to become a bona fide force for good. Now, as with every trope, there will be variations on this theme. For instance, you certainly don't have to be a significantly older teacher type to have important things to teach our hero. In fact, there could be multiple mentor figures in a single story, maybe even shared with other roles in certain ways, each one imparting different sorts of lessons that are all equally indispensable for the hero to become what he or she needs to become. Other times, a mentor's methods might be flawed or even outright malicious, forcing the hero to have to surpass their teachers in order to truly ascend to their final form. The mentor's impact on their hero's development might be a bit finite or go as far as to shape the very foundations of the hero's motivations. In some cases, though, the mentor might possibly just not exist in your story at all. Screw him. Who needs him? Remember,
Yes.
this isn't some ironclad rule that you can't try to.
Say,
I got interesting. You don't need, again, this is the problem with this thing. A mentor isn't a necessity. A mentor is simply a plot element that is used within the story. You can or cannot use a mentor at any time. So applying how, okay, with Captain America, okay, Steve Rogers with that doctor is not a mentor. He is simply the apparatus to get Steve into being Captain America.
that is a mentor.
He's simply an apparatus. He's simply
That's what a mentor is.
No. A mentor is the one who guides. Again, like I said, you have to define what a mentor is. A mentor is the person that guides the hero to want to be the hero.
Yeah,
That's what the mentor does.
That's specifically what he does. He's an older, wiser, as this guy says, teacher who says to Captain America, the reason you're a good man, like it's also about reinforcement. It's also about it's also about reinforcement of the hero's positive qualities. That's one of the other functions that they play. So yeah, go on.
That is an aspect based on depending on the superhero. Okay, Hawkeye had no reinforcement. Hawkeye had no mentor. Didn't need.
Yeah, that's why he's a hollow character.
Didn't have a mentor.
That's why for a long time she was a hollow character. But actually, she then did get a mentor figure. But she has the dark mentor figure, which is really like it's rarely done, but it's always interesting. So the Red Guardian was actually her dark mentor figure.
That happened 5 movies later. That wasn't part of her journey.
Sure. Before then, if you remember, Jaded, I've always said, like, I didn't like Black Widow until her movie. I was intrigued by her a little bit in Endgame because I thought Scarlett Johansson did some good acting there. But up until then, I was like, she's a hollow character. I don't know why she's doing what she's doing. I don't know what her mission statement is.
But
that's the significance of a mentor. That's the real significance of a mentor. And that's why I'm always like pissed off when people are like, oh, I want to skip the origin story. I fucking hate origin story. You need an origin story quite often to build a character to be a compelling, to have a compelling interior reason that we can recognize.
No, you don't.
Often the mentor serves as a voice for the exterior, for the interior reason of the hero. That you don't want the hero to just go, "Hey, this is why I'm doing this, and this is why I'm going to do that." Often it's the mentor figure by teaching them that values that shows you, oh, hey, that is what's going on in the interior of me moving forward.
Yeah, but again, that's not Pickle never sleeps, apparently. I'm in bed, though, so I have no room to talk. Okay. Sorry, RJ. When it comes to, like, again, you take Black Widow. She does what she does because she says, I have red on my ledger and I want to erase it.
Mm-hmm.
That's her purpose. That is her reason for being. Okay? You take Thor. Thor didn't have, you think Thor, you can, this is a juicy combo, the battle of the hoodies. Yeah, but I'm the dark side, he's the light side. You take Thor, okay? You can go, oh, because Odin banished him to teach him a lesson, he's now the mentor character. No, he's not.
Again, that is why I find Thor in some ways, like you can do a dark mentor, or you can do a mentor who isn't quite the kind of stereotypical kind of Morpheus, Obi-Wan Kenobi mentor. Right. You can do all that. You can subvert what is the normal kind of ways of doing things.
Right.
But at the same time, with Thor, you're right. I don't think Odin is really established as a very good mentor. He's more established as,
The catalyst.
I'd say more like like a kind of, he's like a disappointed father,
Yeah.
and that means that there's no clarity to why Thor is doing anything he's doing externally. I know externally why Thor is doing the things he's doing, because he's reacting to stuff as it goes along. But internally, I have no idea what's driving him, because he hasn't had a great mentor figure to be the voice of, that. So, for instance, if it wasn't going to be Odin, it could have been who's the guy who has the big sword and so Handel or something like that. Maybe he could have done it. If you didn't, no, I'm not disrespecting him. I'm not disrespecting him. You're always he says, would Odin in the Thor movies be considered a mentor? That's
according to Break Willy, yes, because it's when you use the term mentor in such an oblique way, you can classify anything you want as a mentor or not. Like the John Wick movies. Did you like the John Wick movies?
I haven't seen them. Sorry, I wish I hadn't seen them. But I'll say this:
not all heroes need a mentor. Okay, if you take the original Iron Man comic book, okay, there was literally no comparison of the Doctor who helped bring back Tony Stark alive. Okay, and the Iron Man comic book did not require a mentor figure. Okay.
Well, I would say I would imagine without reading it that there would have seemed like there was something missing from the story, and then maybe as well you might have.
Did you like Batman '89? Did you like Batman '89? Did you like Batman '89?
There was something missing in it. There was that it didn't broaden out the characters. The characters were kind where Alfred was just like this kind of supportive guy who had nothing really to say about Batman being Batman. He just was like, oh, I'm gonna be like this, come along with a plucky line and serve some Vichy Sue, right? That was a weakness in the story and it made it maybe because Batman was like supposed to be more mysterious. In that context, so you really didn't know what was going on internally with him, but he didn't have much of an interior life in the way that his villains had an interior life. Notice, actually, Batman '89, funnily enough, the actual, it's funny, it's more like a Joker story, because Joker actually has a mentor figure that he ends up killing for him to fully become the Joker. So it's the inversion of the hero.
He's a trigger. He's a catalyst. You are conflating a mentor to a catalyst. Okay? The host, the talk show host is
I am not talking about the Joker. I'm saying Joker in Batman '89.
Okay.
His mentor figure was the gangster who he ends up killing, right? Remember, there's I can't remember his name. I think it's played by Jack
Palance plays the Jack Palance.
He's a dark mentor figure to the Joker, and for the Joker to fully ascend to being himself, the actual Joker, he has to kill his mentor figure in that case. Whereas usually the mentor figure, i.e. like in Iron Man, will die of some other reason right? Maybe trying to save the hero, or he'll die of a heart attack, or whatever it might die of. And then that is what guides the hero on their journey. In this one, because it wasn't the hero's journey, it was actually the villain's journey in that film.
Okay.
So Batman was a hollow character. Go on.
What was Jack? Okay. So the mob boss. What was the mob boss's guidance to? I forget Jack Nicholson's character's name. Whatever name it. How did he be? How did the mob boss? Okay. Influence and guide him into being the Joker by betraying him. He betrays him.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a little bit of nuance in this, right? So no, seriously. So if you notice that the Joker mirrors his behavior. So Jack Napier mirrors mirrors the top boss's behavior, because the top boss comes up to him before he betrays him. He goes, you're my number one guy.
Yeah.
And da. And what does Joker do at the end of the movie? He goes through, he shoots, and then he ends up, he goes, you're my number one guy.
He doesn't do that as Jack Napier.
And that's my point. He does that as the Joker because that was his spiritual mentor. That's who he wanted to become. He wanted to emulate and become even more than that guy, right? And that guy had taught him all the lessons of how to be a boss, how to be the big guy. And even still, like just that little scene alone shows the spiritual kind of guidance that this dark mentor figure had given them. There are other dark mentors, like in Batman Begins. Hold on. Let's
stick with Batman 89. You have taken one little element, one line, and established that makes him a mentor character. Because what you've done,
that's one line, but
that's it. That's the only line you have that even connects Jack Napier to his boss as any level of a mentor. Which is the problem, and that's the problem with this video, is that you have an oblique definition of what a mentor is. So that way, no matter what little thing you have, no matter how minute, it now gets classified as a mentor, and then now Jack Palance's character is a mentor just because of one little line.
Fine, let's put this. Let's put this. What do you call it? Plug in this or whatever. And we'll come back to this conversation a bit later.
Let's put a
pin in it. Pardon me, a pin in it. So,
to find ways to circumvent or invert, because ultimately it's just one big metaphor for characters to come of age, regardless of how old our main character might actually be. In context of the story, they are symbolically a child who needs guidance to reach their heroic potential, or, in other words, to grow up. Remember, kids, to be an adult means putting on a fabulous costume and punching.
By the way, my point was just that with the 89 thing was just that Joker functions more as a protagonist of that story than Batman.
Again, that you can look at it that way, but that's not the fault of the movie. That's the perspective you brought into it.
Sure. Anyway.
And again, here's the thing with this.
It's a relatable metaphor.
Go back about what? 20 seconds. When he first gets Doctor Strange, when he first shows Doctor Strange.
Okay.
Yeah,
come of age. Regardless of how old our main character might actually be, in context of the story, they are symbolically a child who needs guidance to reach their heroic potential, or, in other words, to grow up.
Okay, now push pause.
Kids, to be an adult means putting on a fabulous...
Now, no, it's not. No, it's not. Every mentor in this, okay, especially the ancient one, is not to learn. It's to learn how to be the superhero you're becoming. You are not a child growing into a role. It is simply you're not a child that the mentor is growing into the role. The mentor is teaching you what you have, okay? And you and the hero as the character applies it as he sees fit.
Right. Okay.
When you take Uncle Ben, all Uncle Ben did in like Andrew Garfield's and Tobey Maguire's, all he does is teach him the lesson any parent would teach a child. He doesn't teach Peter a lesson that is any different than you would teach your child and I would teach my child. It has nothing to do with Peter Parker choosing to become Spider-Man. It is simply a standard, typical advice. That's like saying, treat others the way you want to be treated. And then when Uncle Ben dies, Peter Parker takes that one line and goes, "This is why I should be Spider-Man." But it's not a teaching lesson. It's simply he took. He could have taken Captain America's typical advice. I don't like bullies. He simply took a triggering dialogue line and applied that to the basis of why he becomes a superhero. And
yeah, go on.
The hero's journey isn't about what the mentor taught. It's how the hero applies what the mentor taught. Because the mentor is a catalyst, not a driving force of the character.
Yeah, I think Pickles.
Tony's mentor.
Wait, I think Pickles got a point here. So they insinuated he was his mentor because he was in line to take his business over. He was his successor and friend. That's what he's talking about. Joker 89, Batman 89, which I agree with. Obadiah Stane was Tony's mentor.
How?
He pushed him emotionally and thematically into being Iron Man. Even if they're the villain, it's about the relationship with each other. And I think that's a good point.
No, it's not. Obadiah didn't push him emotionally and thematically. Obadiah wanted him dead. Obadiah Stane forced Tony Stark to end. He backed him into a corner. He literally.
But there's a dark mentor when you've still got an older and wiser person, even if they're if they're secretly trying to cause your downfall, like Ra's al Ghul. He's still somebody who takes Tony under his wing. He knows Tony's brilliant. He knows he's a genius, but he knows that Tony also isn't savvy in being able to understand the power dynamics of controlling a company. So he's still there. But the point is you can have a dark mentor figure who is resistant against another mentor figure, right? So that it's about Tony's conflict inside is whether I choose this side or this side. They are the externalization of which side Tony is going to take. The scientist in the cave and Obadiah Stane are the externalized versions of Tony's internal struggle. Yes, that's the point I think Philosophical Pickle's trying to make.
But here's the thing:
go on.
You're conflating a catalyst with a mentor. That would be like saying the spider. That would be like saying the radioactive spider that bit Peter Parker is a mentor figure.
No, that's not like.
Why not? Why not?
That's not.
I know it's not. Why isn't it? Why isn't the spider that bit Peter Parker a mentor figure? Why not?
I will say. I'll say something after this. Okay. So if you look hard enough, anyone in your life can teach you or change you, but only you, the hero, can let them do it.
Absolutely agree.
So. He likes your point. But
We're not challenging that.
but here's the thing. You're right about like a catalyst.
Yes.
You know, being the thing that can change, the thing that changes someone into a hero.
Right.
But if you don't learn anything, you don't have any kind of emotional relationship or learn a lesson from that character. And if they're not older and wiser, they usually take on a certain look, a certain you know, like archetypically, I'm talking about like this goes all the way back to you know, the Greeks and the way that you know they wrote tragedies and stories. You know, the actual centaur was the first mentor figure. Like,
I got it. I keep going. I got it.
But they, as I said, they're usually a certain thing. So they're usually older. They usually impart wisdom on a person. They usually have an emotional connection to the themes of the story.
I got that.
And you know, so on. A spider who bites you is not doing that.
That's right. Now, so taking what you established, that is not what the wizard does in Shazam. What you just established.
The wizard in Shazam isn't the mentor figure.
Why not? Then who's the mentor?
I think you could say maybe they've.
No, I don't want a maybe. I don't want a maybe. I don't want an interpretation.
Give me a second. Give me a second, and I'll tell you. So I think you can say that they've subverted the trope a little bit, and they've distributed the mentor figure between the foster parents and what's his name?
It's in the wheelchair.
Freddie Freeman.
Yeah.
So Freddie Freeman plus the foster parents. So the foster parents are the wisdom, and Freddie Freeman is the like, oh, I know about superpowers person, so I'm gonna help you, train you to know your. I know it's like it's a subversion because he's not some karate expert. He's not a karate expert who's gonna teach him how to be a badass. But he in this version it's like, oh, I read comics, so I'll be able to show you, you know, how to become what powers there are. So I'll know that there's super strength and hyper speed and you know, bullet immunity on all of those kind of things. Absolutely. So they distribute the mental figure. I think in Shazam, at least in Shazam 1, the
Freddy is the mentor. Freddy is the mentor.
No. But in Shazam 1, the wizard is actually the spider.
Yes,
he's Spider-Man Spider. He's not a mentor figure.
Right, he's not a mentor figure. Just because that's the Pickle and Jack, I can't argue with you and him at the same time. Okay, I can't. Okay. I want to, but I can't. Got to give me a break here.
Okay.
When you are conflating what a character who is a catalyst as a mentor. What you were classifying as Freddy, you were going, the spider gets to be the same thing.
How?
Right? Obadiah Stane, okay, is the reason Tony Stark becomes Iron Man. That's all Obadiah Stane is, okay? Obadiah Stane is the reason Tony Stark becomes Iron Man. He is not a mentor figure.
No, the spider in Iron Man is his genius.
No,
the spider is his actual mental abilities. It's not.
He had to be put in a situation to build the suit.
Right.
If he wasn't put in that situation,
we're not saying the terrorists are his mentor. We're saying like where he gets his super abilities from is internal. It's his genius. Where Shazam gets the super abilities from is from magic, from the wizard. Where Spider-Man gets it from is from a radioactive spider. There's different things. But
I agree. But what I'm
all
saying,
right, we've got to carry on with this video after this,
okay.
but like just for a little bit, so we can get through a little bit more. I love your passion and that you know that it's thought provoking and it's getting you to like question these things. But we have to get on a little bit quicker. Jaded, Obadiah was literally Tony's dad for like 20 years. He taught him everything about the weapons business. He helped shape his morals and propelled him into heroism because of his failure.
No. Obadiah. No, go back to Pickle. Go back to Pickle.
Let's respond to this a bit later.
Because Obadiah was his dad like 20 years. He was a business partner. He taught him everything about the weapons business. He didn't shape his morals. He shaped his morals in regards because he had no morals.
That's how he shaped them.
Had no morals.
That's how he shaped them.
Okay.
That's what he did. Obadiah had no morals either, and his shaping of Tony was for Tony to have no morals, and it was like how far is Tony gonna go over into this dark side, right? Of like, I don't care as long as I'm rich and I can screw bitches and do all this kind of stuff. I'm gonna sell weapons to the rest of the world. I don't care if it falls into the hands of terrorists. I don't care if it hurts. I don't care if it hurts American troops. So Obadiah also, when he comes back, says, I want to develop fucking weapons. I want to develop weapons, right? We need to get... So Obadiah, because he is part of that moral ambivalence that he's taught Tony. He's one of the people who's taught Tony that moral ambivalence that he has. And it's only by working out just how morally ambivalent Obadiah is that Tony comes to the realization and becomes a hero. He is a dark mentor figure.
Bullshit.
All right, good.
He becomes a hero. No. He becomes a hero because the doctor is about to die. He's about to die, and he builds the suit. He builds the arc reactor. Why? To keep himself alive. He doesn't do it, I'm going to build this arc reactor so I can be a hero. Sorry. Then he builds the Iron Man suit. Why does he build the Iron Man suit? Does he build the Iron Man suit because he wants to be a hero? No. He builds the Iron Man suit because he wants to escape. Okay? Sure. Then he spends the next however much time building the Iron Man suit because it's a technological toy. He could have easily have done it to build nuclear weapons to sell to everybody. It isn't until the doctor's village is taken down that Tony Stark goes, now I'll actually do something. There is no mentor for Iron Man. It's simply a series of events that happen. This is what I mean by the mentor category is so ambiguous that you are putting whatever you want as a title of mentor as mentor. And that's what this guy does in the video.
Interesting. Okay, we'll get back to that. That is interesting. So just before, we're going to read some of this.
God, Pickle. Hold on. Pickle, I'm not responding to any more of your posts unless you come on the stream and actually voice them. That's it. I'm ignoring you. You can come on the stream and I can challenge you one-on-one.
Okay, that what if show, if they looked at it like that and keep the same story and just change the one that changed them in the story, I bet that would have played a better show. That what if show, if they, what are you referring to? You're talking about you're talking about.
Then Pickle, come on the stream and correct me. Go ahead.
So are you talking about Doctor Strange? I'm not sure who you're talking about there, Jackslaw. Yeah, good point. No, man. Thanks, man. LOL. What does he have to say? He was a heartless venture capitalist because of his father and Obadiah. If Tony was raised by Aunt May, he wouldn't have been that way. Yeah.
Why? What did Aunt May teach? Excuse me.
Wait.
You want to pick Aunt May from Tom Holland? What did Aunt May teach Tom Holland, Spider-Man? Jack shit. Sorry, pick a better example.
Well, she said to look after people, like, to be fair.
Ooh, again, the exact same thing you would teach your kids, the exact same thing I would teach my kids. She didn't teach them anything special. Come on.
Well, I don't think she was done very well, but she did teach him some. She did teach him some values. But then again, that's the problem that people have often said. Now, I don't think Tom Holland's Spider-Man is hollow because he does have a mentor figure. It's Iron Man, right? So that's his mentor figure. It's not Aunt May.
Absolutely agree, 100%. Iron Boy Jr. has a mentor, and Iron Man is an integral part of his journey because he never leaves. Okay, that is a mentor character. That is a beautiful example of a mentor character.
But then Aunt May, they try and make into a mentor figure in No Way Home, and it doesn't quite work out because she's never been that before.
I love you too much, Nico. That's the problem. I love you too much.
So when it comes to Iron Man, it's the idea who his real father is, what makes him what he is. Yeah. No, Jaded, I'm afraid of reading out his quotes because you're going to react to them.
Wrong anyway, doesn't matter.
Okay, no, Jaded, he builds the suit for himself in the cave. He builds the Iron Man suit and saves the people in the Middle East because of Obadiah. Obadiah's actions makes him a hero. I can't believe this.
But he doesn't know that, Pickle. Everything that you just said, he doesn't know that's why. He doesn't know Obadiah is responsible for any of it. He finds out later on where the reporter goes, why are you selling weapons? Why are you double dealing? He doesn't learn that until after. But, nice try.
All right. So Obadiah is more like a friend that turns on him. It just takes the options from him and no options because of his idea.
No. You go to sleep so that you can avoid, actually being embarrassed.
Okay, and Jaded's misunderstanding of All right, I'm gonna ignore that. I don't think you're misunderstanding. You've got a different interpretation. Yinsen told Stark to not waste his life, to have purpose and do something. He is a mentor, I think.
No, he is a catalyst. He is a catalyst.
That's a mentor. That's what he's telling him. Don't waste your life. Dedicate it to a purpose. Dedicate it more to just the simple, pleasures of the flesh and bodily pleasures. Actually, have an ideal. You've got these great intellectual capabilities. Help the world with them.
But telling somebody, hey, you should be a hero. You should do.
That's not what he said. No, that's not what he said.
What he says.
Super Wise says, he says,
not to waste your life.
Not to waste your life, to have purpose and do something. That's not saying be a hero.
The thing goes, you are a man who has everything but has nothing, right? He goes to him, this is a very important week for you. All Yisin does is tell Tony Stark, you should be a hero. You should use your powers for good. That's all he does. That is not a mentor. Okay?
All right. I think,
a little kid goes up to Tony Stark and goes, hey, Mr. Stark, you should use your powers for good. What are you going to do? I'm going to call that kid a mentor because he tells Tony Stark, use your powers for good? Come on.
We'll get into, because you're giving a lot of negative arguments for what a mentor isn't. After we finish the next bit,
I'm getting
into what a mentor is. Okay.
Ridiculous costume and punching people. It's a relatable metaphor because everyone knows what it's like to have to grow up, which is also why mentor figures are so frequently framed as parental figures of some sort, figuratively, if not literally. And something else that tends to happen to these mentor figures, if they exist, is that they very often, die in the story. It happens a lot. A whole lot. Like, count yourself lucky if you manage to dodge this because, oh boy, is it ever a persistent trend. Now, obviously, in real life, children can and probably should receive guidance from their parents and teachers well into their middle age and beyond, But in the hyperreal context of adventure fiction, the actual loss of the mentor early on in the journey can be a key component of the entire coming of age metaphor. Father won't always be there forever to hold your hand, says the metaphor. At some point, you must learn to do this for yourself, to carry on his teachings, to carve a legacy of your own. And so the torch is passed from one generation to the next, burning as brightly as it ever could, just as the mentor figure had always intended in the first place.
Okay, push
The
pause, push
symbolism
pause.
is very coherent,
Wait,
and it is
wait.
very
Let us finish
satisfying
the
to
point.
experience because of that coherency. Remember that. It'll be important. The other
Let
Of
us
those
finish the point.
examples, Peter Parker with Miles, great example of a mentor because he's there to teach him as he's growing. He's not just a line, dies, and then carries on. Peter
Right.
Parker in the Spider-Verse, great example of a mentor. Not the mother and not
Uncle Ben.
Iron's mom.
So you don't think Uncle Ben is a mentor, or
No, not at all.
Yeah.
By just saying, look both ways before you cross the street. Oh, okay, I'll apply that, and I'm gonna become a superhero because of it. Come on.
Well, let's go on for a little bit longer.
I was just saying that there is a good
I'll remember that point because I do think Uncle Ben is a mentor, but I'll remember this point.
reason for films killing off mentor figures is a little less about metaphor, but no less about character, where it's done as a sort of epic tragedy that motivates our heroic protagonist, because there's nothing like the death of someone close to you to engender strong motivations, right?
Yes.
Look at how these mentors tend to get taken out and what they have to say about that.
Don't waste your life.
It's okay. Don't be afraid.
Forward.
Okay, push pause for a second.
Let it finish this bit, and then
Okay.
when it finishes the so just for the viewers' sake.
Okay.
You must.
What?
Go where?
I don't know.
No, please, no. No.
These are their final words and gestures. These are the final, most important lessons they will pass on to their students. The hero's transformation isn't going to stop at this point.
Okay, now you can react because
I can't remember because there's two other things I want to argue. I can't remember my original point. I should have wrote it down. Don't worry about it. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, I fucking love this moment as well. I love all these moments. I mean, as I said, the mentor figure is like for me like the spiritual heart of like the film is the mentor figure. So I love all these characters.
Okay. The Yisin moment, that's what I wanted to bring up. He goes, don't waste your life. Don't waste your life. Now, considering what the type of person Tony Stark was, okay, he could have gone, okay, just have a family. He could have gone, don't waste your life. Okay, start a family. Start donating, be more a philanthropist. Start doing charities. Nothing of what he said established be Iron Man and be a superhero. None of it. None of what he says can be interpreted be a superhero. It was the fact that Tony Stark, because of the circumstances, because he built the suit, if he didn't build the suit, he would have been a nice family man and he would have been a nice person. He would have probably, married Pepper Potts or something. It has nothing to do with him being a superhero.
So
anyway, that was
I think the thing is about metaphor rather than a mentor figure going like they die and then they go, oh, go out and use your powers to save the world because the world needs saving. I think it's the thesis point of the journey of the character. So
in other words,
Batman begins.
And what's another word? And what's another word? A catalyst. It is a
Oh.
catalyst, not
Okay.
a mentor.
So in Batman Begins, the last thesis word of the mentor figure is, "Hey, don't be scared." Right? Don't be scared. That's
Okay.
and the thesis and theme of the whole of Batman Begins is an exploration of these various types of fear and trauma that Batman has, and how he's going to overcome them
Okay.
to become the hero he is. So,
and what fears does he
overcome?
He
Wouldn't have said. It would have been like what you're saying is like if that Thomas Wayne only would have been a mentor figure if he had have said something like embrace your fear and turn your fear into that thing which criminals fear.
No.
That would have been a very artificial thing for him to say. But for him to say, "Hey, don't be scared," right? That says everything about who Batman is essentially. That he was scared of the bats, right? He was scared of the bats, and that's fear of his own destiny. That's the metaphor being said there, because his destiny is to embrace the symbol of the bat, so as to embrace fear and use it as a weapon against those very people.
Nerdman.
So
Come on.
that's the whole thing.
He's called the Batman.
Hello, K-Dots.
Hey, K-Dot. He's called the Batman, and he dresses like a bat. So the movie needed to create a reason why he's dressed like a giant bat. That's the only reason it exists. Okay? If Bruce Wayne was called the Catman, okay, the movie would have to inject some reason he picked a cat costume. There was no fear. There was no overarching angle. It was, we need a reason. But bats frighten me. It's time my enemy shared my dread. What? Oh my God. The reason Bruce Wayne picks a bat is because criminals are a cowardly and suspicious lot. That's why he picks the bat to instill fear, not because he's afraid of bats. That's what this movie interjects, because that's what this movie wanted to establish as, and I'll say it again, a catalyst.
Right.
Where are y'all talking about Batman Begins?
That's what Nerdman brought up.
Yeah, I was talking about.
He was scared of the bats.
And name me other iteration of Batman where he picks the Batman suit because he's scared of bats.
No,
Comic doesn't do it. Batman '89 doesn't do it. Ben Affleck's Batman doesn't do it. No other Batman, Batman in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, again, it's the thesis of this specific Batman. Forget about the comics that you've read. Forget about the comics you've read. The thesis of this specific Batman is that he's the opening.
It's actually a good explanation for why he becomes Batman.
Yeah, it's like he's fucking scared of bats.
He was scared of spiders.
If he, like his father says, overcome his fear. That's his father's last statement to him. It's the most important statement he makes to him in the movie. All of the other stuff.
You mean when he's in bag? Hold on, when he's in bag.
No, when he dies. All of the other stuff before is nice little pearls of wisdom that he gives him. You know, be a loving, person. What else does he say? He goes to him. Yeah, look, I'm very wealthy, but nonetheless, I go to the hospital every week, and I let them run my business because I've got a duty to humanity.
Refresh my memory. I don't remember Thomas Wayne saying anything to Bruce as he's dying. What does he say?
You just said it literally.
I missed it.
He said that don't be scared, Bruce.
Oh, okay. Don't be scared. Okay.
Don't be scared. So
Yeah, because I'm dying.
So
I'm.
yeah, but you're taking it. That's the literal reason he's saying it. But the metaphorical overall meaning for the film,
You gotta look
is-
deeper.
you
JJ, you
can't
gotta look
just be
deeper
like,
into it.
Okay.
yeah,
So then let me ask you a
like
question.
so the metaphorical
You gotta
reason
go
is
deeper.
because the journey of this Batman, not Batman
Okay.
in 89, not Batman in another thing, the journey of this Batman is
Okay.
that he has to embrace
Yeah.
and come
His
to
fear.
terms
Yes.
with his fear.
Okay.
And then he is going to utilize that as
Okay.
a weapon against the very people who took his family away. That's
Agreed.
the whole fucking lesson. So
Okay.
it's poignant for his dad's last words from
Okay.
a film point of view for him to say something like, "Don't be scared, son." Because
Okay.
he knows that his son is full of fear. Even before he dies, he's
Okay.
full of, he's full of, what did Pickle say?
Pickles going.
No, man, you know this story is going to be 4 hours.
No, the next one.
Jaden,
Oh,
put a
man.
Marlboro special blend honey into your mouth and puff away. I don't smoke Marlboros. Oh my God. He also keeps remembering the quote, "Why do we fall, Bruce?
So
So that we can learn to pick ourselves up." Yeah, but that happens after. That happens after. These aren't meant to, oh my God.
He's saying, he's trying to argue that Uncle Ben is not a mentor to Spider-Man, and
He's
and
not a
that
mentor.
Thomas Wayne
He's-
is, and that he's a catalyst to him becoming.
They're
It's just ridiculous.
they are mentors. They're fathers. A father can be a mentor too, in some form or fashion.
Hold on, K-Dot. A father no, wait a minute. That's not fair. A father by default is a mentor.
Right,
A
but they're
father
still
by
mentors.
default is a mentor. Now,
So you agree, so you agree they're mentors.
yes, but the question, the thing that he's pointing out is a mentor to being the superhero they become.
Yeah.
Just being a good father, has nothing to do with how my son or my daughter chooses and becomes a superhero. Me teaching you to eat 3 meals a day. Me teaching you to brush your teeth before you go to bed.
Again, you're looking at it too literally. You're not looking at it in
you're not looking at it in the perspective of this world, these comics, these superheroes.
Yeah,
You're looking at it from the real world perspective.
These are big mythologies. You know, Captain America is a big mythology. It's not just like you like fucking walking down the street trying to like fucking tie your shoelaces. I mean, this is going back to the beginnings of fucking storytelling. You know, even fucking Jesus Christ himself had Joseph and Mary, right? Like before he could even become like the Messiah figure, he has Joseph and Mary. It's like, and then and you know, God is, you know, like,
God. You can't use Christ. It's a totally different example.
No, it's a perfect example. That's
He knew
Christ
knew what he was gonna do. Christ knew what he was gonna do from a young age. He knew he was destined to die on the cross. He knew his purpose, because guess who his father was? God.
All right, cool. I'm gonna carry on with the video for a little bit longer, but you know, I see. I know. I honestly see what you're saying, but like, I just think that you're minimalizing the thing.
And I think you're over. And I think, and I'm trying to establish that you're overdoing what a mentor.
Yeah, but these writers purposefully put these characters in to be mentors. It's not just like I'm just saying this out of fucking folklore. It's like literally they are actually put into these stories to function as that thing, and that's why they take on a certain look, they take on a certain demeanor. You know, they're older, they're wiser. They're more. They've got a seniority towards the person. There's somebody that they can respect, whether it's because they're their parent or because they're a scientist or because whatever they are.
Okay.
they're a respectable figure to that specific hero.
So
But
it-
that
so
being
it
said,
no-
let's continue on with the video. I'm going to tell you what. Let's get to 11 minutes, and then whenever you want to stop it from 11 minutes, we can
about
talk.
5 seconds. About 5 seconds after you play.
But ultimately, these are the final ingredients necessary to give that final push for the mild-mannered protege to become who they should be. Don't waste your life. Don't lose your heart. Get back up. Keep moving forward. Go. Save the world. These are calls to be proactive, to be heroic. And this is the message that's going to stick with the hero and with the audience, especially because it's being captured during the moment of passing, frozen in time along with the grief and trauma. In a cynical sense, the mentor's passing becomes a sort of persistent curse as well, compelling this hero to be bound by their duties, almost as if they're going to be haunted forever by the unrelating shade of their mentors. Sorry, you don't want to be Spider-Man anymore and just want to live a happy, normal life? Well, I hope you like disappointing your dead uncle, you ungrateful little... The thing is that the passing of a mentor, however sad, however unexpected, however even schlocky at times, should not feel like a betrayal of their role. When done correctly, it should not feel unsatisfying. Dr. Erskine's motivation in the Captain America film is to create Captain America. His in-text mission here is to create Captain America. And his symbolic role is also to create Captain America. And right down to his dying breath, he accomplishes this, fulfilling his role to the story, to the audience. Characters are ultimately tools to serve the story you want to tell, and this is a satisfying use of character.
Whatever happens tomorrow, you must promise me one thing.
He already knew he was a good man. He already tells him he's a good man. The fact that he says it again when he dies is not anything.
Do you wanna wait till the moment is over and then? But it's fine. I get it. Like, so what's the issue?
This message, this scene right here. Okay, why did you pick me? And he says because the serum increases, so a bad man will become a terrible man, and a good man will become a great man. He already explains why he picked Steve, okay? So him dying and saying, be a good man, has nothing to do with him. We already know Steve Rogers is a good man. We already know this. We don't need
Jaded. It's just reassurance. Like, make sure to be a good man.
And that is not a mentor character. That's not being a mentor.
Okay, so again, he's saying to him, metaphorically speaking, remain a good man, right?
Wait, did you
wait a second.
Did you honestly think he was not?
Wait a second, Jaded. He's saying metaphorically, remain a good man, even when you gain all these fabulous powers.
Yeah.
Even when you gain all this, still be a good man. Because, and here's where you're right, there's a failure in Captain America as a movie because he's never tempted at any point once he has that power to be anything but a good person. So it doesn't reflect back in the film and do consistent consistent storytelling. I mean, it does its job. It's still entertaining and everything, and he still kicks ass. But the point is, this message, remain a good man, because once you get all these fabulous powers, you're going to be, you're going to be like the reason that you're so good now is because you know what it's like to be weak and vulnerable. You know what it's like to be bullied. But once you get all of that power and strength, you're going to be somebody who can't be bullied, who can't be, put aside anymore. Will you be able to keep that spirit even then? And so the movie should have had a moment or, a journey where there's a temptation for Captain America with all this strength, with not being able to be pushed aside, to fall into like some kind of temptation, and he doesn't. But it doesn't do that. So
K-Dot.
let K Dot speak now, and then
All I say, the moment's just reassurance. Like, just make sure to remember where you came from. That's all it is.
Yes, it's not a mentor moment. And not only that, let's say the doctor, I forget his name is, right? Let's say he had never said to Steve Rogers, be a good man. Let's say he never said it. Was there anything that we've seen that would give us the impression that Steve isn't a good man? We've already seen Steve jump on a fake grenade to save everybody's life. We've already seen.
Here's what would make
you guys have to remember, the doctor is the only reason Steve is put into the position where he's at now.
He's the catalyst, not the mentor.
He's still a mentor of some sort.
Oh.
You can still be a mentor and a catalyst.
You can still be a Jaded. If that's the case, then every mentor is a catalyst.
In the Spider-Verse, in the animated Spider-Verse movie, right?
Yeah, technically Prowler is a catalyst. Then he's a catalyst.
Peter Parker is a mentor to Miles throughout the movie. That's his point. In Shazam, okay, Freddy is a mentor to Billy Batson, teaching him, learning what it likes, like what does it mean to be. Those are mentors. Those are characters.
I'm not. Look,
Yoda.
Right.
They are teachers. They are establishing the growth of the character. A character dying and saying one line is not a mentor.
I don't know. Maybe you were different from me. I had all the qualities.
I think it's because I'm white and you're.
I had all the qualities of a very good and decent person when I was in my. That's hilarious to him, I suppose.
Did you just accuse me of not having the qualities of a nice person?
No, I'm not saying that. I was about to let me clarify what I was about to say.
The way you said it, it was like I'm a decent human being, Jaden.
I think we all did, like when we were younger, but nonetheless, in my 20s, I was a little bit naive. There were things I didn't know. There were things I had yet to experience that this older gentleman has experienced over this younger Captain America. So Captain America might be no, but the whole point is that he knows he's going to transform into something else. The strongest man in the, as far as this world is concerned, the strongest, fastest, most kick-ass guy in the fucking world. He doesn't know what's going to happen.
Nobody does it. He doesn't know what's going to happen.
The scientist does. The scientist assumes that is what is going to happen when he gives him the super soldier serum.
He's
saying for his knowledge, he knows how easily you're going to become. If you become a hero, you become Captain America. There's going to be you're going to be famous. There's going to be people who want to just sleep with you. There are going to be people telling you all the time, "You're the fucking best. You're this, that, and the other."
And none of that happens.
That can warp somebody, even the best of people, to becoming fucking assholes.
Once you gain,
it's like getting loads of money. You can be a fucking really decent, lovely person in your 20s, and then somebody gives you fucking $50 million.
Wait. I'll say this. In this case of the movie, if they had more of the scientists and Steve and scenes together,
then he'd be a mentor character.
Right. Now look, I agree. Freddy in Shazam is more of a mentor than the scientist. But if the scientist and Steve had more scenes, then yes, you could have solidified him as a mentor. That's where this film lacks it. Not enough scenes with him and a scientist while he's doing the boot camp and stuff.
Right.
If there was more scenes, then you can say he's a straight up mentor. But the character,
I think you're conceding too much. He is a mentor.
No. Wait. No. Let me finish. The character was intended to be a mentor, though.
Right.
He was intended to be a mentor. Listen. He was intended to be a mentor. In this film, they just didn't give them more screen time than he needed. I would have gave them more screen time, but the character was intended to be mentor figure up until Steve is getting ready to, you know, take the
K-Dot,
serum and do his thing.
And the movie doesn't do it. So because the movie doesn't do it, just because he's supposed to be, doesn't mean he is.
Right, and and Jaded, that's a flaw with the movie, but he's still supposed to be that.
No,
So
but I think that's not the. I think that's part. You could say that's a partial flaw of the movie, but I think the even greater flaw of the movie is that this last lesson, be a good man, is never. Steve never comes across a challenge where it forces him to choose to be like, I'm not just going to be powerful and be, like, since I'm so powerful.
Was he Nerman? We knew even then, if Red Skull tried to tempt Steve, I mean, you can't. What was he on tempt with? Become a Nazi, Steve. You can get all this stuff. Join us.
Join me, and we can rule the world.
Even if they tried to tempt, even if he tried to get tempted by something. Remember the scene with the girl, right? I was flirting with him in that room, and Peggy walked by. Man, he was acting like even though that girl was trying to get with him, he was like, I don't really want to do it, relax, and like she couldn't get him.
Hold on, and it's not like Steve went, oh wait a minute, the doctor said I should be a good man. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to refuse. No, it had nothing to do with the doctor's last dying word.
Let me compare it to a few movies, because I think that's an easier way to look at it.
But the doctor's trying to work
in Batman Begins, Wonder Woman, and Shazam. This is why I say those movies are done actually quite well in terms of the thematically, the whole struggle of Batman is related to the last words of his mentor. It's related to the themes of the story, which is he needs to overcome his fear. He needs to embrace that fear and utilize it as a weapon. That's what against the criminal underworld. In Shazam, the whole thing, like Billy, the foster parents who are also kind of mentors, even the wizard, the older wizard who gives him his powers. I'm not saying he's a mentor in the traditional sense, but I'm saying even he gives him words of wisdom by the end, mentioning again that family thing. And what is Billy doing the whole time? He's rejecting the idea, right, that his family, like that these people are his family. He wants his mom. He wants the,
And then once his mother rejects him, he then accepts. Once Billy's mother actually rejects him, then Billy goes, I got nothing left. Now I'll accept my adopted parents.
No. That's when he realizes his mistake in what he's been doing. It's not just that, I have no.
It was in the midst of that conversation. It was in the midst of that conversation. He realized that she's not for me. I mean, when he gave her back that
not that she's not for me. It's that he's all the time had a family, and he didn't realize it. All this time, this family, this parent, little girl, the parents,
he doesn't want them.
The brother, all of that, the new brother. That this is that he's had the thing that he's been searching for. He's had the whole entirety of the film.
Parents for a week.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about his whole life. I'm talking about the duration of the film. In the duration of the film, he was
ignoring a perfect family for him right in front.
Yeah, what he was looking
because he didn't want them. He wanted his natural mother.
God,
and Jaded when he found out his mom, when he saw his mom, when he saw the realization of what his mom was, and then when he gave her that little that little thing back and said, "You're gonna need this more than me."
Yeah.
That's when in that moment when he saw his mom, saw the realization, he was like, you know what? Nah. She doesn't want me.
She doesn't want him. That's fine. So he goes, I have an adoptive family, I'll now accept them. It wasn't until his only other option was removed did he grab the other option.
No, Jaded. He still had options. Jaded. He could have easily ran away again. He could have left that family and ran away again.
Yeah,
dude. Look. I accept that you look at things through the prism.
Okay, too literal.
But it's so literal. Let's get on with a little bit more of this video. We'll react. I'm not trying to. I really am interested in what you have to say. I just want to get into the juice of I want to get into the juice of this video so that we can.
Yeah, let's get into the juice.
Again, you don't have to make a film this way. All these tropes, variations on tropes, subversions, and hybrid tropes, they're also just tools that you can pick and choose from. For example, while the wizard Shazam serves periodically as a mentor figure in the original Captain Marvel comics and reboots, David Sandberg's film omits this role for him entirely, instead having him just spout exposition at a completely bewildered Billy, give him unexplained powers, and then crumble to dust. Symbolically, this resonates with Billy's status as a foster child, someone who was left without parental guidance for much of his childhood. And without an actual teacher to show him where to even begin learning the ropes, Billy is forced to turn to his foster brother for guidance, and the film displays more of a buddy comedy / found family dynamic. The archetypal coming-of-age story has changed. It's now less about how our hero needs to be mature enough to shoulder all the burdens of heroism all on their own, and more about how true maturity means letting others in to help you carry that weight. The source material, which was totally workable before, gets a workover. But this is a good thing. It means the filmmakers were paying attention to the type of story they wanted to tell and chose the more appropriate tools to do the job with. In more variations, Logan pulls off 2 instances of mentor figures getting killed off so their students can carry on, because boy, that movie was sad. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse gets to have its cake and eat it too, with multiple mentors all tripping over each other to teach the heroes. The death of a very brief mentor and standard passing of the torch to inspire motivation and family team-up dynamics, with an alternate universe version of the original inspirational figure, a mentor fake-out and betrayal and unbetrayal, and additional motivational death all in the same film. The sky is the limit. The point is not to say that you have to do it this way or you have to do it that way. The point is to look at all the ways that these films have done things, their strengths and weaknesses and advantages and disadvantages, in order to make an informed decision about what you want to do, so that your characters are also satisfying, so that your symbolism is also coherent, so that your works best convey the ideas and feelings that you want them to. And with all that said, let's talk about Superman and Zack Snyder. Now, quick aside, I say Zack Snyder here, and for the remainder of this video, in technicality, David Goyer is credited as writing the screenplay for Man of Steel, and Christopher Nolan joins him for the story. As far as Batman v Superman goes, David Goyer and Chris Terrio are the credited writers. Filmmaking is a collaborative process where a team of creators come together to squeeze out a beautiful film, baby, so it's unlikely that every single thing in these films is a product of Snyder's
David Goyer.
So let's generally agree that a film's director is where the buck stops as far as on-set filmmaking and creative direction goes, with producers and studio having final say over the overall production, although it can all get muddled and it's hard to say for absolute certain who's exactly responsible for what. I mean, I really usually don't see Goyer or Nolan go ham about their visions for these films, so for the sake of expediency, I refer specifically to director Zack Snyder as the architect of the following creative decisions. But if you like, you can imagine the Zack Snyder I refer to as a chimeric filmmaking entity of multiple individuals combined into one. Perhaps they have wings, I don't know, quick aside over.
Okay. He's just using
the persistent Superman origin story contains 2 primary mentor figures, his birth father, Jor-El, and his adopted father, Jonathan Kent. Yes, he also has Martha's, but they usually play a supportive or even negligible role in his character development. Nominally speaking, Jor-El is the guy who teaches Clark Kent about the history, culture, and wisdom of his birth planet Krypton, while Pa Kent instills Clark with the proper upbringing and unconditional love that he comes to associate with his adopted home of Earth. Jor-El is often depicted as very supernatural and ethereal, almost as a divine figure dispensing otherworldly knowledge onto his son, lifting Clark out of his ignorance and into the heavens themselves.
I'm shocked you're not
Jonathan
shouting
is
at
every
something
inch
already.
immortal man, tying Clark to his human roots with more literal down-to-earth guidance about humility and responsibility. Together, they embody and construct the 2 foundational halves of Clark's identity, super and man.
That's
the
brilliant.
dichotomy inherent in bestowing godlike powers
That
upon
bit's
someone.
brilliant. Did you? I guess he's gone.
Let's keep
Jaden,
going.
are you there? I thought that was brilliant. I
Just
never
like you
thought
or
of
me.
it like that.
That's the Superman story. It's archetypal. It's coherent. And you know what? Zack Snyder's Man of Steel does a darn decent job on depicting Jor-El, at least. He's introduced as this mythical, larger-than-life, no-nonsense,
Yeah, Jor-El
proactive
wasn't half
action
bad. He's
hero.
actually pretty
He
solid.
talks up Clark's potential and encourages him to guide humanity towards goodness and reassures him that he can save us all. Everything Jor says and does is dedicated to shaping his son into the inspirational hero that he could be, into Superman. He
Sorry,
is
I had
a
to
model
step away.
mentor figure.
Yeah.
But
Pause.
I said, I'm sorry, I had to step away. I apologize.
Oh, you missed the whole fucking bit. All right, whatever. The whole bit where it was explaining, anyway, the different halves of Jor-El and
Kent.
Kent.
Okay. Yeah, that's standard. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't.
Sure, but
Here's the thing.
it was put in a very good way.
All that stuff
okay.
Jor-El is hoping for, all that stuff about being a beacon, correcting Krypton's mistakes, all that he wants his son to do to become, it doesn't really happen in this story. It just doesn't. Jor-El wants Clark to guide people, to give humanity an ideal to strive towards, to be a role model, basically. But when and how does Clark do this, either in Man of Steel or in its sequel, Batman v Superman? Which characters are in these films looking at Superman thinking, gee, he's being really brave and self-sacrificing, I guess I should go do those things too? I guess Batman kind of does that at the end there. And even then, he's still blowing people up. The funny thing is that a lot of the human characters we see in Man of Steel pretty much just start off being stalwart, decent people in the first place. Colonel Hardy was kind of a curmudgeon who understandably does not trust Superman at first, and then learns to trust him after seeing his altruism, but there's no indication that he or any other members of the military would have been any less brave or self-sacrificing if Superman hadn't come to Earth. We see the Daily Planet staff acting courageously and compassionately with each other, and they never even meet Superman in this film, so how are they being inspired by him? The only person we see being changed by Clark's actions is his childhood bully, but that was before Clark ever met Jor-El, so it has nothing to do with Jor-El's influence. Already we're beginning to see incoherencies in the storytelling. A mentor figure instructs our hero to inspire the masses, but the story doesn't follow through on that because the fact is that the Superman of Zack Snyder comes across too uncertain and too troubled to be able to inspire anyone in the way that Jor-El hopes for. Sure, it's nice that the people he helps likes him more.
Okay. But this guy, Brain Willy's complaint is literally what you want in the movie in the first place. You want the character to grow and become the hero he's supposed to be. Brain Willy wants Superman to be the hero he's supposed to be from the beginning. You can't. So who am I supposed to agree with, Brain Willy or you? Because I agree with you. Brain Willy wants Superman to be Superman from day one.
I think.
No. But he brought up the sequel too. In Man of Steel, and in the sequel, he doesn't do none of it.
Right now, he's talking about Man of Steel.
No, but he brought up the sequel too, BVS.
I agree, but in regards to Man of Steel, he's saying in Man of Steel, nobody sees him as a beacon of hope. Yes, as a beacon of hope, yet you can't complain that he's not a beacon of hope from the beginning. He has to grow. He has to. The world has to know.
Jada, he's talking about the sequel too. He's not just talking about Man of Steel.
But he's also covering the first movie as well, though, K-Dot. And he's complaining because he brings up how the one like sergeant or whoever. But why would the rest of the army? Why would the people at the Daily Planet? He's complaining about the Man of Steel as well. So it's not fair to say he needs to be the beacon of hope from the beginning.
No. He's talking about there's an inconsistency in the story where the father Jor-El wants him to inspire the masses. In either of the movies, He doesn't do none of that at all.
Because he doesn't have an opportunity. His first encounter is with the Zod and the other Kryptonians. And his first appearance is fighting them. The
right. In the same movie, but Jaded, in the same movie, Jor-El tells him, you need to inspire the masses. And then to get the BVS, he's still not inspiring the masses. The masses hate him.
J-Dot.
Wait, Jaded, the one thing, this is fiction.
Okay.
You're saying, when did he have the opportunity to? Well, when the writer writes him the opportunity to. You have a writer. Either the writer says, "Okay, I'm going to take out all these Jor-El speeches because thematically they have nothing to do with what Superman's doing in this movie," or alternatively, you have those speeches in the movie because I'd like to keep them. They're very nice. Get Superman to inspire somebody or some people.
Yeah, let them go somewhere. They went. The problem is the stuff went nowhere.
I'll tell you a perfect opportunity.
No.
Let me tell you a perfect opportunity. And then respond to this.
Go ahead.
The perfect opportunity. There was this machine that was terraforming the Earth, and there was one machine on one end of the pole, and then one in Metropolis. Right.
Okay.
Superman goes to fight the one on the other end, which nobody can see. Nobody can see him fighting that.
Right.
Instead, he could have fought the one along with the army that's in Metropolis.
Okay.
Right. So that the army and all the people in the below, can see that, hey, this guy's trying to save us. In between, he could have saved some people as well. Right.
Okay.
Like a few people there. The Kryptonians weren't there beating him up at that point, so he wouldn't have had to deal with that. All he had to deal with was the fucking machine and the fact that it's causing devastation in the city, and then he could have shown his self-sacrifice and heroism to try and save them, and that would have given him opportunity. So there's always opportunity in these things. It's just you have to write it in there.
Okay.
Just,
now,
wait,
Jaded. I only got 2 points. I'm gonna get to you in a second, K-Dot. In Superman 1978, okay? Nobody knows Superman stopped the earthquake. Nobody knows. He stopped the 2 missiles. Nobody on the planet Earth knows it. To even further establish it, he changes time. He reverses time, so nobody even knows it happens. How is he a symbol of hope in Superman 78? Nobody knows he's a hero.
He immediately after he comes to
his
dad gives him the speech. His dad gives him no. Wait, you asked me the question. Let me answer. His dad gives him the speech. He says, "You can be. They are good people, Kal-El. At least they wish to be. They only need a light to show them the way."
Yeah.
So he goes to Metropolis. He then ends up like one of the first things he does. He saves the plane. And the people that's later. That's when the
plane. I'm sorry. Yes.
So he saves the plane. The pilot looks outside. Oh my God! There's a guy fucking flying. I don't know how it's happening, but it's
and only one person knows it.
I'm not saying that. So only one person knows that. Okay. He then does other things like obviously he saves the helicopter, right?
On the boat. He goes to the guys on the boat.
He saves the helicopter. Everyone sees him save the helicopter. Everyone's like, whoa, my God, she's going to die. They see this guy's a savior. He's our savior. He's leading the people. He's the light showing them the way. Then Lois is also, kind of inspired by him. She wants to get to know him. She's like, oh my God, when he's talking, she's writing the interview. And he says, oh, I stand for truth, justice, and the American way. She goes, well, you're going to be fighting every politician and blah, blah, blah. She's awed by the innocence and heroism of fucking Christopher Reeve. It's all over littered in that movie before he goes on to the big superhero.
Here's the thing.
He is already becoming that inspirational figure.
Okay. And in this movie, when he's in prison and she goes to him, what does that S stand for? It's not an S, it stands for hope.
And then she laughed at it.
hold on. This movie does exactly the small little things that was done in Superman 78. It does the exact same thing.
That's a valid point.
Okay.
No, because by time you get to BVS,
let K Dot finish your point.
I want to finish my point against K Dot. K Dot, I'm going to tell you, K Dot, go out and inspire everybody. But I'm not going to tell you how to do it. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to go inspire anybody. Go inspire people. You figure it out. Sorry, not good enough. Not good enough. It's a bullshit, empty line.
But actually,
you can't have Jor-El tell his son, go inspire people. Oh, how, Dad? Fucked if I know. You figure it out.
Because he's supposed to figure it out. Jor-El's in a freaking in the Fortress of Solitude. What is Jor-El going to do?
Right. So how inspire?
Jaded. Jor-El's not out there in the field with Superman. He doesn't know the life of humanity. Superman lived on Earth for so many years. Yeah. He knows humanity more than Jor-El.
Who taught him how to inspire people? Who taught him how to inspire people? Nobody. He's got to figure it out on his own. That's the hero's journey. The hero's journey is he has to learn how to be an inspiration.
But Jaded, when Jor-El comes in this movie, he's trying to mentor and teach his son how to use his powers, what he should do for these people, all that. He's mentoring him. And he's mentoring him. That's mentoring. Teaching, mentoring. It's all the same. And then he's trying. Yes, it is. Teaching and mentoring is the same thing. Educating. You're educating this person.
No. He's not teaching. He's telling him what to do. He is telling him what to do. He's not teaching him how to be an inspiration. He's not teaching him how to be a hero. He's not teaching him how to be good. He's just telling him, be good, be a hero, be an inspiration. You figure it out. A mentor teaches you how to do that.
How? Like by going, hey, Spider-Man.
Jaded, how does Jor-El going to go out there and
you're saying Uncle Ben?
Yes, that's the point. Yes, he still supposed to figure. Jaded, he's still supposed to figure out how to inspire people.
Step one to be Spider-Man.
Yes.
The Spider-Man suit.
And because he doesn't do that, he's not a mentor.
Let me show you how.
Jaded, he is a mentor. Jor-El's a mentor. Wait. Jor-El's a mentor in the movie. If you're gonna tell me Jor-El's not a mentor in the movie, that's insane.
Well, hold on. Okay.
You wanna know how? Wait. Real quick, Jaded, real quick.
Name me two things. Jor-El teaches Superman what to do. Tell me two things he teaches him.
You remember Superman's first flight sequence? If Jor-El never educated him on how he could do that and how his powers work, he would have never flew. Ever.
So one example is he taught him how to fly. Okay, so he taught him one of his powers. What's the next one? Go ahead. What's the next thing he teaches him?
He teaches him about Kryptonian.
So he gives him a history lesson.
Like legacy.
He gives him a history lesson.
And all.
And then also, wait a minute. He teaches them
virtues and values of their culture.
And then he teaches them about the codex. He teaches them about the codex within inside of his body that has the last of the Kryptonians.
You're talking about in Man of Steel. I'm talking about
Man of Steel.
No.
And even in this film, he teaches them about the codex that's inside of his body that has the last of the Kryptonians.
Right.
And he's carrying on his people.
Yes.
In this film.
Right.
And he should continue.
Does he teach him how to be a hero?
He says, test your powers and abilities.
Does Jor-El
teach test your powers and abilities?
How to be a hero?
Are you listening?
Jaded. There's only so much Jor-El can do.
That's right. So,
but he's still a mentor. Superman's supposed to figure out the rest. He's not supposed to hold him by his hand.
A mentor has to teach. A mentor has to teach.
And a mentor needs to allow the student to go out there and do what they need to do. Can't hold their hand the whole time. You can't spoon feed them.
I'm a math teacher. Okay, and I go to you. Figure out how math works.
All right. So
Jaded, no. What a math teacher does, they go on the board, show how it works, and then they tell you, hey, try out this equation.
Let me ask you this.
Jorel doesn't teach him anything.
Yes, he does.
Let me ask you this.
He's talking about how it works. He's talking about his heritage.
Let me ask you this.
Which is important. It's important to the film.
My screen. Okay, here. Let me give you an example of the kind of teaching that they're talking about of a mentor, right? There's a very different type of teaching that you're talking about, a kind of direct method, almost like a teacher in a class. You put up a maths equation and you take the kids through how to do the maths equation. You keep doing various different examples until they perfect the math teaching. That is not the teaching that they're talking about in a mentor figure. A mentor figure teaches in various different ways. They teach by example. They teach by example. They teach by words of wisdom. So, for instance, what you're saying is, if someone says, I raised my. Let me give you an example.
And you can't use Jorel.
I'm not going to use Jorel. I'm not going to use Jorel. I'm going to give.
You can't. You have to use it. That's my point, Nerdman. You can't use Jorel as an example.
I'm going to use an example of the type, so to express the type of teaching that
Jorel.
they are talking about.
Use Jorel.
Let me speak, and then then you can fucking respond to what I'm saying. Okay? So, if for instance, I have a child, right? I have a kid, and I do the best things for those kids. Not be a good father. I just I give them I send them to private schools. I make sure that they have like some kind of tutors for various things. But all the time that I'm doing this, myself, I'm a drug addict who's just fucking prostitutes, fucking around and doing all of this kind of stuff. If the kid now turns up later on in life, right, and does drugs and is not very responsible person or whatever, would you say that parent taught them to behave like that by the example that they led as a person?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so again, a mentor figure in these kind of movies can teach like that. So, for instance, Uncle Ben.
No, I want to use Jorel. Use Jorel as an example of what you just used as an example. How does that apply to Jorel in any way?
Jorel is different. Jorel teaches through words of wisdom, right?
What wisdom? What wisdom does he teach them? He teaches them where he's from, and he tells them what he needs to do. There are no words.
Do you not think learning about a whole planet's culture, their ethics, their
he was also teaching not to repeat their same mistakes.
Their science,
humanity not to repeat Krypton's mistakes.
Teaching them about the hubris of the culture. You don't think learning all of that is going to?
Why not? He already learned something. He already learned.
You don't think that's going to widen someone's perspective?
He's already learned.
Came and taught you, because I know you come from a different planet, definitely. Right? If somebody comes and teaches you, your father, right, from this planet, comes and teaches you the whole history of the planet Jaded, and its cultures and its traditions and all of that kind of stuff. You don't think you're going to come away knowing anything new, having any different kind of perspective?
Wait a minute, Birdman. Okay, we'll use that. And that would work. And that would work if Clark Kent didn't have Ma and Pa Kent to raise him for the last 20 years. He already learned how to be a good person from Ma and Pa Kent. Jorel just telling him what he already learned is not him being a mentor. If you,
Man,
if Clark Kent,
I can talk.
wait a minute. If
John
Clark
and Martha didn't do a good
Wait a
job.
minute, J-Dot. If Clark Kent did not have Ma and Pa Kent, and his only access to this wisdom was Jor-El, then yes, you could apply Jor-El as a mentor. But Jor-El is
so
just
what is
simply
your argument? Your
what he
argument
already
here.
knew.
Your argument is that then you're just trying to argue that they're not mentors. That's your big problem with what this guy.
Yes, you are giving the word mentor too wide a berth that anybody, as long as they do one little thing, you get to apply them as a mentor just as much as Peter Parker was to Miles. And it's not fair.
No, but that's the thing. That's what these writers set Jor-El and Jonathan Kent as. And what his complaint was is that the writers and Zack Snyder set up Jor-El and Jonathan Kent to be both mentors from different perspectives.
Okay, I can agree with that.
And this film, this whole film fails on that. That's the thing.
How?
That's what he's talking about.
How does it fail?
What he's saying.
Because Jor-El tells him, go inspire people, do all this, and that.
No,
Jaded, listen. In two movies,
let him finish, Jaded.
In two movies, the writers, Zack Snyder and the writers set that up for him to be an inspiration. By the time you get to BVS, 2 movies, he doesn't inspire nobody. He's hated by the majority.
You're right. You just said it. The movie wrote them to be an inspiration, not mentors. They're inspiration.
Wait, mentors can inspire people too.
Mentor.
Mentors can also be inspiration, Jaded.
Yes, but they're not both. You can't say that he's a mentor when all he was written as inspirations.
No. The writers was intending them to be mentors.
Yes, meant to be. But
I'm saying they failed on that, and that's his issue. That's this dude's complaint.
No.
In 2 movies.
Oh my God.
In 2 movies, these mentors did not push Superman to be Superman who he is.
Inspirations. You just admitted.
Yes, Jaded. Mentors can be inspirations. That's oh my God.
Here's a weird thing. The movie actually has to.
This is an all-time high for you, Jaded. This is an all-time high for you, Jaded. Like, I'm not. A mentor can be an inspiration. I mean, everybody
can be. Like, it can be.
Just in case
everybody. For the most part, mentors are inspirations. Wait. For the most part, mentors are inspirations. Even teachers are inspirations.
It's irrelevant. Why is
Jada, it's irrelevant because there are inspirations.
Let me finish my sentence. He can be. Great. Was he portrayed that way in this movie?
No.
Then he's not a mentor.
I agree.
But I think this guy's saying
I'm telling you, he's intended to. He's saying they failed on that.
That's what he's saying.
The guy's saying they failed on that.
He's saying
because in 2 movies it goes nowhere.
No.
He's saying the same thing as you.
Their messages, their teachings as mentors went nowhere with Pa Kent and Jor-El.
Okay, so let me see if I get this straight.
That's what this video is saying.
So let me see if I get this straight.
Jada, he agrees with you.
Hold on. Let me get this straight, kid. Here's your complaint. Okay? Jor-El and Pa Kent were never established as a mentor character. So the movie's wrong because they weren't mentor characters.
No.
Established as mentor characters.
They are.
The movie screw up.
They are established.
They are, and then they fail.
You just said that the flaw of this movie is that Jor-El and Pa Kent were not mentor characters. They were supposed to be.
No. Yes, they're not mentor characters. They failed to be mentor characters.
No. Again, you're conceding too much.
They're supposed to be mentors. They're supposed to be mentors.
No, Jaded. they are mentor characters, but their mentoring fails because the movie doesn't.
And I'm establishing that they're not
mentors are supposed to establish the theme.
I agree.
Of the hero's reason for being a hero.
I agree.
And the hero, in turn, is supposed to act on that and become the symbolically a symbol of that teaching.
Yes, and
in this film, he does.
They were never that in the first place. They were never that in the first place.
They was that because the writers wrote them as that, and then they failed on it.
I want to read some of these comments.
Failed. So they didn't portray. So you're telling me, you are admitting right now, the movie did not portray them as a mentor. They failed in portraying them as a mentor. No. Yes or no?
No, we're saying that.
No, I want Jada to answer.
Bad mentors.
Jaded. These characters are mentors. These characters are mentors. These characters are mentors, but they're not written as good mentors.
That's it.
So they're mentors, but they're bad at it.
Yes.
Okay.
The writers wrote them as that.
I don't care what they wrote them as.
Jaded. No. I got an example. Jaded, I got an example. Luke Skywalker is a Jedi. Like, he is a bad Jedi. Because of The Last Jedi.
Say that again.
Luke Skywalker is supposed to be a Jedi. You go to The Last Jedi, oh, he's a pretty shitty fucking Jedi. But he's still written as a Jedi.
I don't understand your complaint. I don't understand your...
Luke Skywalker is a Jedi. Do you agree?
No, he's supposed to be. He becomes and grows into being a Jedi.
Talking about in The Last Jedi. In The Last Jedi, he said in The Last Jedi, right? Is that not what you're saying?
All right, Jaded.
In The Last Jedi,
in The Last Jedi, Luke Skywalker.
I'm sorry. You were talking about the movie. I thought you were talking about he's the Last Jedi. No, I thought you referred to him as the Last Jedi.
He's the Last Jedi. And Luke Skywalker is a Jedi, right?
In that movie, by that time, yes.
Do you agree in The Last Jedi that he was a pretty good Jedi?
We don't know what to compare it to. When that movie came out, we had nothing to compare it to. How would you know he was a good or a bad Jedi? What were you comparing it to?
You know, Last Jedi came out after the prequels.
Oh, in the prequel?
No. In The Last Jedi, Episode 8.
Okay.
Which one's The Last Jedi? I'm getting confused now.
Star Wars Episode 8.
Is that the
with Kylo Ren, Rey?
Yeah, okay, so that's the prequel. Oh, no.
No, that's the sequel trilogy.
That's the sequel trilogy. Yeah, he's talking about the sequel trilogy.
All right. Yeah. In that movie, Luke is a Jedi, but he's a shitty fucking Jedi.
Okay. What's your point?
That's the same thing here. These characters are mentors, but they're shitty mentors.
Right. All right, let me read this and then we get on with a bit more of this video. What's
your point?
He literally,
oh my gosh.
He literally says shit like test yourself, be an inspiration, and this is
Jaded, the person in this video agrees with you.
But the definition of mentor is different to different people. I think he does.
And that's my point.
I think he does agree with you, to be honest.
He does agree with Jaded.
I know he does.
John can only
reason and logic.
John can only teaches him how to be a man, not Superman. But to be a Superman.
Yeah, that's why there's two.
Like more, he did
and
need to be. That's why when you. That's why you missed it. That's why you had missed an important point, because Jor-El teaches him how to be super.
Okay, and here's my question.
To be a man.
And here's my question. If you were telling me that the writers wrote Jor-El as a bad mentor, okay?
No,
I'm not saying they wrote him as a bad mentor. They wrote them as mentors and they ended up being bad.
Yeah,
they didn't intentionally write it to be bad.
That's like saying somebody wrote someone as a bad character. They wrote a character who happens to be a bad character.
They didn't write them as bad mentors on purpose.
Okay, so he wrote them.
The way they wrote it, it just ended up sucking.
They sucked. Okay, so that's a better word. They sucked at being a mentor, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if they sucked at being a mentor and they gave bad advice or bad teachings, is that a good way of saying it? They gave bad advice. They didn't
get. So Jor-El, for one, didn't give bad teachings.
What did he do?
His problem is a function of the story, because he mentored him to do something, but he doesn't end up doing that thing.
It doesn't go nowhere.
Okay, say that again, Nerdman. That last part.
He mentored him to do something, but he doesn't end up doing that thing. So it's an inconsistency in the story.
Okay, so you're saying Jor-El does mentor him, but he does it in a sucky way. Is that your complaint with Jor-El?
No, Jor-El's fine. Jor-El doesn't say anything wrong to Superman.
Jor-El doesn't do nothing wrong. It's the story. It's the story.
If anything, the only thing I'd say that is a problem with Jor-El is he's a Deus Ex Machina who basically tells Superman how to solve the whole issue. He should have been like there, given the advice of like, this is, you should be an inspiration. You should do whatever, stumble behind, fall, blah, blah, blah. And that should have been it for Jor-El. It shouldn't have been like, oh, now I'm going to tell you how to defeat the general. I'm going to tell you how to defeat this guy. I'm going to tell you how to do that. Because now Superman isn't figuring out anything for himself. That's the only problem I have with Jor-El. But his lessons were good lessons. Superman just doesn't do any of those lessons.
Okay.
Now, doesn't go nowhere with that.
Hold on, one at a time, because this is a foundation of the premise. Okay. What are the lessons you are saying that Jor-El teaches Clark Kent on how to be Superman? What are the lessons?
They are very vague. Philosophical Pickle said them. Test yourself. Be an inspiration. How our planet died. It was because of our hubris. All of that that's the lesson. It's not very good. I don't think it's great. I like the speeches. They sound flowery, but they're not, the content of them isn't great.
So Jor-El doesn't really teach him how to be Superman. Yes or no? Yes or no? Does Jor-El teach Clark Kent how to be a Superman? Yes or no?
He teaches him how to be super.
Yes.
I don't care.
He teaches him the responsibility. He teaches him how to be super. He teaches him the responsibility and his abilities and why he has those abilities.
Yes, he teaches them. It's like you have a car. This is how a car works.
No,
does he teach him the equivalent?
He teaches him the super aspect. That's the whole point of the dichotomy.
That's all he does.
Look.
Jaded.
So essentially, what he's saying is, this is the super aspect. This is the part of you that isn't human.
Right.
And given that you're not human, these are a set of things that you should probably think about. This is a set of things you should probably think about, and you should probably act in accordance with this. For instance, don't think you're better than human beings. I know you've got powers. You're basically like a fucking god on this planet. But think about it. Your people killed themselves through their hubris before. So don't have hubris. Don't be vain and because that will only lead to your self-destruction. So these are the kind of things that he's teaching.
And he also wants them to take those lessons to humanity.
You don't need to teach a human being that kind of stuff. You need to teach the super part of Superman stuff.
Let me see if I get this straight. Did Clark Kent, as a young boy, already exhibit his superpowered abilities?
Yeah.
So Pa Kent knew that Clark Kent had superhuman abilities. So did not Pa Kent teach Clark Kent not to be vain, not to use your superpowers for personal gain, to use your powers for good?
No, John can't tell him to hide.
Yes, but he also told him. don't use your powers in vain.
Don't show your powers. Don't put.
Don't do your powers.
He said he's based on don't put yourself out there. Be a recluse.
It's space that said test yourself. See that see that you have, you've only just started to know how great you are, how great your abilities are. Go out there, basically.
Yeah. That's why the first flight was when his dad told him the steps on how to fly. Yeah. He went out there and tried it. He failed, and then he got back up, and then he flew.
Thanks. No, Murdoch J, I would show him that again, but it's kind of like it was a whole thesis, and you can't go back like it would take like at least a good few minutes. Should we watch a little bit more?
The problem with this argument, you guys want both sides of the argument, and that's not fair, and I can't convince you otherwise.
No, I don't. I think you're making good points, but I think
look. My biggest issue is that none of this goes nowhere.
More than you think.
Yeah, my biggest issue
with this guy more than you think. You're just not just.
You're not understanding. You're not giving them a chance to what he's saying.
Just listen, take in what he's saying here, because I think you'll find that there's more points of agreement than not. If you can get over the fact that, hey, you don't consider them mentors. He does consider them mentors. So give him that. Okay, but give him that. Give just for a second. Give him that.
But Jaded, these writers write them as that. So we have to treat them as that.
Okay, but you can't have it that the writer of the guy that made this video, okay, he's establishing a false premise. If he were to make a video where he goes, Superman is racist, and you go to me, well, no, Jaded, let him make his points. No, Superman being a racist is a false premise. So any examples that he uses is bullshit. Saying that he's not a mentor is a false premise.
That's not necessarily.
Wait, but Jaded, what do you do if he finds examples though? Jaded, what do you do if he finds examples? What do you say?
You can't say that.
Because if he finds examples,
and K-Dot, I said this at the beginning of the video. If he finds examples that prove it, it's valid. But what he's gonna do is he's gonna ignore examples.
Know what he's gonna do. You can't just say. I'm telling. Anyway, let's listen to it a little bit more, and then we'll go into it again. Because I like this. I enjoy your commentary on it. It's interesting. But I think again.
And there is such a thing as leading by example. But the only times after the Zod invasion that we see Superman even speaking to another human being is with Batman and then Lex Luthor. Does he literally just not talk to anyone he helps? Is he guiding via telepathy? I mean, this is like the opposite of what Jor-El wanted. So how is it that Clark was unable to reach the heights that he could have, in spite of all that Jor-El did for him?
What is that?
Well, to answer that question, we got to look at how Zack Snyder utilized Jonathan Kent. The voice perched on Superman's other shoulder.
Is there an echo? What was that?
I don't have anything.
Noise. All right.
Oh.
I know you did, but we talked about this, right? Right? We talked about this. You have to keep this side of yourself a secret.
What was I supposed to do? Just let him die?
Maybe. There's more at stake here than just our lives, Clark, or the lives of those around us. You saw how Pete's mom reacted, right? She was scared of Clark.
I think it's clear where I'm going with this, so let's try to start off being fair. Snyder's Pa Kent character does not mince words, does not sugarcoat. He does not deal in power fantasies, but in the harsh reality of hazards and consequences of all the downsides of what being Superman would mean for Clark. He clearly loves Clark, maybe even to the point of smothering him too much for fear of losing Clark. He experiences these fears and doubts because he's only human. And that's not a bad place to start building a character, even one who is so clearly framed in the story as being a
You're
mentor
being a
figure.
character. What a
Mentors
concept.
don't need to be hopeful and coddling, after all. They can absolutely be big old cynical killjoys. They can have layers. They can be flawed. Well, the problem here is that they still have to be big old cynical, layered, flawed killjoys who actually helps our hero to become a hero. And Pa Kent does just about everything in his power to hinder Clark's natural instincts to be proactive and heroic. One of the very first things he does in the whole film is to admonish Clark for saving children. Yes, he also does encourage Clark to seek out his destiny and to grasp it under his own terms. He impresses upon Clark the importance of choosing to be a good person with all his powers and being ready to stand proud before humanity when that day comes for good or ill.
Okay.
He says all this, yes, and these are good things to say. But what he actually does, what he actually teaches, is that Clark needs to keep his head down and to look out for number one, because even multiple human lives are not worth the hardship and persecution that those people will inflict upon Clark as an outsider. Because the day people find out the truth about Clark is a day to be dreaded and feared. We know.
Okay, let the point finish, Jay.
That is this YouTuber's interpretation, and that's bullshit. And that's bullshit. You don't get to have your interpretation and say that's what the movie did. Sorry. It doesn't work that way. You don't get to establish a false premise and go, that's what the movie did.
Are you a massive fan of Man of Steel?
No, I don't even like this movie. I don't even like this movie. But his arguments are such bullshit.
Okay.
If you're gonna challenge this movie with actual valid arguments, not stuff that you pull out of your ass and pretend it's actually real.
Jaden, he's going based off the film.
I'm sorry, what?
He's going based off the film, where he's showing examples of what he's talking about.
Interpretation of a scenario.
No, he's going based off the film and what the film is giving.
No, it didn't. Go back. Go back. Go back 2 minutes. Go back a minute. I'll tell you where you're confused. Go back to where I said he's full of shit and tell me where I was wrong.
Jonathan can't tell him.
I don't know what you're saying.
You should hide your powers.
I don't know what you're saying. He's full of shit about.
Go back a minute. Go back a minute.
I'll go back a minute, but I honestly don't know what you're saying. If you tell me what you're saying, he's full of shit about, then I'll
go ahead. Push play, and I'll tell you.
To seek out his destiny and to grasp it under his own terms. He impresses upon Clark the importance of choosing to be a good person with all his powers and being ready to stand proud before humanity when that day comes for good or ill.
Okay.
He says all this, yes, and these are good things to say. But what he actually does, what he actually teaches, is that Clark needs to keep his head down and to look out for number one, because even multiple human lives are not worth the hardship and persecution.
That entire line. He does not teach Clark Kent to look out for number one. He does not teach Clark Kent that second line. Pa Kent doesn't do that in this movie. Because if he does, you show me. You show me the scenes where his father teaches him to look out for number one.
Jaden, remember the part when he said, I don't know, maybe you should have let them die. I don't know.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with look out for number one.
That has everything to do
look out for number
with
one.
it.
He saved the bus full of kids.
Yeah.
And his father said, because of the importance of who you are.
Yes.
And because of the consequences for you.
Yeah.
Right? If you are revealed.
Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't have saved multiple children from dying.
Because let's be real, his dad would have preferred.
That means looking out for yourself.
Oh my God.
Jaded. Let's be real. His dad would have preferred, hey, let the kids die. Because I'd rather you keep your secret and not get found out.
No.
Jaded, we know what he really wanted. Jaded, you know.
Here, bitches, what is up?
Hey. Wait. So, Jaded, are you telling me he wanted his son's identity to be figured out? Because he doesn't want that.
He doesn't. Pa.
He doesn't want it yet.
Wait, Pa Kent, when he says, "Did you want the kids to die?" Pa Kent says, "Maybe." He doesn't know. He doesn't know what the right answer is. He doesn't know.
And you guys the right answer is to not let kids die. That's the right answer. To not let kids die.
Wait. And you're interpreting it as no. Do it.
No.
There is a right answer. Do not let kids die. There's a right answer.
No. K-Dot. To be fair to Jaded, the maybe isn't the part by itself which says that he's saying let kids die. He says maybe, and then he reaffirms that by saying, you saw what she reacted like.
Yeah.
So on balance, even though he's saying maybe I don't know what you should have done, on balance, he really is saying, yeah, you should have let the kids die because you saw
he's saying, let them die.
Like.
Hide your secret.
What she reacted like. This is what would happen if he doesn't say, maybe, but it was a good thing for you to save those kids, and I'm glad that they're alive and blah blah blah.
Right,
but also, look at how this woman's reacting. He's saying he affirms it. He says maybe, and then he affirms the side which is more on the line of don't save the kids by going, hey, this is what the world's going to think if you are revealed, and they won't be able to handle it. And So saying all of that, you take all of that into context, and you're supposed to read what a text. When you read a text, it doesn't always tell you precisely like the guy goes, "Oh, don't save those kids," because nobody speaks like that.
Right.
So you have to interpret, therefore, what the text is saying to you.
And the text is saying
loud and clear.
Yes.
Maybe you should let those kids die.
Okay.
And on balance, I actually believe you probably should, or, it would have been beneficial to you to let those kids die, because if your secret had have been revealed, it would have been so much worse for you.
Wait. Nerman.
No, let me answer it before I forget. Now, using the very basis you used on why he said maybe, why is it not acceptable to interpret that when Pa Kent said maybe, that was Pa Kent going, I have no idea what the right answer is. I have no idea how to raise a child that has the ability to fly and is invulnerable. I have no idea. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what to do.
The answer to your question, Jaded.
And hey, if you don't got an answer, don't say nothing.
The answer to your question, Jaded, is that is an acceptable interpretation. This is his interpretation. That is your interpretation. He's arguing from his interpretation of the scene. You're arguing from your interpretation of the scene. That's absolutely fine.
All John DeKen is doing is confusing his son. That's all he's doing.
Yes,
he's confusing him.
Because he's confused.
Hello, Onzo.
But that doesn't make it any better. If you're all right. Jaded, if you're in a stressful situation, right? And let's say you're a security guard and you need to get people out of this building. You going crazy and acting out and not being calm doesn't make everybody else calm. You're just gonna make the situation even worse.
But what's that got to do with that? Has nothing to do with what we're discussing.
Jaded, I'm giving you an example. Him being confused. All right. So the father's confused. Let's just make the son more confused. That's great. That's great. Make the son more confused. Makes total sense. That's awesome.
What the fuck did I walk into?
I don't understand. You're mad that Jonathan Kent
gave him a shitty lesson.
Doesn't know how to raise a kid.
No. John DeKen gave a trash. John DeKen gave a trash, and there's only one right answer in the situation. You don't let kids die. You don't let kids die. If you can help kids, there's only one right answer.
No, that's not fair.
That's not fair.
Why is that not fair? Why is that not fair?
Wait. So we let kids die now. Okay, let kids die for sure. Like kids die.
Oh my God.
Tusken Raiders, K-Dot.
K-Dot, go on. Sorry. No. Wait.
That's different.
I want to hear what Onzo's.
Wait, Jaded. I have an explanation on why it's different.
I want to hear what I want to hear. No, let me understand what Unzo's saying because I don't know what Unzo's saying. What's Tusken Raiders? What does that mean?
Because K-Dot's saying you don't let kids die, but he said fuck them Tusken Raider kids.
There's
right?
Who are the Tusken Raider kids?
There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference. They're not human. I'm racist to Tusken Raiders.
So as long as they're not human,
you can kill kids.
No, I'm joking. Look, I'm joking. Look, I'm joking.
No, but that's not that doesn't invalidate. That doesn't invalidate. Look, just because K-Dot is wrong about that situation doesn't invalidate that he might be right about the situation that's going on.
Wait, and real quick, Nerman, can I ask Alonzo a quick question? Nerman,
and right about this, so that doesn't have anything to do with the interpretation.
Wait, let me ask Alonzo a quick question, Sister Terry. Alonzo, let me ask you a question. In this situation, do you think Clark Kent really would have rather Clark let those kids die and just hide his secret?
What do you mean?
In this situation, remember Clark Kent. Do you think Jonathan Kent would have rather Clark let those kids die and hide his secret rather than save them and expose himself?
Okay.
No, it would probably should have said save them.
Okay, so here's a question, Birdman. Here's a question for you. Story-wise, script-wise, if Pa Kent didn't say maybe and actually taught him to do everything that he needed, if Pa Kent was the proper mentor that you wanted him to be, right? Then when Superman meets Jor-El, there's no value to it. If he's already if Clark Kent is the Superman he's supposed to be because Pa Kent teaches him everything right, from a story perspective, Jor-El is irrelevant.
It's just like
Jor-El's not irrelevant because his dad cannot teach him.
But it's just like Zod said the other day. You're getting two different sides of parents. You have one, which is Jonathan Kent, who is telling Clark, you don't know what humans will do to you.
Right.
Because even though Superman, right, we are saying Superman, he's this powerful being, but at this point, they don't know what can kill Superman.
Right.
They don't know if anything can kill Superman. So what he's telling him is basically, listen, man, this is sometimes the way life is. Sometimes people die, and sometimes you have to let people die, or you have to let nature take its course. That's basically what he's telling him.
That's not nature taking its course.
People dying is nature taking course.
I mean, but Anzo, if for regular people, that works more for us. Superman, no.
Okay, look, here's the thing. Yeah,
I understand it, but that works more for regular people.
Yes,
but
the lesson is Superman can't save everybody.
But he could save everybody then.
No, he can't.
He could save everybody then.
No, but in that situation, maybe. But in life, Superman can't save everybody.
But that's a different lesson. You could say that could be taught in a different way. You could say, hey, son, don't feel guilty if, you can't save every single fucking person in the world, right? But that doesn't mean that if you have the power to save people,
I agree. I agree,
right?
Man.
Okay, so that's one thing. That's a completely different argument. And you saying that it would invalidate anything that Jor-El teaches them?
Because you need to have.
But that wouldn't invalidate everything Jor-El had to teach him. So if you wanted to make a compelling figure out of Pa Kent, you could have had him wrestle with what Clark should do with his powers, or not even what Clark should do with his powers, whether Clark should reveal himself or not, and whether he should be careful about hiding his secret or not. You could have had him wrestle with all of those ideas, but you could have had him go on an arc, right? A story arc, where at some point he changes his opinion. Okay. So
you see, the thing is,
and it's on changing his or some point where let's say just him changing his opinion. That would have been the best thing to do. So at some point he transitions. He learns through his experiences with Clark to change his opinion. But the problem with the Pa Kent character is he stubbornly stays the exact same till the very end, till his last breath.
Yes!
So you're just like, okay, so his lesson to his son is let people die.
No, Nerdman,
your secret.
No,
Even let me die. Even let me die
Nerdman.
to keep your secret.
But you got to understand, as a parent, the first priority you have is to your son, not to other people. It's to your son. So yes, if I have I do have a kid, but if my kid had superpowers and I'm not really sure if he can die or what the government would do to him, I'm going to tell him, listen, you may need to be very careful with what you do by letting people see who you are. At the end of the day, my priority is to you, not to those kids that you see.
Yeah, sorry.
It's to protect
right?
you.
Yeah. And look, that's fine.
Let's go another way. Hold on.
Anso, you're
wait, hold on, Nerdman.
You're not
How
Pa Kent. You're
speech?
not supposed to be.
I'm better than Pa Kent.
I'm sure you are. I'm but like I'm saying, you're not supposed to function as part of a story. You are a real human being dealing with the realities of a world, right?
Right.
You are not supposed to function as a metaphor or a literary device,
right,
for the journey of a fucking hero. That's
right.
not that. So in this case,
keep going.
If I'm writing the story, say your son in future, Anzo, say your son.
No, you were on the right track.
No. Say your
literary device.
Say your son becomes a super famous person, right? Like I don't know. Like he ends up becoming a great sports
actor,
person,
whatever, right?
Or something. And he has an interesting story. And one day I want to write that story. So I'm going to look through your life and your biography. I'm going to interview you maybe, or whatever. And I'm going to scrape through your story, because if I want you to be the mentor figure, so the reason that he becomes famous, this isn't going to be the reality of the story, because the reality of the story is it's a whole big mess of stuff that happens during life. But if I want you to be the mentor figure in that story, I'm going to shape it so that you, like I take moments, cherry pick moments out of your life, out of your existence, right? And try and, Hollywoodize them up, or whatever you want to call it, so as to show that transition of how you became this metaphorical spiritual guide to your son to become who he is.
Okay.
Right.
And that's exactly what they did with Pa Kent. And that's exactly what they did with Pa Kent. He is a metaphorical element on Pa Kent was used as a literary device to suppress his powers. That is Pa Kent's role, a literary device. And what is Jor-El's purpose? It is a literary device to go, you are now ready to be Superman.
Okay. So, fine. But there's a problem in the film because of what the film is telling you Superman is supposed to become and where he actually ends up.
Can I say? No, wait. Let me say this.
That's not a literary device. I don't care. The literary device was used for purpose A. Pa Kent was used for literary device A. Jor-El was used for literary device B. Just because this guy here didn't like it, tough shit. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right, cool. Ansa, before we continue playing this video, what were you going to say?
It was K-Dot. I was going to say something.
Yeah. I'll say this. Smallville handled this situation.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Let's
Here we go with
Smallville.
Yeah,
no. I don't want to go down.
No. I just want to say.
I understand. We've all heard that before. I know they've done it before.
No, and I just want to say this. What would have been better is if John DeCann was like, "Yo, son, you just need to be more careful. Use your super speed and stuff. Like, be careful. You can still help people, but be careful."
But K-Dot, in that show. That was what his literary device was for. That was his point.
But
it was handled better than this and didn't work.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. At this point of the movie, do they actually know everything that Clark Kent can do?
No,
and that's why this Clark Kent is trash.
And he doesn't know what's going to hurt him either, right? So he doesn't know that. He doesn't know what can kill Clark. He doesn't know the extent of his power. So at the end of the day, you have to tell him to listen.
Not only that.
No. Until finish. Sorry, I was doing something.
I was just gonna say at the end of the day, you have to tell him, listen, man, you do have to be careful, and sometimes you can't expose who you are and let people know what you are, because not only does that affect you, that'll affect us as well. Me, your mom.
Sure. Okay. So Onzo, I want you to, if you don't mind. I understand I understand everything you said. I, to certain degree, kind of see where you're coming from. But I want you to be open-minded and listen to what this guy is saying, and listen to the argument that he's making, because I don't think it's the argument you think it is. It's not as simplistic as just like, oh, he's just complaining Park Kent's a fucking asshole or something like that. It's more about the function of the entire story and what the story is trying to tell you, and how that conflicts with this character and his role. That's what's happening here. And I because I think that there's a misreading going on here. So let's listen to a little bit more, and we can continue talking about it in between, but just be open-minded to try and take in the whole thing by the end.
Execution that those people will inflict upon Clark as an outsider, because the day people find out the truth about Clark is a day to be dreaded and feared. Why? We know this is what Jonathan teaches Clark, because Clark outright tells Lois that this is what his father taught him.
My father believed that if the world found out who I really was,
what would be the consequences?
They'd reject me out of fear.
And the messaging is back and forth incoherent. It's important for Clark to be a good person, but don't be a good person yet, because that'll make things worse right now, and you gotta wait. Wait for what exactly? For people to be ready? How will anyone ever be ready for you if they don't know you actually exist? Are people gonna just auto-magically become less xenophobic? I mean, isn't inspiring that change your job?
I mean, makes
or
a
are we
good
waiting
point.
for Clark to be a strong enough person that he can withstand their eventual xenophobia? How is he going to get stronger if he's hiding himself, afraid to realize his potential? It's ultimately no wonder that Clark ends up completely unprepared to be Superman if he's been hearing these constraining, counterintuitive lessons all his life. It's okay if Jonathan Kent as a human being doesn't make sense. This is the standard defense for how this character is written. He's only human. He can be contradictory. That's relatable, right? Flaws are relatable. I mean, yes, but only up to a point. Jonathan Kent isn't a real person. He's a fictional, manufactured creation in the story you're writing who only says and does things that you make him say and do. His purpose within the film is to provide guidance for Clark, and you, the filmmaker, are the one who saddled him with this role when you dedicated entire multiple portions of the film to depicting and examining this guidance, so it had better not be gobbledygook. It is nice if we can sympathize with Snyder's Pa Kent as a person, as a well-meaning father thrust into a situation that's a bit above his pay grade and didn't exactly come with instruction manuals. But in the context of this film, we, the audience, still have to listen to this guy preach about his galaxy brain notions for scene after scene as if they might be,
so you accept that
important to the film's themes or something.
To be fair to you, I think he's being a little bit too dismissive of in the way he's saying it, but I still think he's got a really good point. I wouldn't have said it in that way, like galaxy brain theories, because it's not galaxy brain theory. It's like, it makes sense. Your son's an alien. You might want to consider if the government is watching it, blah, blah, blah. It's not galaxy brain theory. But nonetheless, I think he's maybe letting his anger, because he's maybe a big Superman fan or something like that, overtake how he's communicating it. But nonetheless, he still has a good point.
No, he doesn't. You can't.
If you proceed to listen to where he's going with it, he does have a good point.
Okay, he just started off with saying he understands why Pa Kent says what he says, but then it chastises him for having said it. You can't do it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
No, Jaded, it's like this. It's like this. I can understand why Superman killed Zod at the end, but you still shouldn't have done it.
I agree.
You know? That's what he's doing there. He can understand why it was writing in this way. But that doesn't make it good.
But I'm gonna say this. I agree with Jaded, because as a parent, and I think I'm the only parent on here. Like I said, okay, Jaded. So that's why me and you think the same way.
I'm talking to my son right now.
Yeah, but that's one son you need to disown, to be honest with you.
You need to take him out you need to tell him somebody needs to kill you and you better not die.
But no, I understand as Pa Kent, you gotta protect your kid. That's what he's doing. He's trying to protect him. And he's telling him, listen, like, you don't know what this world can do for you. And he's absolutely right. Because we all know that if, let's just say, for example, an alien really did come to Earth, the government would do whatever they could to try and get that power so that they could use it for themselves.
Oh, yeah,
we know that's a fact.
I agree with that.
That's the point I wanted to make. Let's say he revealed himself at 14. What did you think was going to happen? This is supposed to be based on realism.
But it really isn't.
That's the thing, Jaded. The realism doesn't work. The realism doesn't work.
You can't have both. You can't go. You can't pick and choose. You can't.
Jaded. And that's why when I walked out of this movie, I was like, this shit doesn't make any sense, even if you're trying to do a realistic take. He sat there and let his father die. Wait, Jaded, real quick. He sat there and let his father die. If he can't even save his father, I expect him to save other. Come on, you can't even save your dad.
Wait a minute.
Come on. You can't even save his own father.
We're going into the same fucking arguments as always, and I don't want to do this. So, Onzo. Again, I'm going to give another, just to quickly elaborate on what I'm trying to say here. So, do you think anything that happened in the movie King Richard happened exactly like it did in real life? Like,
absolutely not.
Those words came out of the person.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It was dramatized.
Yes.
And therefore, these people were not really people. They were characters inhabiting a film. So even if the film has a backdrop of realism, it still isn't fucking the real world. It's still not realistic. It still
100%
functions in the same way that like film is supposed to function.
Okay.
Right? And there is ways to make characters, right, that will be appealing to people.
Yeah.
And Man of Steel does everything to make this character unappealing. That's
the point of it.
So if somebody turns around and says, hey, I don't fucking like Pa Kent, don't look at me and go like, that's my fault. That's the film's fault, right? Some people will like him. Some people will like him because, you know, for whatever reason they're like you. They're maybe a parent, and they can relate. But everything this film is telling you, from all of film history, of how these characters are supposed to act and how they are supposed to function for the hero, he's doing the exact fucking opposite.
But this is what I'm saying, Nerdman. But hold on, this is what I'm saying, Nerdman. You're talking about all these other films, but it can be done differently, which in this movie, it was done differently because you had the contrast between him and then his real father, where his real father knows his powers and knows what he can do and tells him, yes, now you can go save the world. Now you are ready.
Once he's an adult, not when he's 14.
Right, and then remember earlier, Jaded. Remember earlier he brought up how all this stuff, and even in BVS, it still went nowhere. He was still the same Superman from the first movie. Nothing changed.
Okay. I'm not challenging that. Okay, whoa. I am not challenging.
This movie sets up stuff and he goes nowhere.
Let me answer.
Both parents fail in crystallizing what this character means. That's why by the end of it, you're like, I don't know this character. I don't know. Like in BVS, I don't know this character.
Well,
because one dad is telling him this, and that's fine. You can have conflicting mentors, but he has to choose one or the other and go along with it, at least for the most part.
So wait a minute.
You can still have bits where like the other one is influencing him, but for the most part, you have to choose one fucking path so that you have a coherent personality and a coherent motivation that we can understand as an audience. It's like you were saying, like earlier we were talking before. This is not real life. I don't have time to interrogate this Clark Kent to understand what his inner motivations are, who he's gone along with, why he's doing the things he's doing. I can only interpret that from what the film is telling me.
Right.
And what the film tells you by the end of it is you don't know which choice he's made. First of all, his dad says, you can save, like this space dad says, you can save them all. Does he save them all? No, he doesn't.
Okay.
He leaves
them all
in fucking ruins. And then he breaks Zod's neck.
Yeah.
He didn't save them all.
Okay,
so he doesn't follow that path.
Okay,
does he follow his other dad's path?
Hold on.
Does he hide a secret? Does he realize that, this world is too, the consequences are too bad for them realizing who Superman is? No.
Okay.
Nothing happens. When he reveals himself, nothing happens to him. It's not even that bad.
Facts. Nothing bad happens.
It's like everyone's fucking cool with it.
Jaded. The only bad thing that happened was this is the only bad thing that happened. Zod came out evil, took down Metropolis. Okay, well. And they ended up rebuilding Metropolis. They're still moving forward. And they made a statue of him anyway.
But it could also be how he revealed himself, right? Because he revealed himself saving the planet. So it's not like he just came down and hey, look, I'm an alien.
Hey, how you doing?
No. Zod outed him. Zod outed him first.
Yeah. So he didn't do it because he didn't even do it by choice. He didn't even do it by choice. You're literally making my point for me, K-Dot. You are literally making my point for me.
No. And when he revealed himself to everybody, they wasn't trying to test on him. There's nothing they can do to him.
Hey, now, K-Dot. Let me finish. K-Dot, 5 minutes. Go 5 minutes before that scene. Did you know that was going to happen? 5 minutes before he revealed himself, did you go, wait a minute, you know what's going to happen when he reveals himself? Nothing's going to happen. Did you know that?
Yeah, because he's Superman. What is the government going to do to Superman? What is the government going to do to Superman? They can't do shit.
Excuse me.
He's bulletproof. What they going to do? They can't do shit to him.
Excuse me. The Superman not let himself
get arrested.
Excuse me. The Superman let himself get arrested.
Yeah, and then he just breaks the cuffs and say, "Hey, I'm just a guy from Kansas. I'm not trying to hurt you." They can't do nothing to him.
And then he tells them, "I'm just a guy from Kansas," which goes against his former father, the Park Kent's teaching, because once again he's revealing who he is.
He just told him he's from Kansas.
He just told him he's from
Kansas. He's an American. He's trying to admit.
Okay. So it makes it easy to look for him now. Hey, he's in Kansas. All right, let's check the look.
Let's check Kansas.
What else do we got to tell him? Hey, my mom lives on the farm. Even Lois. Real quick. Lois came out of a cop car going to Martha's house, yelling Clark, right in front of a police officer. She just exposed his identity.
I'm not challenging that. I agree with you that's stupid. That has nothing to do with his argument.
No, but Jay, the point is nothing happened. His identity got exposed and nothing happened.
At 4, excuse
Nothing.
me.
No. Jade, it doesn't happen when he's 14. When he revealed himself as Superman, nothing happened. He break the cuffs. They can't do nothing. Lois revealed his identity in front of a police officer. His identity is his identity. People still don't know it. There's no issue. There's no issue with his identity.
Okay, what do you? Okay, now, nothing can happen to Superman. Excuse me. Nothing can happen to Superman, right? The government can't do anything to Superman. Can they do anything to? Can they do anything to Ma and Pa Kent? Can they do anything to Ma and Pa Kent?
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah. But if Superman's protecting them, then they're good.
No, I want
if Superman's protecting them, they're good.
It's a yes or no answer.
No, they can't do nothing to him because Superman's going to be protecting them.
How? All the time?
Yeah,
because Lex did something.
He's going to devote himself to protect his parents.
But hold on, Lex did something.
So he's not going to rescue anybody. He's not going to rescue anybody.
No.
Okay.
Wait,
you literally ruined the Superman character. Congratulations.
To counter K-Dot's point, Lex did something to Lois Lane. He wasn't there to help her until he. You know what I mean? So it's not like it can't happen where they can't do something when he's not around.
You're literally saying
no, and wait, and
never be Superman.
And unless you bro, that was dumb anyways. Batman was able to find Lois, but Superman can't find him. He can hear. He got X-ray vision. Come on, that's just trash.
I want to laser focus on the question at hand. His dad's teachings. We just said his dad has been teaching him all this time, which he's following. I let my dad die because he said that the world wasn't ready for me yet. The world is, and you're now even asking, like, oh, they might not be able to do anything to Clark, but they might be able to do something to his parents. So why the fuck would he tell them after his dad has been teaching him all this time to keep yourself a secret, hide yourself, son? Why would he say,
hey, I'm in Kansas?
Because Kansas is so fucking big, bro.
Isn't that big?
But no. He just made it easier for them to search.
Oh my God!
Wait, you guys realize Lois figured out his identity, and she is a reporter. That is the government. They can do more than Lois. Lois is a reporter and figured out his identity.
But it's not based on realism, K-Dot. It's not based. I'm going to use your own argument against you.
Jaded. You know Zack Snyder tried to make this movie based in realism. It's bullshit. I agree it's bullshit. That's why I do not like this movie.
Neither do I. I don't like this movie either. I am challenged.
You're constantly defending this movie like you love this shit, man. You're defending it over and over and over.
K-Dot, I am challenging this YouTuber who made this video. I am challenging your arguments. I can't challenge. Why? Because your arguments are valid. The arguments that you are bringing up to this movie, I am saying I agree with you. This guy in this video is establishing a bullshit argument. And I am challenging his bullshit argument.
Okay.
I am not challenging yours.
Argument.
Yours are valid.
I wanted to say this guy goes, Clark is not good at hiding his identity, because this is another good point in this movie. Look at this screen. That hat is supposed to act as a dialogue. So what I would say is like...
he wears glasses. Excuse me. He wears glasses in the other movies. So this is a dumb argument. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
That hat is supposed to be... No, I think he's responding to the point that I made earlier that that, you know, why does he say like I'm just a kid from Kansas? He's saying that because Clark's not very good at, you know, knowing how to hide his
he doesn't know how to hide his identity.
Okay, so that's another failure. So if the only function of Jonathan Kent in this movie, which is established, his only function is to get Clark to be somebody who hides himself, stays under the radar and whatever, then he's even bad. He's even bad at that job. Because he shouldn't have told Clark things like, dude, you should have run drills with him. You know, hey, what happens if like a teacher asks you where you come from, like where you adopted, or he should have run these kind of. If that's what he's training him to do, that's usually what mentors do in these kind of things. They train them to be good at whatever they're trying to teach them to do.
Okay, nerd man. But there's only so much screen time. There's only so much screen time.
Right.
Snyder decided not to waste it. Again, I can pull up any excuse just as easily as you guys can. You guys, when I can use the exact same arguments of maybes that you guys do. Just because. Okay.
No, I agree. It's I was just
maybes.
I was pointing that out. I don't really care. Like that's not a part that bothers me. I don't really care about that. Watch a little bit more and then we'll leave it.
Okay.
So it'd be really nice if these piping hot takes held up under any scrutiny whatsoever. So the next time Jonathan appears, he and Clark are having a heated argument wherein Clark, quote unquote, wants to do something useful with his life, while Jonathan maintains that farming is important and Clark should be content to do just that. Before we poke into this scene, let's look at a somewhat comparable scene from Richard Donner's version of Superman between the same two characters.
Something after.
Yeah, I know. You can do all these amazing things, and sometimes you think that you will just go bust unless you can tell people about it. Huh?
I mean, every time I get the football, I can make a touchdown. Is it showing off and somebody's doing the things he's capable of doing? Is it a bird showing off when it flies?
No. When you first came to us, we thought that people would come and take you away because when they found out, the things you could do, and that worried us a lot. But then the man gets older and he thinks very differently. And there's one thing I do know, son, and that is you are here for a reason. I don't know whose reason, whatever the reason is. But I do know one thing. It's not to score touchdowns. Huh?
Thanks, Dad.
And then he has the most ironic heart attack ever and dies. Okay, so on the surface, both Jonathan Kents are saying pretty similar things. Clark needs to be careful about how he uses his powers. He's here for a reason, and that's more important in the long term than his immediate needs. So why does this podcast make sense to me when the other doesn't? Well, right before this scene, we actually do see that Clark has absolutely been showing off by using his powers recklessly. So yeah, it makes sense for Jonathan to guilt him a little, to emphasize how Clark wasn't sent here to experience the triumphs and defeats, the epic highs and lows of high school football. It doesn't sound preachy to us because coherent storytelling had established that Clark needs to be taught this lesson. Compare this with the situation in Man of Steel, where we've never seen instances of young Clark showing off needlessly or even behaving arrogantly in the least. So Jonathan acting as if Clark thinks he's too good to be a farmer comes across at best as him being butthurt over nothing, and at worst, actively blaming Clark for a non-existent failing.
I guess he missed the part.
Consider that scene in the Harry Potter film where Professor Snape treats Harry as an arrogant...
I guess he missed the part when what?
I guess he missed the part where Clark Kent saves the kids in the bus, right? He missed that part.
What's that?
Like what is this guy talking about? He's
talking about all that.
No, he's not. He
showed the scene again.
No, he's not. He
just showed a little clip of the scene again.
So wait, you're saying that you mean? I think I understand what you mean. He's missing the part where Clark saves the kids. You're saying that.
And he's acting like.
Wait. And you're saying that was an irresponsible thing that's the kind of irresponsible thing that Clark did. Like when he was running in the first Superman.
Like when he was running.
Yeah, that's what Park
in this movie, in Man of Steel, he wasn't showing off like running like the train or kicking the football, but he was still exhibiting his powers. Only this movie established it in a different way. This YouTuber is going,
I understand.
No, because in the 1978 he was showing off, he has to show off in here too. Yeah. Bullshit argument.
I understand. That's a weak argument. But I would say that that is a weak argument. I would say
argument, Jaden's argument, or
no, the guy.
Why would my argument be weak, Enzo?
But that it's hard for somebody to digest. I can see why he feels that, because it's hard for somebody to digest
No, because it's not the way we want it.
Wait, let me finish. It's hard for someone to digest that the irresponsible thing that Clark is supposed to have done in Man of Steel is save kids. That's a really hard thing
from his
for most people. I understand that's what Zack Snyder is trying to say.
But that's what his father is trying to say.
When you think kids die, you don't think irresponsible to save them. It's hard to wrap your head around that logic. Yes, I get it. It is true that it's consistent in the film because in the first film, he's showing off and he wants to play football. Then his father gives him the lesson about like, hey man, come on, you can do all this shit. You've got to be here for more than that. Yes. That seems more reasonable because that's that's the same thing I'd think. I'd be like, dude, you can fucking lift, you can punch a mountain, fucking do all of this kind of stuff.
Who knows what else you can do?
You don't need to be.
But see, what he didn't get to the part yet. But what he's trying to bring up here, and it also goes to it. Jonathan Kent, when those in the car, got mad at Clark for like, son, why don't you want to stay on the farm and stuff? You're gonna be a farm boy. And Clark's like, I want to go do more, Dad. Like it's to show that contrast. But even then, but see, that's the thing. We don't need that. You don't need a contrast.
Yes, because
Jaded, we don't need that contrast. Jaded.
A literary device.
No, Jaded. This is the thing. There's not that many opportunities to make live action Superman movies. So whenever these directors get a chance to, they keep on fucking wasting it. Batman has got Batman.
You're right.
And Jaded, this thing too with Batman. There's so many Batman movies you can do whatever the fuck you want and like, change up stuff. With Superman movies, we barely get any. And when Zack Snyder came in, he fucking ruined the opportunity he had. I was like, what the fuck?
We have Superman 1978, Superman 2, Superman 3, Superman 4. We have Superman Returns. We have Man of Steel. That's like 6 Superman movies. What more do you want?
No. But that gap, Jaded. Out of all the live action Supermans, which one was done correctly?
2.
In your opinion?
2.
Which ones?
And they
Superman 1978 and Superman 2.
Yeah. And
when they won Superman
78.
You're one adaptation got it right. So far, in the next 2 adaptations have messed up in the movies and stuff.
Hold on. You don't have to apologize for calling my argument stupid. If you only knew what I thought of 99% of your endless nitpicks of everything. Oh, please. On the food. Pick a number. What do you think? You're the only one? Pickle, Enzo, everybody does.
To be fair, also, I don't even think the 1978 movies got the spirit of the character right.
Absolutely.
Obviously, the presentation of the character in terms of the use of his powers and stuff couldn't have been done right because of the time. Like, they didn't have the CGI, they didn't have the special effects. So this was a very unique opportunity that Zack Snyder had to do it all again. And he's the only person who's been given this opportunity to do it in a time where you can get Superman exactly right.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like we barely get these Superman movies, and
but what I'm saying is Zack Snyder did his interpretation,
which is fine.
He got to do his interpretation. It was a trash interpretation, but he got to do it.
Man of Steel isn't
and this YouTuber's problem was, since he didn't like the interpretation, then therefore it's wrong. And I'm going, you don't get to do that. Because I didn't like Superman's interpretation in Superman Returns, but a lot of people like that interpretation. I don't get to go, no, sorry, director, you did it wrong.
I don't think.
Wait, and Jada, I'll say this: the Superman Returns Superman has less issues. That while yes, he's not as great as Christopher Reeve. Christopher Reeve is still the best live action movie Superman.
Right,
but Zack Snyder Superman still has way more issues.
Absolutely.
So you have no issue with Superman leaving the planet and his kid for how long? And
no, there's an issue with that. There's an issue with that, Anzo. But there's an even bigger issue with Zack Snyder's Superman. I'll give a quick example. Remember the scene in the bar when that dude poured that beer on his head and Superman had that little hissy fit and went outside and bashed up his truck? Come on, man.
Again.
But Superman, he did the same thing in Superman 2. After he got beat up, after he lost his powers, when he got his powers back, he went over there and wrecked him.
All he did was shove. He just punched the guy, shoved him. He didn't freaking take him outside, bash up his car, drag him across the face.
He spun him around on the chair, bro, made him all dizzy and shit. Like, it's just a different way of getting revenge. That's all. But he did the same thing. It was still petty.
It wasn't inconsistent with his character.
But it was petty, though.
It wasn't. It doesn't matter if it's petty. It's about whether it's inconsistent with the actual character.
But that is inconsistent
this
with
wasn't
Superman.
Inconsistent with the character.
But that was inconsistent with Superman.
No. It's inconsistent with your interpretation of Superman.
No.
But Superman is not totally having hissy fits and smashing up people's trucks over someone pouring a drink on his head.
And Zack Snyder did.
That's also a problem with that part in the movie. But the second problem with that part of the movie is he's supposed to be hiding. That's the whole point. He let himself die, his dad die, so that he can hide his fucking powers and abilities.
Right. So there was a reason for it. So he didn't commit suicide. He didn't commit suicide. There was a reason.
So, and then at a certain point, what does he do? He fucking smashes it. I mean, people would have heard that. Right? People would have heard like somebody doing that to a truck. And even if people didn't hear that, like that's just another fucking odd thing that had happened when Clark Kent is around. That's another breadcrumb on the little bits of breadcrumbs that will lead somebody back to Clark Kent.
But at this time, nobody but at this point, the world didn't know there was a superhero. They did not know. So no one would think that Clark Kent could do that to a truck.
Nobody would know that. They would see the truck and they wouldn't automatically go,
assume, it was him. Yeah, it was the guy that was in the bar.
Superpowers.
All right, anyway.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so we're going to go back to a little bit more, and then we're going to get to I want to get to the end point of this so that you can actually, because you're listening to part of an argument and you're going at these little parts, and the overarching fucking thing is not being, we're not talking about the overarching thing, and that's the problem here. Okay. But yeah, I agree with some of some of it. I'm like, stop worrying about what Superman is in the comics. Worry about what Superman is in this particular story, and point out the inconsistencies in this particular story. And I think there are a lot of inconsistencies in Man of Steel. And
just to be clear, I don't like his portrayal of, and just to be clear, I don't like Zack Snyder's portrayal of Superman either.
That clear, I know. You just like arguing. I know it's
problem, student, when he was only taking notes as he was supposed to. Congratulations, Zack Snyder. You've made Pa Kent into Professor Snape. Also, the last time we saw Clark and Jonathan talking in this film, Jonathan was telling Clark that he owes it to himself to find out why he's here. But now Jonathan's upset that Clark doesn't want to stay home forever. Cool. More inconsistent messaging. At this point, Jonathan is just not a likable character. Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter if it's all very human or realistic, and it doesn't matter how much of a loving father he really is. You've ultimately constructed a very frustratingly incoherent character, and viewers are completely within their rights to find him frustrating and unlikable by that metric alone. But we're not done yet. What happens next is that Clark does act hella childish by pulling the "you're not my real dad" card. Wait, where have I seen this before?
And I know I'm not your father. Then stop pretending to be.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Andrew Garfield does it too.
Anyway, both characters do seem to realize that they're crossing the line here.
Which is fine for him to do that.
Surprise, murder tornado. Okay, so superhero films can be pretty melodramatic a lot of the time, so a tornado instantly materializing from the heavens to laser focus assassinate your dad in the middle of your tense family debates is not the weirdest thing to happen. But this sequence is still a big old exercise in frustration because it's kind of the action film equivalent of the horror film characters who keep splitting up and then running back into the house. First of all 3 Kents manage to forget their dog in the car, which, yikes, awkward. Clark does run back for Doggo once Martha is safe, but Jonathan physically stops him to hand over a child that he was already carrying to safety and to tell Clark to escort his mother, who is also already on her way to safety. Like, he knows Clark is stronger, faster, and in less danger than he is, but forces his son to play backup at every turn, which actually puts everyone in more danger. Like if someone's house is on fire, but you're benching the guy who's wearing protective flame-proof gear and jumping in yourself for no good reason. Anyway, Jonathan does get back to the car, but now Dog doesn't move. Why? Did Dog Executive stop working? And then upon seeing a car land on top of his father, Clark says it's okay for some reason and just stays there. Jonathan bodily falls out of this car. Clark is still not moving. Jonathan starts limping painfully, and then finally Clark thinks, maybe we made a boo-boo somewhere along the way, and then this happens.
Okay.
There's a lot to unpack about all this.
Not really.
But for our purposes, the main takeaway is going to be, again, how Jonathan does just about every single thing in his power to stop Clark from being heroic. While we understand intellectually that this is a grand tragedy where Jonathan loves Clark so much that he'll sacrifice himself for his son's safety, what we also experience narratively is that this character's final act on this earth is to stop Clark from saving a life.
Bullshit.
Remember what we were talking about earlier, where a mentor figure's dying words will be the most powerful lesson that sticks with the hero and therefore with us? Well, here are Jonathan Kent's dying words, loud and clear.
Don't reveal yourself.
At this point, it barely matters what else Pa Kent does in this film, because this is the memo that matters the most, registers the most in our minds, and encapsulates everything Snyder wants the character to be about. In a total subversion of the classic parental figure who uses their last moments to cement the hero's future as a hero, Zack Snyder decided that this character's dying message for his son, that would be etched into Clark's conscience forever from this traumatic experience, was the word no.
No, it wasn't.
Stop.
No, it
Don't
wasn't.
do it. Don't be
reveal
Superman.
yourself.
It certainly engenders strong emotions in Clark, but in the wrong direction. It feels like a betrayal of this character's role.
Let's finish. Yeah.
We always said, and I just watched the scene, it's like, oh, he's so fast that there were so much people behind him. If he would have did anything, they would have seen him.
Okay.
He literally sacrificed himself, telling Clark, "I'll kill me so you don't reveal yourself." Not, don't be a hero. What are you kidding me?
Okay, so you're saying that he could have got there so fast, right? That it wouldn't have people would have saw him if he
would have
like super speed. Okay, that's fair enough. But here's the thing about that. You don't have to write that scene.
Agreed.
The scene doesn't have to be in there.
Agreed. But
again, stop going on like every single thing in this script had to happen exactly the way it happened. It was chosen to happen that way, and that has a message that the overall film is telling us. Unless you're just there to watch fights, which is fair enough. You can just be there to watch fights. But I'm there for a story and to care about the characters, and and the fights are a bonus, and I like them as well. But I want to be emotionally engaged in who's doing this fighting. Everything this character is doing is making me feel like I don't like or know you, and therefore I'm not invested in anything you're doing. So with Pa Kent, it's that I don't like you, right? I don't care if you die, right? Like I should be in tears when Pa Kent dies. I should be like on the verge of tears.
But
I don't feel that because of everything the film has done to set him up. With Clark, I don't care that he screams that his dad is dying. I don't care or feel anything that's happening in that scene because I don't know who Clark is. I don't get it. The way they've written the story, it's so incomprehensible as to who this character is supposed to actually be and what he's feeling about all these things, that it's hard to even engage or invest in him. That's the problem I'm having here. It's not about, I'm not criticizing what's happening in the movie, i.e. that the dad is telling him to stop and the dad shouldn't do that because, in a realistic world, the government would be after you and blah, blah, blah. I'm not criticizing that. What I'm criticizing is the filmmaking and narrative storytelling of the film, in terms of how it is invoking feeling.
Right. And I agree with you. That's not what he's doing, though. That's not what this guy's doing.
Look at this scene. When Thomas Wayne died in Batman Begins, I cared.
Why? Nothing happened. You had nothing.
Because they set him up as a character. Because they set him up as a character I liked and I cared about.
Okay.
Well, maybe
in Iron Man, the same thing. I don't like the MCU.
But maybe you're not supposed to care about
Kent. That's the point. Pa Kent is a disposable character in this movie.
When Pa Kent is a disposable character, that is a fail.
Again, it's a fail on the movie part. I'm not challenging that. I'm challenging this YouTuber's going, Zack Snyder made him an unlikable character. Wrong. Tough. Zack Snyder didn't want you to care that Pa Kent died.
Yeah. That's not true.
Why not?
Because if that were the case, if I could see that were the case, that he really didn't want you to care about him, he didn't want you to like him,
forced was this
then I would respect it. But it's clear that he does expect you to care about that. He makes this big fucking moment. If you don't want them to care, just fucking kill them off.
They did.
They
went out of their way. They went out of their way to make it so that Pa Kent died. He has no reason to go back to get the dog. The dog doesn't want to come out. It went out of its way to kill Pa Kent. It went out of its way.
Problem is, this message from the scene is wrong and has little impact compared to the 78 version, which was much better handled. Okay.
Absolutely agree, 100%.
I think this movie succeeded in its main goal of giving the viewer something to think about. Any movie that causes such a lingering debate over the years succeeded, in my opinion. I think that in some ways you're right about that, but I think this teaches you, it's an important movie that teaches you the importance of not just subverting the rules of storytelling for the sake of it. If you don't have a good way of subverting, for instance, if you look at Daredevil's a perfect example, the TV show. I know it has a much longer time to develop its character, but the mentor figure in that is terrible. Stick is a horrible mentor figure, and he comes across as the classic archetypal mentor figure. And comes with he's blind, he's got the stick, he's an older guy, he's got more. But he's a fucking piece of shit. But you care about that piece of shit because you understand that he's supposed to be a piece of shit, and you're not, like within the context of this story, they're subverting the trope of the mentor, right? This is trying to have it both ways. It's like a subversion, but then it's still trying to kind of play the role of have the classical beats. It's like if they had in Daredevil, right? If he was being a piece of shit to Daredevil, beating him, doing all of this kind of stuff, and then all of a sudden they do this big heroic fucking ending for him where he dies in a fucking whirlwind or something like that, you'd be thinking, wait a second, why? I'm glad he's dead. I mean, I don't give a shit, right? Because he's a horrible fucking character, right? But they know in the Daredevil TV show that they're doing a subversion of this archetype. They know that, and they deal with it appropriately. They don't try and have it both ways.
But that's not his argument, though, Nerdman. His argument was.
That's my argument. That's not his argument. That's my argument.
I'm challenging his argument, and his argument was Pa Kent killed himself because he didn't want Superman to be heroic. Bullshit. That's not why Pa Kent sacrificed himself.
No, that's not his argument, Jaded. His argument
exactly what it is. Go back.
His argument is narrative. It's not about what's just happening in the scene. It's a narrative.
Yes.
He's talking about metaphorically
and
what these type of characters mean. That's why his narrative is mentors. He's talking about mentors and what their role is to a hero. And
in this movie,
look. Why do you think right at this point he's showing all the points at which mentors have died? He's showing, look, this is what they say.
Always. Ward, you're on your way. Just keep going.
Okay.
He's showing that this is the opposite of what Pa Kent represents in Man of Steel. He's showing why it doesn't work.
No.
You can save her, Cal.
What do you mean? Because again, you're establishing a mentor role for somebody who's doing it badly. And then when you expose that he's doing it badly,
we've established that Pa Kent is a very different type of mentor than the standard superhero mentor archetype. But different established.
You can
listen.
Wait, but okay. I mean, we've established that Pa Kent is a very different type of mentor than the standard superhero mentor archetype. But different doesn't necessarily mean bad, right? As we've covered, a lot of films do things in a lot of different ways. But that doesn't mean they're doing it wrong. So what if Pa Kent did things a wee bit backwards? Why not utilize him as a sort of anti-Jor-El, an obstacle for Clark to overcome? Overprotective parent figures keeping a hero from pursuing their true calling is a valid, sometimes even vital source of conflict in many stories. It's a variant on the whole coming-of-age metaphor, but it's still workable. And really, why shouldn't there be something significant holding a hero back, if only to make it all the more satisfying when they prevail over those problems? Well, the issue here is that Clark doesn't prevail over this obstacle. There's no scene in the film where Clark comes to the decision that his dad had the wrong idea and that he does need to step up to the plate. Like, it's not as if other superhero films are just filled with yes men and enablers and that heroes never come up against resistance towards their goals. It's how they deal with this resistance that defines them as dynamic characters with agency. Queen Hippolyta in Wonder Woman is also a back-and-forth character who tries to stifle Diana's sense of heroism while boasting about how noble and heroic the Amazons are, while then getting cold feet the minute she has to walk that walk.
Yeah.
But she's ultimately swayed by our hero, who overcomes this obstacle to her journey with her display of conviction and agency. No, Diana, don't do it. Suck my agency, Captain Kirk. No, Sexy Steve, don't do the heroic thing. Whoops, sorry, I can't hear you of the sound of me doing the heroic thing. Well, what for yesterday again? YOLO, dipshit. It's no wonder that, comparatively, Clark comes across like he just doesn't overcome any of his obstacles. Remember, the standard coming-of-age metaphor relies on the child figure either being bolstered towards maturity by his mentor, or else managing to surpass them of his own agency in order to complete the journey towards adulthood. Otherwise, he just remains a child, ungrowing, stagnant. So, where's the scene of Clark making this symbolic transition? Well, it should be this moment here. Thematically, visually, narratively speaking, this right here should be the moment where Clark accepts his burdens and makes an active choice to let go of his fears and doubts, which are actually Jonathan's fears and doubts. But he doesn't. He doesn't actually make any decisive choice here. He heard Jor-El's spiel, puts on the actual Superman suit to fly joyously through the skies, and then still waffles to Lois about how the world isn't ready. And then what happens instead of Clark ever deciding that it's finally time and he's finally ready is that he ends up being forced to reveal himself to the world by Zod's ultimatum, which takes the choice out of his hands anyway. The closest scene we have to Clark making anything of an active decision here is when he consults a priest about whether the fate of the entire planet is worth his revealing himself. Because yeah, that's how deeply Jonathan had conditioned him about keeping his head down. And then the conversation ends with Clark just kind of sadly giving in about it, like, oh, fine, I guess I'll force myself to do this if there's no other way. So, what would Clark have done with his life if alien invaders hadn't been holding the planet hostage in exchange for him?
So did he kill it? Did everybody in the oil rig die? Oh, shoot, we're going to ignore that part because it doesn't conform to your narrative. He doesn't hide himself when he's on the oil rig, or did you forget that part, YouTuber? Come on.
This isn't politics, man. There's no like.
I'm sorry. These are bullshit arguments.
Conform to your narrative. Okay, what is it?
It's a bullshit argument.
Now you've heard most of what I wanted you to hear. What's your issue?
It's bullshit arguments. It's bullshit arguments. He's
your business partner, Onzo.
Yo,
Onzo.
Yeah.
Did you listen to that, or you didn't listen? You were doing something else.
No, actually, I didn't hear that part. I was
okay. Cool. Thanks.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
But let me say this. I
Yeah,
think
go on.
the best interpretation of Superman right now is the one we're
the
getting
TV
on
show.
Superman and Lois.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I watched today's episode, man, and they did it again. They sideswiped us.
I know.
It was,
These
by the way,
motherfuckers.
spoilers,
Yeah,
guys.
spoilers, guys.
If you haven't seen Superman and Lois, and you want to see it, you can go back. Come back and watch the stream a bit later. Please do remember to like the stream if you're liking the discussion. But yeah, no, they sideswiped the shit out of us. You ready? 1, 2, 3, spoil as you want.
Yeah, guys, just so you know, we're spoiling it. I'm sitting here and I'm watching this shit, and I'm like, "Fuck, we're getting Doomsday. We're getting Doomsday." I was like, "Yo, this is fire!" And then they show his face, and I'm like, "Wait a minute, that's not Doomsday."
Yeah.
We're getting fucking Bizarro Superman. It is fucking amazing.
It was so good, and the fucking writer even came out and goes, "Yeah, it's gonna
After
be
I know, yeah, I know."
Did he come? Did he come out after?
Right after the episode aired, they confirmed it's Bizarro.
Son of a bitch! He did that so well that he fucking trolled the fucking world, man.
Yo,
like the way he did that, he was like, he was like, "Oh yeah, it's fucking Doomsday, da 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 da," and everyone that was people were criticizing. They were like, "Hey man, if it's fucking Doomsday, it's too early. It's season 2. That's like a fucking season 5 thing." Well, fuck you then. It's fucking Bizarro. It was perfect. Then you're right. They did it with Lex as well.
Yeah, man. They did it with Lex last year. Everybody was going, "Oh, they made a black Lex Luthor. I can't believe they did that." And people lost their fucking minds. And that's like, "Oh no, it's not Lex Luthor. It's Steel." And then this week, like 3 episodes in, everybody's expecting Doomsday. And it's like, nope, sorry, it's Bizarro.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great episode, man. Like it just keeps. Do you notice how it keeps getting better and better? Like it really just keeps getting fucking better and better. And I'm like, I want to talk about I wanted an extended conversation about it, but yeah, the writing is just really it's almost like they're getting more and more confident as people are praising their work, and I really enjoy that.
But to be honest with you, though, this episode I found was kind of slow, boring. You know what I mean? Because we got all the political stuff where she's trying to run for mayor and all that stuff. I don't care about. Like all that stuff in the episode, I didn't care about. I was just like, just give me fucking Doomsday. Let me see what's going on. They waited so long, and then when it finally came and they did that, it just everything that I didn't like about the episode this made it. That reveal made it like amazing. Still.
All right, let me just finish this conversation and then we'll go on to that. So just to say, some of the people have said Jack's Law, he put it in a way that he wanted to stop him from his potential.
Yes.
Yeah. K-Dots, both of you missed the bit. So no, he was trying to preserve it at the cost of himself.
I don't know.
I'm not sure what he was referring to. Different can be good, like Pokemon Legends. So do you guys think the guy how made this had a bit of a FU to his parents?
You're not putting it up. You're not putting up what they're saying.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Yeah, so an FU would be overbearing.
The guy who made this had a bit of an FU.
I think he's talking about Zack Snyder. Maybe he had like an edgy relationship with his parents.
Maybe the YouTuber's projecting.
Look, let me say this just quickly. One of the things I was going to say initially was, hey, man, I would rather Zack Snyder. The only problem I have is with Superman because, as K-Dot said, Warner Brothers is so reactionary that they will probably not make another Superman movie again because he failed.
Well, right? Yeah, they're going to make one again, but it's going to be a while. Like, shit. It's going to be a long while until they make another one.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's on TV. Like, for some reason, and this is the thing, right?
Well, let me finish. Let me just finish.
Okay, I'll got you.
In spite of that, I do really want directors to come in and have their own spin on these characters. I just wish that Warner Brothers would choose those directors more carefully, vet their ideas, so that they make sure that their ideas are in line with their idea. Like Patty Jenkins, Wonder Woman 84. I know the studio had loads of problems with what she was doing, and they didn't have the balls to go, nah, you know what, this. I'm sorry, I know you made a thing. I know you made it.
They gave her too much control. They said, hey, too much creative control.
It's not like they shouldn't have creative control, but you have to have them
balance that shit out,
aligned with what with certain core principles, maybe. And just make sure the script is good. That's all I'm saying. Make sure the script is good.
Listen,
the script of Man of Steel was not good.
Look, I'll say this, and Anza brought it up earlier. Out of all of Zack Snyder's DCEU movies, and this one, Man of Steel is the more focused compared to his BVS and Zack Snyder Justice. Preferably,
there's way more disjointed. BVS one is way more.
No, that's what I'm saying. This plot here, this film, focus. He's not trying to set up Justice League, Dark Knight Returns, do all these different plots. It's just focus on Superman. Versus Superman trying to save humanity and Superman trying to figure out who he is. Like it's simple, not too much. It ain't jumbled. It has problems, Norman. It has problems, but it has less problems than the other two. It's not trying to do. This movie? This is what I like about this movie compared to his other two movies. They're just not trying to set up stuff. Because when this movie ended, because when this movie ended, I didn't think over it. Right. And when this movie ended, I was like, oh, they might make another one. I don't know. I thought this was gonna be a one-off. But the way it ended, it's like, okay, I can see this being a one-off and just be done. That's what I liked about the film. At least it stands alone. That's not what BBS and Zack Snyder Justice. He is just the movies is just set up. Set up. It's trying to get to the next thing. It's like focus on this movie. Do not focus on the future. Focus on this movie and make sure you got a solid movie here. That's why Man of Steel to me is better than the other two in those regards.
Sure.
They all got issues, but this one's a little bit more focused. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's cool. What were you gonna say? You were saying something and then
I forgot. Sorry.
Oh man.
Well, it's Norman. I did want to say something real quick about the Superman thing. Like, Warner Brothers, there's going to take them a while to recast Superman. They make recasting quicker than usual. I don't know. All I'm gonna say is this: these directors, right? These directors, they overthink Superman. Like, do what Chris Reeves did. Keep it simple. Like, he's not Dr. Manhattan. when Zack Snyder was doing this movie, he was trying to make him write him like he's Dr. and try to make him complex. Like, you don't need to make him that complex. It's simple. It's Superman shit. It's the reason why. It's the reason why we can't get a Superman game, because these people overthink it. They overthink it. Like, stop overthinking Superman. You're making it harder than it is. He's not that hard to fucking do. It's easy. Okay. Goddamn.
I'm gonna play this bit for you again, because I think this crystallized. I know that Jaded had some problems with it as well, but let me just play this bit for you again. I hope Onzo you're there, so
I'm here.
You can actually listen.
Different doesn't necessarily mean bad, right? As we've covered, a lot of films do things in a lot of different ways, but that doesn't mean they're doing it wrong. So what if Pa Kent did things a wee bit backwards? Why not utilize him as a sort of anti-Jor-El, an obstacle for Clark to overcome? Overprotective parent figures keeping a hero from pursuing their true calling is a valid, sometimes even vital source of conflict in many stories. It's a variant on the whole coming-of-age metaphor, but it's still workable. And really, why shouldn't there be something significant holding a hero back, if only to make it all the more satisfying when they prevail over those problems? Well, the issue here is that Clark doesn't prevail over this obstacle. There's no scene in the film where Clark comes to the decision that his dad had the wrong idea and that he does need to step up to the plate. Like, it's not as if other superhero films are just filled with yes men and enablers and that heroes never come up against resistance towards their goals. It's how they deal with this resistance that defines them as dynamic characters with agency. Queen Hippolyta in Wonder Woman is also a back-and-forth character who tries to stifle Diana's sense of heroism while boasting about how noble and heroic the Amazons are, while then getting cold feet the minute she has to walk that walk. But she's ultimately swayed by our hero, who overcomes this obstacle to her journey with her display of conviction and agency. No, Diana, don't do it! Suck my agency, Captain Kirk! No, Sexy Steve, don't do the heroic thing! Whoops, sorry, I can't hear you of the sound of me doing the heroic thing. Well, what for you again? YOLO, dipsh***! It's no wonder that, comparatively, Clark comes across like he just doesn't overcome any of his obstacles. Remember, the standard coming-of-age metaphor relies on the child figure either being bolstered towards maturity by his mentor, or else managing to surpass them of his own agency in order to complete the journey towards adulthood. Otherwise, he just remains a child, ungrowing, stagnant. So, where's the scene of Clark making this symbolic transition? Well, it should be this moment here. Thematically, narratively speaking, this right here should be the moment where Clark accepts his burdens and makes an active choice to let go of his fears and doubts, which are actually Jonathan's fears and doubts. But he doesn't. He doesn't actually make any decisive choice here. He heard Jor-El's spiel, puts on the actual Superman suit to fly joyously through the skies, and then still waffles to Lois about how the world isn't ready. And then what happens instead of Clark ever deciding that it's finally time and he's finally ready, is that he ends up being forced to reveal himself to the world by Zod's ultimatum, which takes the choice out of his hands anyway. The closest scene we have to Clark making anything of an active decision here is when he consults a priest about whether the fate of the entire planet is worth his revealing himself. Because that's how deeply Jonathan had conditioned him about keeping his head down. And then the conversation ends with Clark just kind of sadly giving in about it, like, oh, fine, I guess I'll force myself to do this if there's no other way. So, what would Clark have done with his life if alien invaders hadn't been holding the planet hostage in exchange for him? I guess we'll never know. Imagine, if you will, Tony Stark returns from his captivity with all that he's learned about how his weapons are used and all the power to do something about this at his disposal, but then he just does nothing. He does exactly what Daddy Obadiah wants him to do and just keeps his head down, mulling this problem over forever. And then imagine that Obadiah suddenly attacks the city and holds 100 people hostage in exchange for Tony's arc reactor, forcing Tony to have to step up or else everybody dies. Okay, sure, the story is given a kick in the butt to move along, and we do technically get to see Tony become Iron Man to save lives, But it's not very compelling because this was a huge character-based conflict being resolved with little actual characterization. Yes, sometimes unexpected things happen, and characters have to deal with these upheavals to their status quo, whether they like it or not, and how they do this also says something important about their character. Fair enough. And yet, if we spent all this time setting up Pa Kent's teachings as a personal conundrum for Clark to have to work through, it's not satisfying for him to work through it under duress, under the contradictory caveat that he's only showing agency because you've pressured him into it. Incidentally, Batman v Superman has a similar problem where there are scenes after scenes questioning the ramifications of Superman's very existence on this planet. But Superman dies at the end of the film before any of those questions are actually answered, so great? I mean, yeah, I guess we don't need to worry about Superman living on Earth anymore if we don't need to worry about Superman living on Earth anymore. Conflict frickin' resolved. Anyway, I'm digressing. And the question remains, Snyder wrote a different story than the standard, but still, why is that bad? What if the whole point is to tell a slightly darker, less idealistic superhero story where things don't go quite as they should and the hero in question doesn't quite reach their potential? Wouldn't it make sense then to write Pa Kent exactly like he did, filling Clark's head with fears and doubts, making him exactly as unprepared as he ended up being, with the outcome turning out exactly like it did? It wouldn't be a joyous, triumphant film, but it would be coherent, right?
Always
no different than that. They're no different than what it is now.
They came.
You don't.
Wait, what?
Yeah. She could have been here to see it finally happen.
He saw it, Clark. Believe me.
Seriously, what? Oh, for f***'s sake. Okay, so here's where any hope of coherency just rockets off to another planet and never looks back. This is our penultimate scene, the one that wraps up our loose ends and compiles the thesis statement of our story. And when all the dust has settled and all is said and done, Zack Snyder wants us to look back on the events of Man of Steel and think that Jonathan Kent had, in fact, been envisioning this future of superheroism for Clark all this time. Indeed, the Batman v Superman sequel goes as far as to outright declare that the very concept of Superman, as in Clark in a costume flying around the world saving everyone in the open, was Jonathan's dream? And how do we know this, considering Jonathan spent nearly every one of his scenes trying to prevent Clark from being a superhero? Well, you see, one time he stared fondly at a young Clark playing in the yard while emotional music played.
I just want to do something useful with my life.
So farming, feeding people, that's not useful.
And that when the day came, your shoulders would be able to bear the weight.
Well, Clark, you have to keep this side of yourself a secret.
At 14!
Believe me.
Like, sure, it's clear that Clark...
Okay.
No, that's a good point.
There's no point. There's no point.
That's a really good point. And randomly at the end, his dad's like, ooh, maybe my son could be a superhero. Man, you didn't want him to be shit. You wanted him to hide. He wanted his son to hide. He didn't want his son.
All the other points you had no problem with, but because of that, that's the only thing you can focus on.
No, it's to say that the story's incoherent because of that. Or
yeah, it doesn't make sense at the end because what Jonathan Kent wanted. This Jonathan Kent wanted him to be a hero someday. No, he didn't.
Or
he wanted his son to keep his head down and be a farmer.
Where is that established? Go ahead, show me where that's established.
Yeah, he just showed the scenes where it's like, son, you can be farming and helping people. And Clark is like, no, Dad, I want to do more.
Okay, well, where's the scene that says that he always wanted him to be a superhero?
That scene where he's looking at Clark was basically Zack Snyder trying to find, like, Jonathan kind of thought, maybe he could be a hero someday.
Well, the scene is the mother. The scene is the mother saying, "Your father always wanted you to do that," and he always knew you were going to be that. And I wish I could have been here to see it. That's him saying that the thesis statement of this
nothing in the movie
story
shows he wanted to see that.
Was that, that's what the father wanted when it
that could be
wasn't.
a mom, but that could
and
be
that's
just
the whole like you're trying to understand this character.
That could just be a mom
from scene to scene. It's
but that could just be a mom trying to give her son some.
That's empty platitude.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Wait. Sorry, so she's lying to him and making up shit. All right.
She could be.
It's badly written.
She could
be.
Jaded,
we all agree.
Agreeing on.
The person making the video agrees with you. Oh my God.
Yes, that's not the issue I have. I'm talking about all the other ones where he's just pulling stuff out of his ass because it's not doing it.
Okay, but Jaden, overall, he still agrees with you. Yes, you may have issues with the little things he said, but overall, you both agree with each other.
Hey, Doc, I don't agree with his arguments on some of the reasons why.
I just said that. You have an issue with some of the little things he said.
K-Dot, if you had an argument with the Superman movie and you were going, now I will agree that there's a lot of problems in the Superman movie, okay? But if you come to me and go, you know what? You want to know why Man of Steel sucks? Because his suit wasn't red enough. His suit wasn't red enough. I'm going to go, that's a bullshit argument.
Jaden, none of those were his complaints.
Hold on.
That's a straight up nitpick.
Oh my God, K-Dot.
Why are you complaining about someone nitpicking?
Because he's gonna nitpick. I'll tell you why. If you're gonna nitpick, back it up. Otherwise, that's why people hate nitpickers. When you nitpick for the sake of nitpicking and you can't back it up, when I do it and I try to back it up, people are going to go, oh, we can invalidate it. Because they're so used to people nitpicking because they just feel like it and have nothing to back it up, that when I do it, it's like, well, wait a minute, Jaded's actually backing up some of his arguments? And then Enzo goes, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Jaded. Why? Because I'm actually backing up my arguments. This idiot isn't backing up anything.
I'll be honest,
he was backing up his arguments.
It's very rare that I agree with you, though. It's very rare.
That's true. It's very
rare. I'm not arguing that.
But there are some times where you are on point. And this time you are on point.
No, there are sometimes you're on point. I don't think he's on point in the general thesis of this, what this guy's trying to say, because I don't think you're understanding the idea of narrative, symbolism, any of those kind of things. You're just talking about, oh, he didn't say that. But that's not what he's saying. He's not saying he said that. He's saying when you do this, metaphorically, what you're saying. Now, you can disagree with it. But metaphorically, what he said when he was doing that, the implications of what this means when he's doing that is don't save me. Don't save people. Don't come out. Hide yourself. Fucking don't be Superman. That is what he's saying. It doesn't, the words don't literally have to come out of his mouth.
I agree, Nerd Man. But metaphorically and script-wise, you need to have Pa Kent do that.
Why?
So that Jor-El.
Why do you need to have him do that?
You need to have it. He even says it in his argument that later on, right, he still goes back to Lois Lane and is still conflicted over revealing himself as Superman.
Right.
That's how much of a hold his father had on him.
And he's 33 years old, by the way, now.
Right, he's 33 years old. And his father is still God to him. Okay? That is the metaphorical point of Pa Kent. You don't like it, I agree, but that's his metaphorical point. Superman at 33 still has daddy issues. Now, you don't like it? Fine. but you don't get to go, that's not how it's supposed to be. That is how it's supposed to be metaphorically. That's the symbolism.
No, we understand how it's supposed to be, but that doesn't make it good.
I agree. But his argument isn't. But this YouTube
even if it's how it's supposed to be, it shouldn't be how it shouldn't be like this because it didn't work.
And if that was his complaint, I would agree with him.
That was his complaint. It didn't work. Jaded. His whole complaint was it didn't work. That's what the video was about.
He was explaining it in detail, breaking it down. He even mentioned criticisms that you and Onzo were saying. He was even saying,
and I didn't challenge those.
No, you did. You were shouting during them, actually. You were like, I remember specifically when he even brought up the moment where it was like, yeah, and some people may say that this makes it more relatable, or this symbolically does work because in this version of the character,
and I'm going, so you're admitting it. And I went, yes,
right.
You're admitting
and then he shows even why that doesn't work by the end of the film, because again, you get some contradictory messaging from the film that makes you think, what am I supposed to gather from what this person has fucking learned, or where he is, or who that character was to him? Because he's saying the character is something completely different from what the film the whole way through has been telling me this character
How?
is.
His main complaint.
Even that.
His complaint.
His thing at when he went to his dad's graveyard, if the film was being honest with itself and didn't want to have it both ways, his thing should have been, Mom, you know what? I've been thinking a lot about my dad recently and a lot about the things he taught me, and I understand he loved me and he only meant to do best, but I just think that I was right. I need to do more with what I can do. I've seen that this event shows me that I can do things that other people can't do to help this world. If the film ended like that, yeah, you know, it would have been a bitter pill. I still would have been like, man, you really screwed with one of my fucking favorite characters, Pa Kent. But at least you were intellectually fucking honest by the end. And that you were trying to paint him, Pa Kent, a beloved character who usually is the guy who teaches all the great values to Superman, right? Yeah. But you didn't want to go that route. You wanted to go a different route. So be intellectually honest, and at the end of the movie, you can say, this is the thesis statement. This is what the character has learned from the story. That his space dad was right, and that his fucking his human dad was wrong.
I'm agreeing with that. The guy in the video says Superman needed to have that defining moment. Okay? And I'm going, no, he doesn't. Just because you, as the viewer, needs to have him, just because you, as the viewer, have decided that Superman needs to have that moment where he goes on his own, doesn't mean the movie has to follow your rules. And his complaint is, because I wanted that moment, and the movie didn't provide that moment, that's what's wrong with the movie. That's a bullshit argument, because the scenario was Zack Snyder. However, as much as I don't like what he did, the situation was for Superman to actually be and realize he had to be Superman, was he had to be backed into a corner. Why? Because his father, at 33 years old, is still in his head. And the story and his redemption is that no matter what, he has to get past his father's brainwash.
So why doesn't it say that at the end of the film?
It does, by forcing him to do it.
We just established at the funeral, at the gravesite, when he's talking to his mum, he contradicts everything
and I agree
he
with that.
said about what he's learned.
And I'm not challenging that.
So there's one of two things that can happen. Either you go with that scene at the end as it is, And he does have that moment of realization.
He doesn't have to have that moment of realization.
That would be coherent.
Jada, he needs to have that moment in this movie because he didn't have it in BVS. He didn't have it in BVS and still wasn't Superman.
I agree, but you can't.
That's the problem. You Jaded. He's never Superman.
You cannot make an arbitrary rule. You cannot make an arbitrary rule.
It's not an arbitrary rule.
It is
something that has worked.
Jaded, every origin movie has a defining moment for the character.
Excuse me. What was Iron Man's defining moment? Go ahead. Tell me Iron Man's defining moment.
I don't remember the movie, but
Go ahead. Tell me Iron Man's defining moment. Tell me Wonder Woman's defining moment.
Wonder Woman defining moment, No Man's Land. Wonder Woman defining moment, No Man's Land.
No, she has two defining moments. She has two defining moments.
Wait, which was the first one?
So the first one.
The first one was No Man's Land, right?
The first one was against it was against her mother's incoherent teachings. He even says it himself in this video. His mother has incoherent teachings. She's telling him how noble the Amazons are, how heroic they are, but she's also saying, just hide out on this island and don't do anything. We don't want you to go off anywhere. She's Park Kent.
I agree. I'm not challenging that.
In Wonder Woman 1, Hippolyta is Park Kent in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
Only difference is she recognizes by the end of it, like by the midway point, that I was wrong. I can't stop her. There's a moment where Wonder Woman challenges her and says, "No, I've got to do this." She does it in a childish way.
She had to let her be independent.
I've got to be independent. I've got to go off and be a hero. That is her defining moment. Now we can go on.
Wait. Let's get to that. Let's discuss that. Isn't it the job of all Amazons to deal with with this? Isn't it all Amazons supposed to do it?
No,
or is it all Amazons? What do you mean?
All the Amazons.
It's not all Amazons.
They're there on Earth. They're there on Earth to be the mediator for mankind. And when war comes, it's their job.
No. That's not established. After Zeus granted them that island to hide away and be by themselves.
Yeah.
They don't go off and fight in wars and stuff.
Why not? Then what's their purpose?
Because they're not supposed. Jaded. There's nowhere in the movie did say they go off to fight wars. Nowhere.
I agree. So what's their purpose?
So what are you saying?
Okay, hold on. So what's the point?
Their original
of them hiding on that island?
Because they're supposed to live. Zeus gave them that island to live. Just live. That's it. There's nothing more. Just give them an island to live. Just live a life. That's it.
I don't.
Jaded. That's the movie. That's what it says in the movie. Zeus gave them that island so they can live because they was being oppressed prior to that.
They weren't being oppressed.
They was being oppressed, mistreated, and abused, and being used as instruments of war and all that other stuff.
Well, not instruments of war, but they were being enslaved.
Yeah, it was being used for bullshit. It was being used for.
They were basically enslaved at a certain point by mankind, and then Hippolyta did an uprising.
And then Zeus freed them, gave them that
Wonder Woman.
The argument. The argument.
That stuff is Wonder Woman.
Yeah, they do. They do. In it was in the little book thing. I don't think it was done particularly well, to be honest. I was going to say Iron Man as well. Like, I think you can have that.
Iron Man's defining moment was the part when he went to the Middle East and dealt with those terrorists.
Right now, hold on. Why does he go and deal with those? Why does he go and deal with those terrorists?
Because they had his weapons. He wanted to go and get rid of them.
No. Why
and they was harming people too. And he saved those people.
No, it's not. Why does he go and get those terrorists? Because
there's multiple reasons. He wants to get some revenge.
Because it's the village of the doctor. Now, he was hearing all these news reports of all of these places being decimated and taken over. The only reason he even gets involved in one situation was because it happened to have been the village that the doctor
he's a very different type of superhero
right.
from Wonder Woman and Superman. Like he's very flawed and human and whatever.
Without still a defining moment.
My point is that there is not a hard and fast rule that a defining moment doesn't get to be forced on you. It doesn't get to be a choice. Okay?
He still has a choice in that.
Wait. So the alternative is make a Superman movie and Superman's not Superman. That's the alternative.
No, K-Dot, my God.
No, Jada, you're saying there doesn't need to, but we need a definitive moment to establish who Superman is. What the fuck does he think? What's his ideology? And in this movie, they contradict at the end.
And in Man of Steel, that defining moment was to go fight Zod. Which
he was forced to do. He was forced to do.
Why? He could have said no. He could have said no.
He could have said no.
I have to say I'm at a disadvantage because I haven't seen Iron Man in a long time. I don't necessarily remember.
Why couldn't he say no?
I don't remember because he's built them.
No, I say he can say no if he wants to. I don't care. It's just that the moment was forced upon him. I'll give you an example.
Wait, Jaded. The agency he's built the Iron Man suit in preparation for something like that to happen, right?
No, we all know why he's building the suit. He's building the suit
because he
has the technology and he wanted to see. He was so impressed that he could fly. He tries it out and he goes, "Yeah, I can fly."
Yeah, but
and then JD, he went to go use it to help out some people.
I'm not deflecting.
I'm not saying you're deflecting. I'm saying I'm asking a question. This isn't an argument.
I want to get back to the original point.
I'm trying to learn something of you. Does he not come back? He starts building the suit and he starts saying, even immediately, doubting how his life has been going since then.
Not until he finds out that Obadiah Stane is double dipping. As soon as he finds out that Obadiah Stane is double dipping,
he doesn't say anything on the. He doesn't say anything on the plane.
He doesn't do anything.
He does nothing
to save anybody.
No, I'm not saying to save anybody. Does he not talk about? I remember him talking to what's the black guy's name? Rhodey. Like either Rhodey or it's Pepper or somebody. He actually starts saying like his regrets in life of what he's been doing and how he's been overlooking all of these situations.
And
then he starts building the Iron Man suit, right?
That's after.
It's like really at the start when he's like in the cave and he's like kind of reminiscing on stuff. But
I don't know. I just haven't seen it.
Going back, the argument that this YouTuber said was he was forced to be Superman. And I say he could have said no. So if he could have said no.
I agree. He could have said no.
Okay. So my argument is he's saying Superman was forced or Clark Kent was forced to be Superman. And I'm going, no, he wasn't.
Well,
he was literally forced. He got outed.
Wait. He was
outed. It was like, hey.
Wait a second. I'm gonna ask this, and then we're gonna move on to Superman and Lois. I just want to ask. So, your issue here, Jaded, is that you still think it's a manageable choice for Superman. That
of course
either wait, because I want to spell out the two choices. Okay. So there's one choice, right, that he has is
I'm listening, keep going.
Save the world from Zod's attack, or he can his other choice is just to ignore it and let the world be taken over. And presumably everyone be killed because that's what Zod is threatening to do.
His other choice is to hide and
then Zod kills everyone.
He doesn't know that.
That's what Zod said he'll do.
That's why he's gonna kill everybody.
But why? Because he wanted to draw out Superman.
Right, exactly.
It was a threat.
So that's why I'm saying it's not much of a choice. I mean, he's like, that would be
right.
that's
Superman doesn't want to let people die, obviously.
It's risking everything he cares about.
JD, he saved the people on the bus.
He's had 30 years. That's why it's his defining moment. The YouTuber doesn't like it. That's tough shit. It's still his defining moment.
JD, this is the reason. So when these characters get literally forced, like the writers write, so they get forced to be heroes, that's different from a hero choosing to go out there. I'll give an example. Captain America. No, I have an example. JD, I have an
I know what you're going to use. I know the example you're going to use.
No,
you don't know the example I'm going to use. In Captain America, the First Avenger, Captain America chose to go out there, help out some soldiers, and bring them back home.
I got it. I know the example.
That's why stuff like that is better than, we just put the hero right there in position. Let's force him into it. That's why with Man of Steel, they just force him to be Superman. He doesn't even choose.
Yeah. And JD, the whole point of that is that it makes a more dynamic, interesting character.
Absolutely.
If you have two characters,
and that's what the person in the video is saying, JD.
Yes, it is. If you watch a character in any film, I advise anybody who's watching, go and test this out. Go and look at characters who in general are passive characters who let things happen to them in a film versus active characters who go out and seek to change and do things. And you will find almost always, there's always exceptions to a rule, but almost always the active characters are much more interesting characters. Doesn't matter if they're villains, heroes, whatever they are. The ingredients for a good character are that they want something, they have a goal,
and they will willing to sacrifice.
And they have obstacles to that goal.
And they're willing to have a sacrifice.
Like Bruce Wayne choosing to be Batman and Batman Begins, way better than Superman being forced.
Again, that's not my point. That's not even my argument.
But that
was the guy's argument in the video, and you're getting on him about it.
That's what you're saying is the failure of this kind of film. He's talking about multiple different things on ways in which this film fails, right? And the general thing he's talking about is Clark Kent as a mentor, but there's various ways he's trying to show this film not being engaging emotionally to a lot of people.
Okay, Nerdman, I'm gonna try and give a quick example. Okay, here's the problem that he has. Here's the problem he has with this movie. I'm gonna do a video on how to make a cake. Okay, and what I do is I have all the right ingredients, and he agrees with all the ingredients, but I take the two eggs, and I crack them one at a time into the bowl. Okay? But if I crack the eggs, and even though I'm still cracking the eggs, even though I'm still adding the eggs to the cake mixture, but because I cracked the eggs at the same time and opened it up, he's going, oh, no, you made the cake wrong, because to make the cake properly, you have to crack the eggs open one at a time. And that's what this movie's doing. This movie, as much as I don't like Zack Snyder's portrayal, his complaint is because Zack Snyder made the cake by cracking the eggs open at the same time instead of one at a time, that is not how you make a cake properly. That's this YouTuber's argument. That's not your argument, K-Dot, and that's not your argument, Nerdman, which is why I agree with your arguments. His argument is, unless you make the cake the way he wants you to make the cake, you're making the cake wrong. Mm-hmm. That's my argument with this YouTuber.
But anyway, I want to pivot to. It's fair enough. I understand what you're saying about him. I wanted to pivot over to Superman and Lois. You've seen Superman and Lois, K-Dots, right? The new episode?
Yeah, I just watched it. I'm about to head home. Give me like 5 minutes. And
Okay.
All right,
hop
so
on.
we'll talk about that. But first, did anyone watch the Book of Boba Fett yet?
No.
Nope.
I've seen it.
Oh my
How bad
God.
is it, Angel?
Huh? Well,
Is it
this
good?
this episode was the Book of Mando.
Yeah,
I knew he was going to show up.
It was the best episode too.
Spoilers just in case. Spoilers just in case.
Nah, this episode was fucking trash, bro. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
really? Even with Mando?
Bro, the fucking...
Nah, it was the only good episode.
Bro, the fucking whole episode was them fixing his new ship.
The one that he stole?
No, he got a new one. He got a new one now. And that's the episode of them fixing the ship. It's so dumb. And then you literally have the fucking chick from the one that's from Mando, right?
Oh, okay.
The repair chick, whatever her name is, with the
the girl from the robot.
She literally fucking says she dated a Jawa.
What the fuck? What? Why would you do it? Oh my God!
I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then they got her speaking Jawa, which I can't fucking stand. It was so dumb, man. It was dumb. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing with this show? Listen, we have fucking there's two episodes left, and they take this whole episode and they show fucking Mando where he's fixing his fucking ship for the whole fucking episode, right? He's fixing the ship. When they could have fucking cut it down to where when he goes to the chick, the ship is already ready, and then we move on with the story. But no, they have this whole fucking repair the ship, fucking Fast and the Furious type of scene, and it was just like, what a fuck are you guys doing with this show, man? This is a show that literally has no idea what the fuck it's writing. They have no idea about good writing.
See here, man, this is what I said before. They have a show that is 2 episodes long, but they have to figure out how to stretch it to last 6 episodes.
Yes.
It's a 3-episode show.
And
but
they
how do
put
we make it last 8 episodes?
Shit like them fixing a fucking ship for fucking. It's like a 50-minute show. For 30 minutes of the show, roughly, they are fixing the fucking ship.
Wow. But I don't know why you're watching it. I mean, like, I don't get
Star Wars.
I have to watch it so I can eventually make videos trashing it.
Because it's Star
Man,
Wars.
I'm telling you, like, Flash is my favorite hero, but I ain't watching Flash.
Why not?
I'm watching that Flash show.
I watch it. I still watch it.
I'll go. This is the most I'll do in terms of, like, things that I love, right? Like, if it was Star Wars, like, if it's trash, I'm not going to go and watch it in the cinema because I know they're going to make new Star Wars movies. But if I'm unsure that they're going to make another film of the character, so even if the Flash comes out by the end of the year and it's complete trash, I'm going to go watch it at least 3 times because I know, like, from my point of view,
that's what MCU fans do, right?
No, I know from my point of view that if I always do that with any character. That's why I went to watch Shazam like 3 or 4 times. I know that even though it was actually a good movie, but that's not the point. But I know that if it's one of those characters that they're unsure about, you love that character, make sure you go and watch it. Doesn't matter if they do a shit version, because the only way you're ever going to get a good version is that money. If the character makes back,
right? Yeah.
Otherwise, they'll just abandon it.
Right. But for me, it's just I've always been a fan of Star Wars. So whatever they do, I will watch in the hopes that they will get better. But right now, it's just like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
But you haven't had a good film, according to you guys, like Star Wars fans. You haven't even had a good
film.
Since
the prequels.
Since the prequels.
3. No, don't lie. You were trashing the prequels before these new seasons.
Jaded was.
I was trashing every movie, every Star Wars movie after every prequel.
I've never trashed the prequels.
Enzo, which one did you like?
The prequels.
You like the prequels, yeah.
So
Enzo.
why were you getting on me when I was saying that the couple of the one I said one of them was really good and you didn't, and you were like getting at me on it.
No, you said the fucking sequels were good.
No, I said that Star Wars
you said the Last
Empire.
Jedi.
I said Empire Strikes Back is good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the original trilogy.
That the what was the next one? The something Last Jedi? Was it the Last Jedi?
Yeah, that's the sequel.
The Last Jedi is the sequel. You were mistitling it. That's probably the problem.
No, Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, Return of
that's the original.
So I said those two are
Return
good.
of the Jedi is the original.
And then I said
Phantom Menace.
The Phantom Menace is good.
Yeah.
Then I said the other two prequels were not good. I thought they were trash.
Which was stupid
Yeah,
to say.
and then I said the last three, I don't think the first one, sequel, Force Awakens,
trash.
Absolute trash. The second one I thought was a good movie. It was
worse than the Force Awakens.
It's not worse than the Force Awakens.
Yes, it is.
It isn't. Not on a filmmaking basis. It is not.
Yes, on a filmmaking. Bro, they are fucking. It's a fucking
way
space
better
race.
film.
It's a fucking
way better
space
film.
race.
And
That's
then
what
the last one was fine as well.
The last one was so stupid.
My God, you are
the last one was the one with the horses on the ship.
Yes. Space horses.
Defend that in any way possible.
It's not as good as the first ones, but it's still a ton better than the prequels.
The Last Jedi.
It's way better than the prequels. Dude.
No, it's not. That's where I fucking have to check your ass. No, it is not.
The Phantom Menace is the second best Star Wars film in my opinion.
What the fuck?
Compared to the original,
Empire Strikes Back, and then
Empire Strikes Back, and then Revenge of the Sith,
Phantom Menace,
and then Revenge of the Sith. That is the second best Star Wars movie.
Really?
Yes.
Put Revenge of the Sith second. Okay.
Yes.
No way.
Then Return of the Jedi. Then Empire Strikes Back.
Then Return of the Jedi shits on that Sith movie, man. It's terrible.
You're fucking crazy.
That's a hot take.
Hold on.
That's a hot take for me, Enzo. That's a hot take.
It's Empire Strikes Back, Revenge of the Sith, Return of the Jedi, A New Hope, Phantom Menace, then Attack of the Clones.
I'll look up my ranking now.
Wow. Okay.
No,
and then the sequels after that. The sequels are not better than any fucking thing that George Lucas has done. And you see, this is another fucking thing, another fucking issue that I have with the fucking Mandalorian. The fucking dialogue in this show fucking sucks. It is not fucking Star Wars talk. It is fucking Mandalorian, after he gets out the ship, after he's practicing, he flies the ship, and he's like, "How's the ship?" He says, "Oh, wizard." I'm like, "Wizard? What the fuck?"
I think your take on the Star Wars trilogy is hotter than mine. Honestly, I think it's a hotter take.
I have the same. I honestly have the safest. I have the safest take. I only like the trilogy. I hate everything else.
The fucking music in anything Disney has done has never felt like fucking Star Wars music.
Oh, yeah. Well, no. The early Mando episode was good.
No, it did not. The music did not.
Even the opening scene you didn't like?
No, it did not. The music did not feel like Star Wars. The dialogue does not fucking feel like Star Wars. The fucking aliens in this show, bro, they have a fucking bunch of dogs in this episode. The fucking aliens look like dogs. Their faces look like dogs.
Do we even get to see the Pikes in this episode?
There is the only fucking thing we see from Book of Boba Fett in this episode is Finnick Shan. And she's at the end when she comes to recruit Mando. That's the only time we see anything from fucking Book of Boba Fett in this show. It is fucking garbage, trash. It is fucking trash.
I'm gonna find my Star Wars rankings because
I seen your Star Wars rankings, Nerd Man, and no,
Do
we do not fucking need to go over that.
I think it's hilarious.
Music in this movie.
Like the fuck, it's just like at least what you want to say when I watch.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, we could hear it.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't know you could hear
it's
it.
Okay. It was bleeding through. But the one thing I will say about George Lucas's Star Wars is there may be one or two aliens that I said, I don't like the design of those, but there is every fucking alien in these Star Wars, except for maybe the
You were going to say, oh, that's good trash. It's not even good trash. It's just... it's good, Mike. What are you talking about? But every alien, except for maybe the Pikes, like that Disney created, they all look fucking horrible. They all look horrible. It's so fucking bad. And you would think that Dave Filoni would know better.
Why? Who's Dave Filoni?
He's created the Clone Wars, the cartoon.
Oh, okay.
He was
Why would he know better? Isn't he part of the shit that you're saying?
Because he worked under George Lucas for fucking years.
Yeah, but George Lucas
I
made
know
shit.
who that guy is. Oh, he's the guy that was on the interview. I remember him now. Okay.
But George Lucas made the shit prequels. So what are you talking about?
Stop your shit.
You just said it.
Stop your shit. The prequels are fire. They're not
this
shit.
This is me talking straight facts. I swear to God. The dialogue is not great in the movie either because, you know, again, I'm talking about Star Wars. The actors were given enough.
Is great.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford is not great in this movie.
What the fuck?
The script of the
Say it one more
movie
time.
it doesn't read very good.
Oh, the whole Harrison Ford argument. That's a
The actors are good though.
Mike is about to come on.
A movie that probably would have been mediocre without the actors there. So
here comes Mike.
Oh, there he is.
Look.
You're on crack.
What in the fuck are you smoking, bro? What? Like, I mean, I have to thank you. I have to thank you because I've been here getting ready for today, and usually, like those 5-hour energy drinks, they don't really do anything for me. Neither does like caffeine or Mountain Dew, but your fucking straight up ridiculousness has fucking kept me up. In fact, you see my camera's tilted because I'm on some fucking Batman 66 villain shit because I'm ready to fucking wreck you. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Kill him, Mike. Kill him.
Clearly, it's got to be a Britain thing because this is ridiculous. Like this is why we dumped your fucking tea in the harbor, man. Stop this craziness. Just stop.
Yeah, because you
your
have fucking Star Wars and bass.
Your tears are complete trash. That's exactly where all your tears should be, in complete trash. Like I just don't understand this.
Jax,
we're gonna
answer your Boba Fett.
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's not a great movie. I mean, like, honestly, again, dialogue bad, characters one-dimensional. Like
worse than Clone Wars.
The acting is bad. The action isn't great. The battle weak.
The action isn't great.
Is there one
the action isn't great?
That action was the foundation for everything you just fucking put up in Better Than Infinity. Like all that shit right there. Like what? Revenge of the Sith and Rise of Skywalker. I mean, I hate Revenge of the Sith, but even that shit is better than Rise of Skywalker. Like,
he hates Revenge of the Sith.
You, bro. Like
me and Mike are the only ones that only like the original trilogy.
There's one line in A New Hope that's worse than the line that Anakin says in Clone Wars, where he's talking about fucking sand. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Wait,
I think most of the lines are like just like really badly acted and not very good.
That's bullshit that you're talking
I don't really
about.
like Luke in this movie either. I think he's just a very weak vanilla hero to follow. He has no conviction. He doesn't want to just hang out on his farm.
Is there one line worse than that line in Clone Wars? Is there one line that's worse than that?
I miss Elitist, man. Elitist needs to come back on the stream.
I find plenty of lines. I think that whole bit, where they're trapped.
You just want to come co-sign your MCU nonsense.
Yeah.
It's better than your DC fucking DCU nonsense. That shit doesn't even make no sense when you guys talk about the DCEU.
I've got a good topic for us to do.
Hold on, we got to respond to Jack.
Well, let's respond to Jack's statement. I've got a good. We could do this for.
I want to ask why Boba Fett anyway was the toys. Is that why you want to like Boba Fett?
Why do we like Boba Fett so much?
I was gonna say, can someone translate that to English?
I don't know what it means. As soon as I see Star Wars words, I'm just like confused.
Yeah, I just want to like Boba Fett because he's supposed to be a badass bounty hunter dude.
I want to ask why Boba Fett anyway was it the toys. Is that why you want to like Boba Fett?
I think he's saying, was it the toy sales that?
Was it because of the toys? Is that
I
why
love food.
You like all the merchandise?
No, it wasn't. No, it was. No, it wasn't. I like food.
Episode
no,
of
no,
Boba Fett was
no,
fire.
it was not. No,
I believe him.
I love food.
I bet you I'd like it.
No, wait. I'll say this because I've seen it. I've seen it.
Wait. Let's answer Jack's question first. Jax, the reason we liked Boba Fett. I'm going to speak for myself and for the people that I know on why we liked Boba Fett. And that was Boba Fett was one of the few significant characters that didn't have an origin or a set way. So we could make Boba Fett the mercenary, the mercenary. We could make him any way we wanted him to be. And that was something we couldn't do with Luke. Luke, we knew how Luke was. We knew how everybody else was. With Boba Fett, we got to invent Boba Fett.
Yeah, but that's an issue, though, Jaden, because now that Boba Fett is not what people envisioned, that's why they can't stand him.
I agree.
So that's an issue.
That's true.
To be fair, Boba Fett has always been trash since day one. So let's make that clear.
Stop it.
No,
so
K-Dot, K-Dot, you have to understand. We as the little boys and girls, we got to make Boba Fett as cool as we wanted to.
I understand that, but
Boba Fett just looked cool. He looked cool.
He's still trash. I mean, he lost to a guy who can barely see.
Oh, I agree. And we got to rectify that. We got to make the stories where he comes out of the Sarlacc pit and kicks, his ass. We get to make those stories because the movie never did.
So now let me hear what K-Dot had to say about this fucking.
All right, I'll say it.
So I can
every reference of Tatooine was good.
I agree. Okay, I give you that.
Dragged on for too long. It was like
they fixed the ship for fucking 30 minutes
of
the show, bro.
I was like,
what is this?
I was like,
serious?
And I like to call back the Phantom Menace with the whole thing, but I was like, come on, we don't need to be here for it, and we don't really need to know how much the ship works. I don't care because we know he's gonna press. They're literally telling us this button does this. I don't care. He's gonna hit it anyways and do something cool, but I don't care. Why do I need to?
Right.
I'm not driving the fucking ship. Why do I need to know how the fuck it works?
And I'll tell you this, K-Dot.
I'm watching it.
As cool or as good as the beginning of it was, it should have been in the first episode of season 3 of The Mandalorian. We didn't need it in this. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't need all of that in this.
To be fair, Anzo, when you saw this episode, I bet you when you saw this episode, you saw Mando, pop up. You was like, man, fuck this Boba Fett guy. Like you was probably the one where I'd rather watch Mandalorian season 3 now. Was you at that point?
No, I was just like, why are we watching Mando? And then Mando walks in to get that bounty, and all the fucking aliens look like dogs.
To be fair,
no,
like pigs.
Huh? No, they look like dogs, man. They look like dogs. I don't know what the fuck I'm like, yo, what the fuck is up with fucking Disney Star Wars with these and the dialogue? The dialogue is fucking trash.
No, it didn't get bad until the Tatooine part.
What are you talking about? It got bad at that scene where the guy's like, that's not my face. That's not me. I was like, shut the fuck up.
I mean, no. A reason I wasn't bothered by it was because it wasn't like too overbearing. It wasn't like the second half, which was overbearing with that corny ass lady and her droids.
Oh my god,
that was like
about fucking dating.
That was an
Jawa,
SNL skit in the second half. The
dating
first half,
Jawa,
it was taken a lot more serious than that second half, and that's
and
why I like
speaking Jawa and all that shit. It was just like,
hey, the Jawa was just tight, man. You know, they hooked them up. They pulled some shit out their ass.
Shut up, Jada. Will you please just stop doing that?
You know what ship? Jada,
yeah,
you know,
so are the Tuscan Raiders. Everybody's tight. Everything is tight. Everything.
Jada, you know what Mando's ship is?
With some shit.
You know what Mando's ship is? No, his ship now, Mando's ship, not Boba, Mando's.
Oh,
his new ship is it's the Coruscant flyer that Anakin was flying in the first one, Phantom Menace, where he destroys the Death Star or whatever, the so-called Death Star.
Yeah, why?
That's Mando's new ship.
Why?
Because they found one on Tatooine.
I mean, I don't think that was the ship Anakin used though.
No, not the same. It's the same.
No, it's the same
class. Yeah, it's the same class. Same class of ship. So you know what they did?
No.
Right? They put. So you know when you're fixing up a car, right? And then you get the hood of the car, the hood of the car, and you put that big old engine in there, and it sticks out of the top.
Yeah,
they did something like that. They souped up the fucking ship and they put this little round fucking little kind of engine. It was so
they
dumb.
put a heavy in it.
Yeah, basically. It was dumb. It's fucking dumb. It was dumb. It was.
They don't know how this. They don't know how.
These guys don't know what the fuck they are doing with this show. How do you have 3 fucking episodes left and 1 episode is all Mandalorian?
Yeah. Look. And look, I'll say this: the show's still trash. Like, it's overall, it's going to end trash. But this was the best episode out of all of them.
No, the first part of the episode.
It was, and it wasn't Boba, bro. This was the best episode out of all of them. Because Mando's a better character. I'm sorry.
The first 10 minutes are the best part of anything, and then the rest of it just shits the fucking bed.
Wait, Anzo,
it's just as bad as the fucking Power Rangers.
No, but Anzo, what's the best episode so far in this show to you?
You know what the problem is?
No, I think it's episode 4. It's episode 4.
4.
You know what the problem is?
Yeah, the one before this.
Because
we get Finnick and we get explanation and we get some talk about like why she's helping him and stuff like that. So I think the flashback in episode 4 was the most relevant flashback that we've had in this whole series.
Was there more flashbacks in this episode?
Thank God, no.
Oh, finally they stopped. Okay.
No, I mean, no. Boba wasn't in this episode. It was just Mando.
There actually was a flashback, but it wasn't much. It was just when they were talking about the purge in Mandalore. They talked about the Mandalore purge.
You know what the problem is?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I just probably to reiterate for the audience.
Yeah, they just showed the ships destroying Mandalore.
I was going to say, you know what the problem is, guys? The problem is, like,
shut up, nerd man.
More fans aren't like me, because
shut up, nerd man.
If you were like me,
shut up, nerd man.
What?
We don't want to be like you.
I want to hear this.
No, nobody wants to be like fucking nerd man.
No, nobody wants to be like me. I know that. So
that too.
Oh, I want to be like you.
Go ahead, nerd man. Go ahead.
No, I just think that you guys, like, do you know, like, you're way too hard on these creators, dude.
What?
You're way too hard.
What?
You need
what?
You've got fan entitlement.
Enzo, this explains so much. This explains so much. This is why Nerdman is a DCEU fan, because he doesn't have any standards on how shows should be.
No, you're just picking apart.
You have no standard.
Listen.
And
This is it. This
this
is what I hear.
motherfucker.
This is what I hear.
Motherfucker. Hold on,
They raped my childhood.
Hold on.
They took my childhood toys. They
This
raped it.
motherfucker is talking about us being hard on
Every
the
movie.
creators when he
That's
trashes every MCU fucking movie. What are you talking about?
Trash. I don't get angry about it.
You have no standards. You have no standards.
About it. I'm happy about trashing the MCU movies.
You have no
Why is that?
expectations.
I'm not upset about
Why
that.
is that? Why
I'm
is
not
that?
like, oh, you raped my childhood or some shit.
Neither do I.
Why didn't Iron Man wear the
No. You're talking about the ether here. You're talking about people on the ether.
I've complained about one movie in the last fucking 10 years.
What are you fucking talking about? You complained about fucking Endgame. You complained about Infinity War. You've complained about fucking Spider-Man No Way Home. You complained about Doctor Strange. You complained about fucking... No, there's not one fucking... The only MCU movie I don't think you actually really complained about is Black Widow.
That would be like me saying I haven't complained about any of the MCU movies in the last 10 minutes.
I don't complain about the movies. I tell the truth about them.
No, you do not. No,
I'm not complaining.
You
I'm not
fucking
saying,
put Captain
I'm
Marvel
not saying,
and
I
fucking
don't
Infinity
care.
War on the same level.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not watching them, so it doesn't bother me.
And you're complaining about shit you're not watching.
I tell you the truth about your movies, and you don't like it. There's a very big difference. I don't complain. I'm like, oh my god, this fucking guys, look at what, and then continue.
Yes, you
watching
do.
This shit.
You complain
and
about
then continue
all
watching this
everything.
shit.
All the time.
What do I complain about?
Huh?
Tell me.
Well, you just had a fucking hour where you complained about Man of Steel, but
I said there was one movie. I said there's one movie I complain about.
But hold on, but this is my
and that
point.
is Man of Steel.
But you still watch the rest of them.
Yeah, I like the rest of them.
Okay, then. So that's what I'm saying. So we complain about the movies, but we still watch the rest of them because
I don't
we like
complain
them.
about them. I tell the truth about them.
No,
I say,
your
hey,
truth.
this is the problem.
Your truth.
Yeah, it's my truth.
Yeah, your truth is not the truth.
That's what you think you're saying.
Your
but when the
truth
words
is not the
hit
truth.
your mouth, they do not match
one
what was
place
in your
right
head.
now where I've complained about a movie.
What's that?
I want you to find me one place where I've complained about.
You just showed a clip. You
Give me
just
an
showed a clip
example.
about the Star Wars movies.
I didn't complain about them. I told the truth about them. I said this is how I feel about it. I don't think it's very good, and I won't be watching them
you
again.
say fucking Harrison
That's not
Ford
complaining.
was not good in Star Wars.
What do you mean you're not?
That's not the truth.
He's dedicated to watching every Star Wars
That's
thing when
not
he knows
the
it's all
truth.
trash.
That's not the truth. Harrison Ford is fucking amazing in Star Wars. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's my truth. You just said it's my truth. I'm not going to complain about, like, I'm just going to be like, that's
Well, then
not
define
me.
complaining. Then you literally narrowed out the word to complaining to mean nothing. Define a complaint.
Okay, you see what you do. That's complaining.
No, it's
If
calling
you want to
out
look for a
the-
dictionary
no,
definition
it's
of
calling out the
complaining,
bullshit. No,
I'll show you
it's calling out the
complaining.
bullshit.
I'm going to show you complaining. You ready?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Show any
You can
clip in
talk-
this episode. Show any clip that we did today.
I'm gonna pick at
Go
random.
right ahead.
I'm
Go
gonna
right
pick
ahead.
at random a clip of you.
Go right
Like
ahead.
that.
Any
At
rant
random.
of
I'm
mine.
not even gonna look. I'm gonna close
Any
my eyes
rant of mine
and
you
just do a
want.
video. I'm gonna
Any
close my
rant
eyes.
of mine you
Look.
want.
Even Chillmonger is laughing at you. I don't complain. LOL.
I'm
He's
gonna
laughing
close
at you,
my
bro.
eyes and do.
Go ahead and you explain to me
Oh.
how they're complaints.
And Chillmonger.
Okay, wow, look at this. I'm gonna show you. You saw me close my eyes there?
I don't care what you pick. I don't care.
Well, we already know fucking Jada
You
complain.
know it's
about
gonna be.
everything.
It's
That
gonna
was the first
be me.
thing.
Go ahead. Hawkeye episode 3. Okay. Disclaimers, obviously. If you liked,
Let's tear
if you
apart
like the Hawkeye
Hawkeye
TV
episode
show.
3. That's the
The
title.
sun and let's see if I complain. Clint confessed that his hearing aid was broken. No. So why couldn't he tell his son that his hearing aid was broken? And he told he thought it was his wife, and he tells his wife, "Can you text me?" But for some, and what did I do?
Well.
And what did I do? Did I call out a problem or did I complain?
I'm about to say how much I love a show, Superman and Lois.
And I call out the problems of the show. Go ahead, keep playing it.
No, it's all right.
You're never going to find me complaining. When I make those videos, I call out the stupid and I call out the bullshit. That's all I do.
Yeah, but you don't continue watching. He continues watching. Onzo
No,
is like...
of course I continue watching. It's hilarious.
Well, then if you enjoy it, that's fine. If you find some joy out of it, that's fine.
I enjoy it.
Onzo and fucking, what's his name?
They're devoted.
They're literally in despair.
Well, because they're devoted to the
about
franchise.
every film that didn't come out after the
That's
90s.
what it means to
Isn't
be
MCU.
Nerdman, that's what it means to be devoted to a franchise. You watch it, whether it's good or bad.
I'm devoted to myself, bro.
Well,
devoted to a franchise.
That's the difference between being a nerd man and the difference between being a fanboy. As a fanboy,
come out and defend yourself. Come out and defend yourself right now. Why you keep watching all this bullshit? You don't like Boba Fett. You don't like what else don't you like? You don't like the Batman. You don't like Nolan movies. What do you like apart from the MCU? Oh, he's gone.
Anyway, you and K-Dot can discuss Superman and Lois because Greg Brell wants to discuss it, I guess. And it's
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go. It's 10:30. I'm gonna go have like breakfast or something. I don't know.
Cool. Onzo, I just destroyed you and you weren't even here, man. I got you, man. I fucking got you.
As long as you're not here, we got you. That's how it works. Ed.
You were showing
you,
Jaden. You weren't showing me. You were showing Jaden. You weren't
No,
showing
I didn't. Let's talk about Superman and Lois.
Yeah, let's talk about
guys.
Peace, Jaden.
Bye. Peace. So, Superman and Lois, best show on TV right now. No, it's really good. I fucking love it. I wanted to just talk about the season and what's been going on and where we think it's going to go. But K-Dots, did you watch Superman and Lois? He's not here. Good.
Yeah.
Onzo, you watched Superman and Lois so far.
Mm-hmm.
You fucked those kids, but apart from that, pretty solid, huh?
Yeah, man, it's just doing a really good job. Like I said earlier, I think it's one of the best portrayals, if not the best portrayals of how Superman should be, right? In episode two, when he's talking to the general and he's like, listen, I'm dedicated to the world, not to just the USA. I was like, yeah, that's fucking Superman. You know what I mean? Like that felt like something Superman would say and do. But for me, I'm sitting here and I am extremely excited because we're getting fucking Doomsday, and then they flip the script and like, it's not Doomsday? Holy shit.
That was fire. As I said before,
phenomenal.
They keep doing it, and this time they trolled us a little bit.
Yeah,
I like that. This time they trolled us a little bit because they knew. I reckon they knew that if it looked like it was Doomsday, that people were gonna be like, "Oh, this is too early for Doomsday."
That's exactly what they did.
And then, bang! They did exactly the right thing. They made it fucking Bizarro, like a different version of Bizarro, and it looks cool. I think it looked like a cool, interesting take on Bizarro, and I don't know what's that. That you?
Probably K-Dot.
K-Dots.
Just mute him.
What's going on with him?
Yeah, but I agree with you. I don't know. I thought he looked okay. I would have preferred his face looked a little bit more like the comic, kind of like Rocky or whatever, the way it looks in the comic Bizarro. But man, I was just
well. The thing that was good for me is that gives this series the opportunity to do a lot more growth. Do you know what I mean? Like and a lot more world building, because I was kind of scared. I'm like, Doomsday. If Doomsday comes out in like the third, fourth episode, that's the whole season. I know exactly there's gonna be no Brainiac, there's gonna be no other villains, it's just gonna be fucking Doomsday. right, for the whole season, and dealing with the implications of maybe Superman dying or something like that.
Right.
You know, but this gives it like it's much more fresh opportunities. Like, who's behind Bizarro? Is it Lex Luthor? Is it has he cloned Superman, or is it Brainiac, or whoever it may be that's behind the Bizarro character? That can be the more interesting, compelling kind of intellectual villain for Superman to face before he faces somebody like Doomsday, which is like more world-ending. What were you going to say, K-Dots?
Oh, well, I mean, you guys already talking about the Bizarro thing, but I like the twist. I thought it was going to be Doomsday. I'm glad it wasn't, so I'll take this. If you guys notice at the end of the episode, it looks like he went back to his
Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, so it's like I wonder
what Bizarro.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know how he was down there or why he was down there, because it's like, is some time travel going on or whatever or something, or like maybe some rift into another dimension opened up, because Bizarro's from like a
parallel universe.
Yeah, like a different dimension, but opposite.
It seems like it could be time travel, because you remember that Superman was saying that he was when he was getting angry with people, he wasn't there anymore.
Yeah,
right. Like he wasn't fully conscious. So that could be him turning into Bizarro, and this is Bizarro has somehow come back, and he's confronting his past self. So it's like it's threatening that Superman might turn into Bizarro, I think.
Interesting.
But I honestly think it has to be like parallel dimension that he probably stepped through when he got here, got trapped, and he finally is emerging.
I just love the twist, man, and I love what they're doing. They're not going to get me again, though. Next season, they're not going to get me again. They did it fucking twice. You know what I mean? The third time, shame on me. If they fucking do something next season and it's like, oh, this is what we're getting, and then I believe it, and then they switch it up, that's my fault.
Yeah. No,
you're not going to get me again. But,
it's they're going to get you. They're going to get you because you're going to think it's a twist and it isn't a twist.
They could do that too. They could do that too, and then they got me again. You're right. But I love the twist. The twists are fire. You know,
I like he's clearly got a sense of humor, the guy who's writing it as well, because like for him to purposely tell the interviewer that. So he announced today that it was actually
right after Bizarro. The show aired. They announced that as Bizarro. But before that, he announced, yes, we're doing Doomsday. He's like, and you're going to see Doomsday in the third episode. We're not going to drag it out. Those are what he said, right? Yeah. Because I watched this YouTube channel called Pagey. And the Pagey was breaking that down. And then when I watched, because Pagey did his video right after the show popped up. And then he said, yeah, the producer came up after the show ended and confirmed it's Bizarro. I'm like, you fucker.
At this time, I swear to God, either they could do a Tyler Hoechlin and Henry Cavill movie, like go down the multiverse route.
Stop it.
They could go down the multiverse route.
You said, the part Matt at his kids in this episode, I liked it. Like showing that intensity, I was like, God damn, that's a father. You know, gotta put your foot down.
No, fuck them.
He went a little bit over the top.
When he went off on them, well, fuck
they deserve it.
And when this fool Jordan, man, that pussy got him over time. I'm in love with her dad.
Bro, he never even got the pussy yet.
Your ass up.
When he gets the pussy, he's gonna fucking spill all the beans. You know what I mean? He never got the pussy. He's in love. When he gets the pussy, he's gonna be lying in bed about, yeah, my dad is Superman and I got powers and we had to fight and steal. You know, the one that helped my dad. That's it, Jeremy. He's gonna fucking
he's not ready. He's not ready for her to give him some sucky or throw it back. Because if he do it, he get to the climax. He's going to kill her. He's going to shoot that heat vision.
Probably.
Probably. He's gonna kill her by
you
mistake.
don't want
Not
that
ready.
girl to become. Yeah, she's a lesbian. She better just like duck out right now, bro. Like seriously. But like now the other brothers.
Hey, but I'll say this. I'll say this real
the
quick.
other
German.
brothers are into the drugs and shit.
Yeah,
I like that this
happened a
episode
bit
did not
fast.
go. I like this episode didn't go full CW. Like her issue with her Jonathan and the girlfriend, they resolved it. They didn't drag it on. MSK was theorizing that they was gonna do like some love triangle with Natalie and her. I was like, then that's not gonna happen now. So they didn't CW it. They didn't, awkward love triangle, some bullshit drama. They resolved things. I like this. The pacing of the show is really good. They getting shit done.
You don't think they're gonna have more drama with that shit?
I think they're setting up seeds to become the CW. That's the problem.
The only
they're doing those
drama I
little
think
breadcrumbs to become CW because you know damn well that girl is gonna get it on with the black girl, man. They ain't gonna have a black person.
Jonathan finna get at the light skinned girl. It's gonna happen.
Nah, man, they're brother and sister, bro.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're not related.
Yes, they are.
They're not related by blood.
Yes, they are.
They're from different universes.
But
the mother's the same.
They're not blood.
Yes.
Yeah, the mother's the same. They're genetically.
No, they're not. That's her doppelganger.
Which means they have the same DNA. Which means they have the same DNA.
Nah,
they established that on the
DNA gonna be slightly a little different. They're from different universes.
Yeah, but that's still related.
No,
even if it's slightly different, which it isn't, by the way.
No, because
it's identical. But like, even if it was, they'd be slightly related, dude.
They have the same mom, but mind you, they have different fathers too. So
maybe that's how we got Bizarro Superman.
They're not related.
Oh, that's what you would do, isn't it? Fucking hell, bro.
Yeah, that is exactly
we haven't got the same mom, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, we do have the same mom, but it's different universes, so it's okay.
I think they're from different universes. Do it. Shit. They don't
Do
care.
you remember in The Flash, they took blood from a doppelganger and couldn't distinguish that it was different from the blood from that person in the universe? So it's the same thing. It's the same blood.
Wait. So it's for the doppelgangers, right?
Yes. The doppelgangers have
in
the
that
same
case,
blood.
then I guess they're the same. Whatever. But they can still,
In
they can
that
still get
case,
it
I
on.
guess
It's
I'm
good.
the same.
They can still get it on. I don't care. They from different universes. Let them fuck.
Look at him coming in being like, I don't mind.
Why can't the black girl be with somebody? Oh, y'all want the black girl to be single? All right, for sure.
No, they're gonna find
it's not with her brother. Not with her brother, dude. What the fuck is that?
They don't fucking claim her. She fucking came in here, she's taking up all the space in the barn and shit.
Yeah, they're gonna find someone for her. But you see how they're gonna fix Steel suit, so I think we're gonna get
they're about to get that Steel suit.
Yeah, that we're supposed to get.
They about to get rid of that Doom Slayer Steel suit.
But that looks like that kind of looks like a Lex suit.
Yeah, he looks like he could take Iron Man. Like he looks like he could give Iron Man a run for his money. I mean, if he could take blows,
that's too strong enough to take Superman hits. That shit.
Yo, that scene where he jumps in the air and the suit breaks apart and comes on him, that was fire. Yeah. But again, that was straight.
The effects were looking a little bit wonky there, but it was cool.
Yeah, that's straight out of Marvel.
I mean, they're making Steel like I can't. I mean, how that's a miracle to make Steel a character I actually like is a miracle. I've always
what's wrong with Steel?
I've always hated him.
Why?
I always hated him. It's just dumb. He's not really Superman. He don't have any powers. It's like he was like
want to be Superman.
It's because he's black.
Nah,
no, it's not because
it's because he's black. Steel was fire, bro.
Shaq was still, and he was tight. He had just that chainmail and shit. Shaq still was tight.
Yo, you get the fuck out of here! Don't you guys go to work or some bullshit with that fucking garbage? What are you talking about, bro?
Get out of here with that shit.
Oh, fucking Shaq was tight. There was nothing tight about that. And I don't know how you guys watched the trailer and was like, "Oh yeah, I could watch this from the trailer." Like, no, trailer was fucking trash too.
I mean, hey, I was bored one day, went to HBO Max. Said,
Yeah, but you're the one who's loving up Steel, man. I don't get it. Well, in the comic, what was he in the comic? He wasn't a scientist. He was like a mechanic, wasn't he?
He was like a mechanic, and Superman died, and he created his own steel suit, and he was fighting fucking
exactly
on
That's
behalf
trash.
of Superman. No, why is it trash?
Bro.
It's not like
this one's cool. He's a scientist.
No. It's not like they fucking made a fucking carbon copy and said, "Hey, look, we got a black Superman." No, he just had fucking no powers. He made a suit and he became his own type of Superman. So
which was trash. The trash version of Super. He wasn't even like Iron Man. Like Iron Man's cool. Like he's got like a proper like high tech, like all of that kind of
Steel's
shit.
fucking hammer is fire, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that hammer was whack as well. I used to hate that hammer.
God.
Now
Yeah,
the hammer's cool.
Because he's black.
No, now the hammer's cool. Now I can
he's
see.
black.
You're
too busy watching. You're too busy reading them fucking white Superman comics. That when they did a black man and they did him properly, you said, "Oh, fuck this shit."
Wait, Alonzo, what you be hating on Mike Coulter, Luke Cage, bro?
Because he sucks.
Wow,
he sucks as Luke Cage, though.
But he black, bro. You supposed to support our brothers.
I do support him, but he sucks as Luke Cage.
Even if the product ain't good.
I do, but he sucks as Luke Cage.
Oh, that Luke Cage, man.
Garbage.
Sweet queech.
Daredevil is the only thing that came.
The only thing that was good about that fucking Luke Cage series was Misty.
Yo, you're missing out.
Speaking of which, I have a little fun thing to do quickly. If it won't take that much time,
let's do it.
We'll see.
We know how your fucking things take forever. So.
Oh, shouts out to Jonathan doing drugs.
Did you even watch my show today, Nerdman?
Yeah, man.
You did? You watched
I was trying to watch it on my TV. For some reason, it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't working. Yeah, it wasn't playing.
Oh, it wasn't working.
No, I was doing the Chromecast. Yeah, you do Chromecast from your phone to the TV.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, your stream was like it was playing, but the screen was all black. It was probably just issue on my end.
No, you popped in though. You popped into the chat though, so you're cool. I think I seen you pop into.
All right,
yeah, but I couldn't like watch the stream at all for some reason. It was weird.
What we're gonna do is maybe I think maybe Sunday or something like that. We're gonna rank black superheroes, man. I'm gonna make a list. We're gonna rank the black superheroes, every black superhero that there is.
Cool.
Including Steel. Steel's gone up there, bro. Steel's gone up there like now.
I don't know, man. Also just gonna rate them off because they black.
I know, bro.
What's your point? At least I support my brothers and sisters.
I support my brothers and sisters.
You motherfuckers.
You don't even like
No. You guys don't support your fucking brothers and sisters because both of you are the same motherfuckers that be like, "Oh, you can't race bend. Don't race."
I didn't say you can't race bend.
I'm okay.
You can't race Superman.
I'm okay with race bending.
You can't race bend.
If
I didn't say that.
Anzo, this is the only thing I say about race bending. You will never truly be the character you are adapted as. You are doing half the job. That's what I always say. You're doing half the job.
That is bullshit.
That's bullshit.
No, because if you're adapting the character, I want you to look and act like the character. That's what I want. If you're adapting something. But if you're doing
don't know how they act. They're fucking comic books. What the fuck
was just about to say
What are you talking about?
I was just about to say that, nerd man.
Wait. So you don't know how Batman acts in the comics based off what you read and what is drawn. That's bullshit.
We've already. I had this. I was having this discussion today. That, like, people try and pretend they're experts on comics and shit. We've read about 1% of Batman comics, if that. Right? There's so many thousands of different fucking comics that like he acts in various different ways.
No, Nerman.
But there's some.
No, I don't disagree.
Regarding their race. What has that got to do with how they act?
No,
You trying to say a black guy can't act like Batman?
No. A black guy can act as Batman, but a black guy ain't never gonna look like Bruce Wayne Batman. I want to see Bruce Wayne Batman. I don't want to see if he don't look like Bruce Wayne.
All right, here's my thing.
I'm not saying he won't be a bad Bruce Wayne.
I don't mind you race bending
he's like
Bruce
doing
Wayne.
He's getting half the job done.
I don't mind you race bending Bruce Wayne, Superman, or whoever. However, if you do it, make it good.
Yeah, I agree. At least act good.
Like that's all I care about. I think you're causing yourself more trouble when you do it to really iconic characters. That's what I'm saying. Villains, it doesn't matter. Villains, like I don't care what color like Lex Luthor is. I don't care what color Joker is. Riddler. I don't think that really makes that much of a difference, right? But the superheroes who are the most iconic, i.e., Spider-Man, Wolverine, Batman, and especially when it's, as I said, I feel like it's written into the DNA of certain characters that they have to be a certain color, right?
But
that's the thing.
Sometimes it doesn't like make that much sense. So if you're gonna do it, fine, make sure it's good, because I will blast you out of fucking existence if it isn't, because you could have just taken the easy route. And you could have, given roles to, you could have given
the right looking person and got someone who can also act too.
Yeah, and then you could also race bend characters that it doesn't matter if you race bend, like Perry White or and give them good roles.
Look,
or the villain, you know.
Hey, Nerdman, look, this is how I am, right? I understand what you're saying about not race bending iconic characters, but this is the thing, right? You may not be a fan of a character, but there's fans of another character. And you might say, oh, go ahead, race bend them. But what about the fans who like that character?
Who gives a shit? They can't see.
No, but you're a fan of the iconic one. You're a fan of the iconic one.
Can Neo be black?
Everybody else do it.
If they rebooted Matrix, completely different continuity, can Neo be black?
Yes. It's hard to reboot.
Yeah, hard reboot. It's completely
go ahead, do it. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, Neo doesn't have to be the main character. It can be fucking
Sure, it could also be a different character. It could be a new character.
Owen, the backwards Neo. Owen is the new main character. I don't care. It's a reboot.
Yeah,
I mean, it may not be good as the original, but hey, it's a reboot. Go ahead, do whatever.
Sure. But I'm just saying, in general,
adapting something. But go ahead.
In general, if it's a completely new continuity, can Neo be black?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. So if a bunch of people turn around and go, but I'm a fan of Neo and I need him to be fucking white, what do you say to them? Fuck yourself.
If it's the main continuity, I mean, you can't race ban Neo because he's
of course, if it's the main continuity, but if they completely go, we're redoing
reboot.
This is a completely like almost beginning the saga again or something like that. And they, as I said, they make Neo black.
And it got to be a straight up reboot. It can't be like,
and there are certain fans
we're gonna
because then if by their argument, I want exactly the same. If the guy's got blue eyes, then fuck you. That's not Neo. Yeah. If the guy's got like fucking, you know what I mean? Like I want everything.
No. I'm not that. I'm not that.
The energy, the fucking same.
No.
If you're saying that,
I'm not that deep with it.
Be the same.
I'm not that. I don't care if this is my thing. Robert Pattinson.
Wonder Woman's got blue eyes. No one complains about fucking Gal Gadot.
Wait, no. You're looking too deep. I don't care about if your ears are a certain size or eyes. No, like it's skin color.
Why?
Which is way more important than eyeball.
Why is that way more important?
Ear. Because look how much our skin color affects us in the world today.
So blonde hair.
Because everybody in this world seems to care a lot about skin color in the real world.
Okay, if they care about skin color, isn't it good? Like considering how they think about skin color. that these guys get opportunities to do these fucking jobs, to do
No,
jobs that they dream of.
And that's fine too. But this is the thing, right? This is the thing. These adapted works, right? And I don't know why they don't do this. Like I don't know why they don't do this when they can just easily do this because it's technically an adaptation. You know, they can make up new heroes, add new characters, just add things.
It's a disingenuous argument because
Facts.
you can do that anyway, but at the same time, right?
Wait.
You can do that anyway, but at the same time, there are IPs that are obviously way more popular.
Facts.
Right.
Right.
Now,
so jack something.
If you
put something in it and give them this boost instead of doing the hard work. Okay, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah,
do an easy way.
I don't care what you do. That girl in James Bond, the black girl who was playing the different 007, she ain't never gonna be as big as James Bond. You can do a film about her.
Don't nobody want no.
You can do you can do a film about her. It ain't gonna work. There's a you can't expand.
Nobody want a female 007 or James Bond.
Right, exactly.
That's
so
just,
don't
that's
done, right? So you either have to say, hey, like look at these like all Bourne, right? If they do another Jason Bourne, if they do a Jason Bourne where they put another guy in it and they go, oh, let's get Jason Bourne to give this guy a boost, they'll be like, fuck you to this new guy. They don't give a shit. But you can reboot Jason Bourne as a fucking franchise and just make the guy black or Asian, and it will make no difference to the character.
Is Jason Bourne a adapted work?
It is.
That's my difference. When you're adapting work, I mean, and this why original work is better than adapted work. People are just taking someone else's work and they're like, oh, I'm just going to kind of twist it, and then just. Yes, they do some good transformations, but they're just taking somebody else's word and just adding a little twist.
But you see, that's not necessarily true.
I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but
that's not necessarily
with
true.
Original IPs,
when they race bend,
people adapt stuff.
But when they race bend, they're not taking an adaptation of someone's book. They're doing their own thing, right? Because
they are. The characters come from those books that they're adapting.
Right, the characters, but they're not adapting the book, right? So
they are. Well, they'll be adapting a bunch of different books. They like to put a bunch of different
pieces of
into these stories. So
but if you're taking Superman and you're making him black, then you're probably going to create a brand new story.
Right, but if you're going to do Black Superman, then do the Black Superman. Clark Kent should never be black. You can do the other Black Superman. Because there's other two Black Superman. Use them. Because there's other two Black Superman. Why would you make
nobody knows?
Why would you make Clark Kent black?
But wait a second.
Wait
a second, Onzo. You just said you changed the whole character if you make him black.
No, I didn't.
You just said that just a moment ago. Literally, that was like just a second ago. You said if you make
Superman black, if you make Superman black, that changes everything about Superman.
No, it doesn't.
All right, watch. Superman in Kansas. They go like,
there's black people in Kansas.
No. I know, Onzo. But it's gonna change how Superman comes up in the world. Now Superman's gonna be like, now people look at Superman like, you Negro, bruh. It changes everything about how he comes up.
Hold on, but that doesn't change nothing because there's people that hold on. There's people that hate him because he's an alien.
Yeah, and that's already enough. That's enough. You don't need to change it because he's an alien.
But it's the same thing.
No,
they hate him because he's black, or they hate him because he's an alien.
Right, but you don't need to add on the fact that he's black. You already hate him because he's an alien.
The problem is, as I've said before, you need to make him black.
And there's already two black Superman. That's what Michael B. Jordan
that nobody knows.
As I said before, it works when the character is not an iconic character, and it's specifically one that hasn't been seen in film or TV before.
Look, honestly,
right? when you've seen someone like Flash, when you've seen someone like Flash in film or TV, or you've seen someone like Superman, film, TV, Batman, it's harder for people to imagine them as a different race, especially if aspects of their personality, aspects of their background fit more with being a white person.
Yeah.
Right?
And look,
like
Peter Parker.
aspects.
Peter Parker, there's a black Spider-Man. You don't need to change
what
Peter Parker.
aspects of Superman's life, right, makes it more
Because
believable
because
he's an
he
alien.
flew. No, not because he's an alien, dude. What do you mean? Because he's an alien?
That's already enough. He's an
he
alien.
shouldn't-
He's a
he shouldn't-
refugee.
he-
He's the
he
last of
shouldn't-
his people. He already has enough struggle.
Yeah,
in his
but
life.
that could be a black person. That doesn't need to be a white person. I'm saying
No. What I'm saying is, there's already elements there of struggle in his life. The issues you have to deal with. A refugee. He's the last of his species. He's the last of his species. That's bigger than any of anything we got. He's the last of his species. The last of his kind.
I don't.
Yeah, but you asked a different question. He asked a different question, and you're answering a separate question, which is also true. K Dots, that he does have enough on his plate, so you don't need to add another wrinkle.
But you also don't even. But you also hold on. Let me just get to that real point. But you also don't have to, if you're gonna make it a black Superman, right? You could either take out the alien part of it or the black part of it. You don't need to use both.
What do you mean you can take out the alien part of it?
Like he's an alien, right? No. What I'm saying, he is an alien, but you can have it where people see him as a human being, right? Where they're not like, oh my God, you're an alien, and then you can say, oh well, he's black if you want to do that, or you could say people don't care that he's black,
or you could
and
just do
see
the character
fact that he's
the way,
an alien.
or you could just do the character the way it is, and then you can explore.
But we've had that character. We've had that character.
We haven't had that character that many times.
But it doesn't matter.
The man has still fucked it up.
Regardless
Superman
of what you want to say
Returns
about the movie, regardless of what you want to say about the movie, whether you like the movies or not, we still had a white Superman over and over and over again. So doing something different does not necessarily mean that they can't still do it the way it's supposed to be done. But if you're going to do it in a certain way, if you're going to try something different, what is the problem with that? You still have the white Superman. You can still have that, but they can still try it in a different way.
And that's like Anzo, best example. Superman and Lois. Superman and Lois. Wait, Nerman. Superman and Lois. This is the most different Superman has ever been since he was put in anything live action. You change the whole dynamic of how he's tackling life. He's a family man. He's a superhero. You're adding
but you
more
can do that with a black guy too.
You can do that with a black guy.
You don't need to do with a black Superman. That's why I said. That's why I said. That's why I asked the question. This is why I asked the question.
Why can't Batman be black?
I never said he can't. He can.
So he can be.
No, but Nerman, Anzo's consistent with it though. Anzo, he'll race swap Jack. He's consistent.
So you would race swap any character, James Bond,
as long as it has nothing to do with the way that the character is. Yes, you can do it.
No,
as long as it doesn't affect who the character is, the morals are.
I think
okay. So let me explain this. Black Panther cannot be race bent because it would be hard to believe that a white man is a king of fucking Wakanda. Okay. But if you if you wanted to race bend Steel, you could do that because there is nothing in that character that says he has to be black. You could do the same thing with Blade because there is nothing in those characters that say he has to be black. This is my point. You can race bend them. The only reason why it would be fucked up to race bend Blade or Steel is because we don't have enough black superheroes to do that.
Anzo, this is all right. Wait. You spoke before. I want to speak now.
All right, go ahead.
So, sorry, but here's the thing. I get everything you're saying, but no one is ever, even if they do a black Superman, no one is ever gonna think of Superman as black. So it will be a one-time thing, right? The guy that gets to do his little movies, he gets to do his little trilogy, and that's it. Whereas if you take a character from the comics, right, who not everyone knows, like Hawkman, or I want to think of someone cooler as well, but like Hawkman is a great example. And he's even from Egypt, so it even kind of makes sense even within his own story. If you take someone like that who hasn't been seen on film and TV that much, he's not been overexposed, but he's a good enough character to support their own franchise, then from then on, people will think of him as black. And then it won't just be like we're borrowing Spider-Man for one film, or we're borrowing Superman for one franchise. We can actually have that character going on be a black character, and that's how you can get more black superheroes. And then also, as K-Dot said, you do have to like make new ones, and you do have to. Actually, there are black heroes who haven't got films yet. Fucking John Stewart.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yes, Martian Manhunter. Hold on. Why do a black Superman when you can do Martian Manhunter? It makes
because
no sense.
one fucking cares about Martian Manhunter.
That's
my
not
point.
true.
Hold on. No, Nerdman.
Loads of people love Martian Manhunter.
No, Nerdman, we care because we are comic book. We are comic book people.
And people like
but
Captain
regular
Marvel.
people. Regular
like
people,
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Regular people do not know who fucking Martian Manhunter
Martian Manhunter was bigger than Guardians of the Galaxy before they came out.
He was.
Martian Manhunter was bigger than fucking Captain Marvel before
this
she came out.
Captain Marvel. But what I'm telling Nerdman, not to normal people. If you go out on the street and you
are you kidding me,
Nerdman? If you go
back.
Nerdman,
no, we haven't got a time travel machine. No. Let me finish.
No. If you go out on the street right now and you ask 100 fucking normal people who the hell Martian Manhunter is, they will not know.
I didn't say that.
But this is my
you're
point.
Arguing a different point.
No.
Okay, you made your point. So can I finish mine?
Let me finish because you're not letting me finish. You're saying that Martian Manhunter is big and whatever to us, to comic book
I didn't
fans,
say that.
to people
you're
that
not
watch
listening again.
this.
So why
What
don't
am I
you
saying?
argue
You just
against
said he was bigger.
Okay,
You said he was bigger than Guardians of the Galaxy.
I said before Guardians of the Galaxy came out and was released in cinemas and became a big franchise, that if you took at that time, went back in time to that period of time, more people would have known Martian Manhunter than fucking Guardians of the Galaxy.
But this is what I'm saying.
More people would have known
I'm
John
answering
Stewart,
your question.
Green
More
Lantern.
people as us, comic book fans, the people that follow it. Normal people do not.
But that's enough. That's enough.
No, it's not enough. Because if it was enough, then they would make
so
these
then why
movies.
Did Guardians of the Galaxy get so big?
Hold on. Because
why
Marvel had a track record. Because Marvel had a track record of making good movies. That is why Guardians of the Galaxy blew up.
And then
what I'm trying
make
to
a
say,
good movie like Shazam, it makes its money, and then the next time it will hopefully make more money. But you have to take the risk.
Yes, I'm not saying you don't. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that
it's better than doing a black Superman that's gonna flop.
Don't know. You could go and put a black Superman, and that's a fucking IP that people know, right?
It's an IP people know. But a lot of people will be put off by that.
Normal people will not.
And if it isn't an excellent film,
will not. Because back in the day, and if you make it good, then all that shit goes away. Because they took fucking Kingpin and they made him black, and nobody cared.
And that film flopped.
Nobody fucking cared.
That film flopped.
They made
that
fucking.
Film flopped.
They made fucking. They made fucking the fucking ancient one a woman and a white woman. So they
did care, Anzo. I care.
You did because you read
I was
comics,
pissed at that shit.
But the normal people have no fucking idea that the ancient one was race.
You're arguing something I agree with. That's nothing to do with what I'm saying. Again, what I'm talking about is what is known about the character and what is the risk. It was a riskier thing to do Guardians of the Galaxy than to do a Martian Manhunter film.
No, it was not.
Yes.
On paper, that is a riskier movie to make.
It was not.
Same with Ant-Man. Same with a lot of these characters. It is a
Ant-Man, you can probably
not.
Ant-Man was more known than the
No,
Guardians.
it was not
not the
because
Martian
Marvel had
Manhunter,
a
though.
track record
No, but he was
when
more
they
known than
did
the
it.
Guardians.
This is
He
my
was
point.
less of a
It
risk.
is not because Marvel had a track record when they did it. You would have never seen a
DC has
fucking
a
hold on,
track
hold on.
record.
You would have never seen a fucking Guardians of the Galaxy movie in Phase 1. You would have never seen that.
We're not in Phase 1. DC
But
has a
I'm
track
telling
record
you, you
as
would have
well.
never seen it in Phase 1.
DC has a
They
track
waited
record.
until they got a trash one.
No,
Oh my
they
God.
have a.
But Anzo, that's the
DC
thing.
has a
That's
trash,
the thing.
DC
regardless
has a
of what
track
you want
record.
to say,
Here,
our track
Anzo,
record
that's
for
the thing.
movies are trash.
Onzo, here's the facts of it. Every new character that DC has brought out, like solo movie of a new character, not a fucking old, not a Batman fucking adjacent character like Harley Quinn or something like that. Every new character, Shazam, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, has been a fucking success. So there is no reason to believe that they couldn't use it as a marketing tool. Go, hey, DC's making their first black superhero. It's gonna be Martian Manhunter. Everyone would freak out. That's not that. Even people are even talking about this Black Adam movie. Even though it's got a little bit of bad press because of The Rock, people are still talking about it.
Why? Why are they talking about Black Adam? Why are they talking about Black Adam so much?
Because The Rock's in it.
Exactly.
Okay, so
and The Rock was always a fan cast.
If it's not The Rock,
was always a fan cast for the Black
if
Adam.
it's not The Rock doing Black Adam,
so here's what you do. Here's what you do, Onso. You get a good cast. You say, oh, we're doing our first black superhero. Let's get Denzel Washington as the mentor figure. Let's get some other chick to be who's really famous to be the love interest. Let's get if we're really worried, let's get a really exciting actor to play Martian Manhunter. That's how you fucking do it.
The problem with that is movies.
Again,
no, man. The problem with that is actors do not make the movie anymore. It's the movie that makes the actor. Back in the day,
back and forth. You just said The Rock is why we're talking about fucking Black Adam.
Because The Rock is an anomaly. He is different. But if you go back, he is. If you go back and you go and look back in the days when Arnold Schwarzenegger was making a movie, didn't fucking matter what movie he was making.
Honestly,
it's Arnold Schwarzenegger. But nowadays, you can see, Arnold Schwarzenegger is making a movie. I don't care. Oh, but Arnold Schwarzenegger is making a new Conan movie. Oh, let's go see that. Right? They don't care that Arnold Schwarzenegger is making the movies, but they care that he made a new Conan movie.
Okay, let me say
that's the difference.
Let me say this. So you have the money right now, and you don't care about the characters. I'm saying you don't give a shit about the characters. You just care about making money back. That's all you care about, right? Simple. Make your money back. You're telling me you would rather invest in a black Batman or a black Superman movie than a Green Lantern like a John Stewart movie?
Yes. Because Batman is a bigger Batman and Superman are bigger IPs.
That's the problem why the black characters won't get nowhere, because we're not propping them up. The reason Superman's where he is because he has over 70 years of history.
I'll tell you what.
Listen to me.
Do you know what I would do? Do you know what I would do? Let me say what I would do just quickly, and then you told me the difference. Because a black Superman is going to make good box office in the first weekend. And if you have you'd have to have an astonishingly amazing script so that everybody overlooks it. And they don't criticize it for being a stunt, SJW, especially in these times, right?
I agree.
It's so easy to tank because of that.
I agree.
So if you're going to do a Black Superman movie, make sure the script is impeccable.
Yes.
The director is fucking the best director ever, and it's going to be just the greatest thing in the world. However, if I had a choice, rather than risk the ire of people who just can't get on board with a black Superman or a black Batman, here's what I would do. I would do a Martian Manhunter movie right? And have say a a really famous actor or something like that, get a tight script, make sure everything's working well. It's a really kind of interesting thing. Do that, and then have Henry Cavill guest star in that movie. That's how I would do it. That's a risk for that's nearly
or for Martian
a
Manhunter,
much less risk. Or put Martian Manhunter in a Man of Steel 2.
So
That's
let me
how I
explain
would
this to you. Let me explain this to you. Let me show you something. Let me show you something, guys. Something, all right? Because you guys are talking about how these black characters, they don't get no shine, right? And I know K-Dot watched it. You watched DC Fandom this year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember when they talked about making those black superhero cartoons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After DC Fandom ended, nobody talked about that shit. Nobody cared.
They was talking about comics and animated stuff. Nobody,
but
they were talking about live action movies coming.
They wouldn't have cared either.
But Anzo, those are comics. Even they had nobody's talking about the comic panel at DC Fandom. They're talking about the movie.
But you're right. But what I'm saying is these guys said that they're making a fucking cartoon. Right, they're gonna make them now. If they had said
nobody's
that,
talking about DC
hold on.
Like that.
But if they had said that about fucking what's the one with Omni-Man, right? If that said season 2 Omni-Man is coming, that would have been talked about. Nobody talked about. Yes, absolutely.
Well, because it had a really good season 1. Because it had a very great season.
But even if there wasn't,
no one was talking about Invincible before it came out.
Yes, they were.
It was when it came out, and then
no.
There was word of mouth, and then people started watching it, and then there was like, oh, there's good word of mouth, and then
but comic book people who knew who Invincible was talking about that shit. Right. What I'm trying to explain to you,
small minority.
Right. What I'm trying to explain to you is that nobody gave a shit about these black fucking superheroes that were coming out. So you guys can sit there and say, yeah, you could do this and you could do that, but nobody would fucking care if they made a John Stewart.
Right. That's why you got to make them care. That's like how they implemented Falcon. And now that he's got America, people got eyes on him. They care about him.
But what I'm trying to
say, people still cared about him.
You're correct.
This is why I'm saying.
That's
what you got to do with the characters.
What I'm saying. If DCEU's plan was better and their movies were better,
then their movies are better than yours already. They're better than yours already. They're fucking better than yours already.
That's not the problem. Even Anzo, this is the thing. This thing, even in comic books. No. Wait.
Movies are not as good as DCU's.
Wait. No. Let's not make it that. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let me say this. This has always happened in comics, right? You know, they passed the mantle off to a Miles Morales Spider-Man. Peter was gone for a while. Peter came back, and Peter's still the bigger Spider-Man. They passed the mantle off to Falcon in the comics to be Captain America. They brought Steve Rogers back. Steve Rogers still the more popular Captain America. They don't even in the comics, the Marvel and DC, they don't give these characters opportunities because they give them like a 2-year run, then they're done with them. Both the companies need to put in effort when both of them and establish their own names as their own, and it's going to take time.
But
what they want, Anzo, wait, real quick. What they want the 70 years of development Superman has. They want to try and do it faster than it needs to be. You need to take it slow.
Okay,
you need to put in that 70 years just like these other characters. It's going to take a while.
The reason why these comic books and things, the reason why these comic books and everything only last 2 years or whatever is because they're not making money. If they were fucking making money, Miles Morales would be that. Then that tells you that nobody really fucking cares.
Wait a second. You're arguing against
like Miles Morales Spider-Man now.
Comics is never going to be as big as movies.
No, I know that. No. I know that. Nerdman, I know what you're saying. No,
you don't know what I'm saying.
Yes, I do.
Don't say you know what I'm saying. I'll say what I'm going to say. First of all, the DC's problem is fucking management,
guys.
It's management. It's not the movies. It's
But we're not
management.
talking about the movies.
The Snyder Cut.
No,
the
you're
Snyder Cut.
you're moving the goalposts.
Okay,
that's
I'm
not what we're talking about.
I'm gonna talk about something else after, because we're connecting it to how would you make successful characters, like bring out successful black characters, especially in the DC universe.
I'm sorry, you gotta force them on the people. Go ahead.
I'm not waiting. If I'm an investor and that's between 70 years and turning Superman black for a return on my investment, I'm making Superman black, K-Dots. I don't give a shit. I'm not waiting 70 years to build up to characters.
No.
There's
I'm
a
not saying
way
wait
of doing
years.
it. There's a way of doing it where you could probably make your money back quicker. And it's quite simple. We've seen it done with Aquaman. We've seen it done with Shazam. We've seen it done with fucking Wonder Woman. Right? All of those three characters, they did it. Use that template. And an even easier way of doing it, as you've said, is you've now got franchises that have made money. Maybe they were a little bit shaky in terms of their reception, but you do a next Cavill Superman movie, that's going to make fucking money now, because there's been such build up and anticipation for it that there's a much bigger audience for that kind of shit now, right? And even if you don't want to do that, reboot. In the Patterson universe, there's another, or whatever you want to do, there's a genuine excitement for this new Batman movie. There'd be genuine excitement for a new Superman movie. Use that as a way to introduce something like Martian Manhunter. See how people feel about it. See how people feel about it. If they don't feel too strongly, if they don't seem to like him, don't do the movie.
Yes.
If they
do
like him,
do
the movie.
Look at Chillmonger's comment. Chillmonger brings up a great point. DC introduced or DC can introduce the world to Icon, basically Black Superman, before they made those other Black Superman. We've seen Black Panther make $1 billion. It's no excuses.
But why did Black Panther? Don't even use Black Panther as excuse, because we all know why Black Panther made a fucking $1 billion.
Why?
Right? Huh? Black Panther made $1 billion because
see it. You have to put it out there, and then people go see it. They're not going to go see it if you don't put it out there.
But Black Panther also built up hype from fucking Civil War.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not saying you can't do that with DC. I am not saying you can't do that. You can absolutely do that. But the reason why DC hasn't done it is because the movie.
They have done it.
Hold on, shut up.
Why y'all making it? It's not a DC versus Marvel thing.
Let me finish.
Wait.
Only one movie. Only one movie out of DCU made $1 billion, nerd man.
How many movies have they made? How many movies have they made? So what are we talking about? So
only one movie made $1 billion.
It's the management. What are you talking about? Two made $1 billion.
But Nerdman.
And then three have made like 800.
What two made $1 billion?
Aquaman and Joker.
Aquaman and Joker.
Joker's not part of the DC. Get that fuck out of there. Get that fucking out of shit out of there.
They talked about it in DC fandom. It's part of fucking DC.
No, it's not. No, they did not.
They talked about it in DC fandom.
Show me where. Because I watched both fandoms and nowhere did they say.
Walter Lana talked about it. He said all the stuff is connected.
No, he was talking about the CW stuff.
I can get
he was talking about the CW stuff, and he was talking about the movies. The fucking Batman and the Joker are Elseworld stuff. They are not part of the DCEU. If you go search them up, they will not
there's
say
there's a main universe, and then there's the branch movies that branch off, and even the TV shows, but they're all still connected in one universe. Just how what if takes place in a different universe, is still connected to the MCU.
Yeah, because they're bringing it into the movies. They're not doing that with Joker or fucking Batman. They're not doing
that. That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
All
right, wait.
DC
Michael
film,
B. Jordan.
Only one DC film has bombed, right? Before the fucking
but my point is
only one.
Nerdman. But
so
my
don't
point
say
is, hold on,
it's
let me
about
finish.
The management of how they're building
but
up
this
the
is
universe.
what I'm saying. Because
That's
the movies, you're not letting me fucking finish. Because the movies did not reach the expectations of what they wanted, is why they wouldn't do it, because the movies would not make to the expectation. Marvel had Marvel had the opportunity to do it because their movies were fucking good.
No, they weren't
made
good.
money.
No.
First of all, they were successful.
When they got to
Let's not
phase
confuse
2,
that with
Guardians
good.
was a
Okay?
huge risk to do. They got lucky that made money.
Guardians was a huge risk, but they were able to take
Dude,
that risk
in the
because
end-
they
Right.
built up
And
something.
that's the point. You got to take the risk. You got to put together. You got to force. I didn't want no Guardian. I was like, who the fuck are these guys? They forced it on us.
Again,
People liked it.
You
got
would
it.
not have seen.
You got to put the work
Guardians of
out
the
there. You got to put the
Galaxy.
stuff out there.
You would
If
not
the
have
MCU
seen.
didn't
You would
build
not.
up such blah,
You
blah,
would
blah.
not have seen
I've
Guardians of the
heard it all
Galaxy in
before.
phase 1.
I've heard it all
I
before.
agree, but
I've
look at
heard
phase
it all
1.
before. You always
at
say
phase-
the same
No.
story. You
What is
always
it
say the
true?
same story, Charles, and it's and it never gets
It's
interesting.
the same thing. It's
Look,
the truth.
here's the thing. Here's the truth of it. Here's the truth of it.
God.
I'm gonna tell you how the facts fucking line up, right? DC has had a successful franchise even since Man of Steel. It has had failures as well, but to say that there wouldn't be excitement if they were going to bring out a Jon Stewart movie right now,
Or a Static
Green
Shock
Lantern,
movie,
or a Static Shock,
which is
or
coming.
a fucking or even a Martian Manhunter is asinine. The failure has not been that fucking critical, bro. It
Yes,
really
it has.
hasn't. It
This is
has
why
not.
they changed their shit
They're
around.
about to just
once
bring
they
out a
put it out there,
$1
people
billion
want to go.
fucking
It doesn't
movie.
matter if it's connected to
The movie's not making
went
$1
to go see
billion,
Joker and it got
bro.
$1 billion. Joker was a risk too. That
Joker
was a
is
huge
not
risk.
part of the D. And first
But it
off,
was a risk
Joker
to make
and
that
Joker
film
again.
the way they
You guys
did,
are
That's
and
bringing
your
up
wish
fucking.
list,
Hold on,
you
hold on,
hater.
hold on. Okay,
That's your
even
wish
if,
list, you
even
hater.
if, hold on,
Dude,
even
a
if,
Martian
hold on,
Manhunter
shut the fuck
movie
up.
right
Hold
now
on,
would
shut up, Nerdman.
definitely
Shut up for a
make at
second. Shut
least
up for a minute.
500 million
Shut up for a
box
second,
office
Nerdman.
worldwide
No,
if it was good.
not. No,
If
we're
it was
not.
good, yes, it
Okay,
would.
first off,
Yes, it would.
first off,
There's
first off,
general.
let me.
Every
First
time
off,
DC announces a movie,
first off,
there's
let-
some excitement.
Oh
There's
my God.
something.
First off,
It might
let-
not be as much as the MCU. I'll even give you that. But there's
Let me
some
explain
people
this.
talk about that shit. People care about that shit when DC bring out
Peacemaker was
movies.
a risk, and
and
people
then
love this.
and then
fucking
the
stuff.
movies come out and nobody goes to
Oh,
watch
and nobody
them.
goes to see them, even though they've all been fucking profitable. Shut your mouth. $1
They
billion.
Honestly, they
$1
made
billion
money.
for
They made
What
Aquaman.
movie?
$1 billion for Joker.
What movie?
Shazam's
BVS made
profitable.
BVS made over
800 and
700
something
million.
million for fucking Wonder Woman.
Hold on.
On a
Shazam
100 million
only
budget.
made like 400 million.
Which was 4 times its fucking budget.
It does
It was
not matter.
expected to make
And he
that.
was a
It does
character no
not-
one
no.
really knew about. He was a
It
character
does
no one
not
really
matter.
knew about in his
First
first
off, people
introduction.
knew about Shazam. What the fuck?
People
are you
knew about
talking
Shazam, but it was his first introduction.
People
But they
knew
still
about
know who
Shazam.
Shazam is.
Yeah,
Right, but it's his
not
first
a lot of people.
introduction.
Not as many
It's
as
no
you
guarantee
think.
his movie's gonna make like a
More
billion.
people know who
800
Shazam
million.
is than know who Guardians of the
made
Galaxy is.
profit.
It made profit.
made
More people know who
profit.
And
Shazam
people
is
like the
than
movie.
knew who
Anzo.
Guardians
Yeah.
of the
It
Galaxy
has
is.
high,
And people like the
high praise from critics and fans.
But I don't care. My point is, these movies have not reached the expectations of what DC, what Warner Brothers has wanted. So for
Right.
them to do that, it's a
Why
risk
did they
for
make a
them.
sequel to Shazam if it
No,
didn't
it's
reach
not
its
because they did
expectations?
Joker. Joker was a huge risk and they did it.
And this
So
is what I was
was
going to
Sam.
say. First off, you guys keep bringing up Joker. If you want to say it's part of the DCU, that is fine. But
No, it's
Joker,
part of the
hold
DC
on.
universe. It's
But
overall DC
Joker,
universe,
but
DCU.
Joker was not a superhero movie, so it attracted
Oh,
more
come
people
on.
that would not necessarily.
So wait.
go
That's
see
the
It's a
dumbest
fact.
argument I've ever heard.
No, it's
All right,
not.
that means
It's the
Logan
dumbest
ain't no
argument.
comic book
So
movie.
you're
Logan
trying
ain't
to
no superhero movie or comic book movie. Then if that's the
Joker
case.
was a movie about
Yeah.
a guy on a
And
fucking
look,
with a
look,
depression.
look,
It had
look.
no superhero stuff
look.
in it whatsoever.
Okay,
That's why
it
it
had no
attracted
superhero
more
stuff.
people
So
to
tell
it.
me the
But
last
it still made a
movie.
billion.
Tell me the last movie about some depressed guy who's going through fucking emotional problems that made $1 billion. Tell me the last one that's a drama, has no action,
But
that is
Nerdman,
about a depressed guy that
But
made $1 billion.
Nerdman, but
So the
Nerdman,
fact that it
that's
was
why
about
they
that,
put
the fact
no.
that was about that
That's why
means
they
the
put
opposite.
no.
If that's
that
that
is
makes
no.
it
No,
more.
no.
That shows just how
No.
fucking popular
If I
that
went there,
character is. Stop it.
No.
You keep trying to
It's
think
no.
Spider-Man is more popular than Batman. You've lost your fucking
Spider-Man
mind.
is more popular than Batman. What are you talking
more
about?
popular than Batman, dude.
Yes, he is.
Go and ask him, anybody on
Google,
the street.
Google,
Go and ask the next
Google
10
right
people
now.
on the street.
Google right now
because Anzo, Batman broke a billion before
More
Spider-Man.
people know Batman villains.
No.
More people know his city.
No.
More people know the Batmobile. More people know that shit.
Hold on.
You're about to get
Yellow
blown away.
Yellow brought it on my
blown
screen.
away.
The number one fucking superhero is Spider-Man. The number one known superhero.
Go and ask people if they know his villains.
Spider-Man.
Go and ask people if they know his villains. Go and ask the average person.
Who cares about his villains? We're talking about
Spider-Man. And I'm saying that's part of the popularity. That would show the popularity, right? If people go, "Oh, who's Batman's villain?" They'll just go Joker. They'll go Joker straight away. They'll go, "Oh, where does he live? Gotham." People know that shit from straight up jump.
Or Spider-Man, all they're gonna name is Venom, Dr. Octopus, and
nothing about
fucking. I think my headphones died.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Well, people who know nothing about Batman, nothing at all. I heard fucking that sneaky little MCU street rat fucking Yellow try and pull off that fucking Spider-Man was popular.
We did it on the screen,
and he was like, "Oh, no one cares about."
We did it on the screen.
No one
and the number one fucking.
No one cares about.
Hold on, here you go.
People care about
Spider-Man
and Bale were in a movie, and
Spider-Man
and Jack Nicholson were in that movie.
Spider-Man,
absolutely. Spider-Man, No Way From Home. Tell me that ain't true. Tell me that ain't true.
Is the most popular.
I fucking hate you, MCU fans, with all my heart.
Spider-Man is the most popular superhero. Spider-Man, not Batman. Spider-Man. Google.
If you're going by that metric, Iron Man is.
Google. No, it's Spider-Man. I just read it.
What?
The most popular superhero, Spider-Man.
Who told you that?
I just Googled it.
Oh, Google told you. Fuck off.
Isn't that where you look for your fucking shit?
Batman's way more popular.
Isn't that where you go look for your shit? No, in your mind, he's more popular. It's Spider-Man.
Do you know what? I'm going to show you something.
It's Spider-Man.
Look, Batman. Wait.
Batman's number 2, right?
Wait a minute. Which one are you looking at? Okay, no, that's
number 2, right? Batman's number 2.
All right, let me show you something right now. I'm going to share something with you, you son of a piece of fucking.
Mad. It's okay. It's okay that Spider-Man's bigger than Batman. It's all right.
Wait, Anzo.
Spider-Man ain't even bigger than Superman, let alone fucking Batman.
Yes, he is.
Wait, I'm trying to see which one y'all looking at because I'm looking at different ones. There's one.
You see this? Do you see this? Oh wait, I'm not sure. Do you see what this is?
He has become a legend, a victim of tragedy,
I don't understand what you're
who emerges as a symbol of justice. What the hell are you? I'm Batman.
All right. Do you know what
drives
this is?
A billionaire to become
Do you know what this
a crime?
is? Do you know what this is? This is a fucking documentary with doctors and psychologists fucking analyzing the character of Batman and his fucking.
Why did they do that, nerd man?
Why did they do that?
Why did they do this?
Why did they
because
do
all the
that?
fucking Nolan
Because
movies were
Batman
coming
is more
out.
popular than
No,
your fucking
because the
Spider-Man.
Nolan
No one's
movies
going to be doing
coming
no
out.
Spider-Man fucking documentary
Bro,
with
it was
psychologists
because
talking
Nolan
about the fucking the psychology of Green Goblin. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. You know why?
Guys, this is entertainment.
Movies were coming out. That's the only reason why they did it, so that they could fucking big up the Nolan movie. That's it.
It was fire, bro. Because it was fire, Anzo. Because it was fire and still better than every
reason why they did it. Fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro.
The Dark Knight is still better than every MCU movie to exist right now to this day. Even Infinity War. And that's facts.
Look at this. Benjamin R. Carney, fucking PhD, professor of social psychology, UCLA. There's fucking all types of psychologists all on here talking about fucking Batman. This guy over here. Look at this guy. You think he ever cared about fucking Spider-Man and his fucking rogues gallery?
No, he got paid. He got paid.
He got paid. This guy cares about the fucking.
Look at him. He looks like a fucking actor, anyways. He doesn't look like he doesn't look like he can fucking tell the psychology of a hot dog.
That's racist. That's racist right there. That's fucking racist,
bro.
That's racism, bro.
The only reason why they did
He
that
looked like a psychologist to me just because he's Asian.
The only
That's
reason why they
fucking
did that
outrageous.
shit was because of
He was Asian.
movies, bro. They
That's outrageous. You see how he didn't say that about the white guy? You see how he didn't say that about the white guy? Fucking racism, bro.
They wouldn't
His lip sticking out like that.
They wouldn't have fucking made a documentary about fucking Batman unless Nolan was fucking making the movie. The fucking producer of that shit is probably Nolan.
No, man.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro.
Spider-Man ain't no popular nothing, bro. You needed 3 Spider-Men. 3 Spider-Men to come back. Like fucking.
Oh my God. Get on his diet.
Oh, man.
Get out of here with your fucking.
Yeah, no, man. You're a bullshit because I was agreeing with you in what you're saying, and then you had to do a little dig at the DC while you're talking about it. We're talking about how we can get more black superheroes out here.
Fucking also made some DC versus Marvel.
Yeah.
We talking about the colors of these damn characters.
Yeah, exactly. We're like, how can we get more black characters out here? And he just starts digging at DC for
All
no
I
reason.
said was they don't want to take the risk to do it. That's all. That's the reason why they can do it. They can do it exactly like you guys said they did. But because their movies didn't live up to their expectation, doing something like that would be a big risk for them.
No, but this thing now they do, Anzo, the management changed.
Well,
when Aquaman came out, the management was different.
We know the Batman's only going to make about $200 million.
Oh my God. You a hater, Anzo. He hated. I'm taking away your Zack Snyder Justice League card.
I'll give you 3 at the most. I'll give you 3 at the most. I'd say opening weekend's probably going to be about 20 to 25 million. Right? I'll give you that.
Also plotting on the fucking DCEU fell down. You no longer a Zack Snyder Justice League fan, bro.
Yeah,
I'm taking that card away from you.
You're done, man.
You got Batman.
200 million. Although F you, bro. We gonna make more than 20 million. Watch us make more money than we're gonna make more money than Captain Marvel, fucking Far From Home, all your trash MCU.
Marvel made $1 billion. You know that, right?
No, dude.
So we're gonna make $1 billion too. Watch, if we make more money than Black Panther, oh my gosh, that's a W. That's a
win. Oh,
that's a
by
W.
the way, in the end of the day, right? All I'm saying is, say Heath Ledger was alive. If Heath Ledger was alive, and they could do a Heath Ledger, Jack Nicholson, fucking Danny DeVito, fucking, do you know what I mean? Put all of those characters together in one movie. That damn sure would make more than your fucking No Way Home, bro.
Right there. That's
nobody.
Damn sure would make more than your No Way Home. Don't even fucking try.
Nobody'd watch that shit. And the only reason why it would make fucking bank would be because of Jack Nicholson. That's the only reason why.
Hey, if that's the case, then Michael Keaton is the reason our Flash movie gonna make big money, and that's a W. That's a W.
Exactly.
But the problem with that is the Flash movie is going to be fucking garbage.
Oh my God.
That's the problem.
It looks tight to me.
To be garbage.
Look tight.
It looked tight to me, bro.
It's going to be garbage.
I reckon it's going to be
better than the Multiverse of Madness teaser.
So wait, the 2 fucking scenes that you've seen of the movie looks tight.
Yeah.
You guys see 2 scenes.
It looked the tone.
Yeah,
I
it
like
looked
the
tight.
tone of it. It wasn't.
Yes, and the tone does look very good too.
Yeah, it didn't look like some fucking comedic Saturday morning cartoon bullshit, man. It looked like a fucking serious movie, dude.
Yeah, because because Flashpoint with no reverse flash is exactly.
Hey, I saw the reverse flash. I'll show you. Want to see the reverse flash? I'll show you him right now. He's in there. He's fucking in there.
Yeah, so is 2 Ezra Millers.
Yep.
Yeah, but that Ezra Miller ain't gonna stay as. I know that. I'm telling
That's
you, man.
fucking. That's gonna be Josh Whedon's Ezra Miller, the one that does not know.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
Fake news. Fake fucking news.
Yes, it is.
Hey, Josh Whedon's Ezra Miller is still better than Tom Holland Spider-Man.
He
is
fucking.
He
mind.
is.
You are out of here.
Josh Whedon Batman is still better than fucking Thor. MC
Josh
Thor.
Whedon's Batman's.
He is. That's true. That's facts. That ain't even arguable. The other one, I'll be like, he is. Fat Thor.
So you're gonna show this boring ass trailer, right?
Yeah. Also, you know the trailer was fire, bro. You just hating.
No, it's not even a trailer. It's a teaser.
Right here. It's
that might be
reverse
Flash in disguise.
That's reverse Flash in disguise.
How you know?
Right there.
How you know?
Because that is a fucking iconic thing before the Flash, the reverse Flash goes in and kills the mother.
What?
That is like from the like literally that image.
And
right,
you watching Flash season 8.
The only difference is
this isn't the first time Eobard Thawne impersonated Barry. Reverse Flash ain't the first time he impersonated Barry. Flash season 8, he impersonated him, stole this man's identity.
That's not how he impersonated. He didn't impersonate him to kill Barry's mom.
No. But this ain't the first time Reverse Flash was capable of doing stuff like that. It makes sense if he's doing it here.
That's literally the image. Like when Flash is racing to fucking save his mother. That's the image of like the alternate Flash who goes and kills his mother before. That's reverse Flash.
For this fucking movie.
And listen to what Keaton says. Listen to what Keaton says in the beginning. Listen to this.
Bro, we got Michael Keaton. What y'all got?
You can go anywhere you want. Right?
We got about $7 billion movies.
Any universe. Mediocre movies.
Still made $1 billion.
He's talking
brainwashing fans.
He's not talking to Barry Allen when he says that. You see what he said there?
Tell me something. You can go anywhere you want, right? Any timeline, any universe.
He ain't talking to Flash when he says that.
Why not?
Because Flash can't do that.
In this movie, he can.
No, he can't. No, he can't. That's somebody more powerful than Flash. That's somebody who's more used to using their powers than Flash is. The second bit, he's talking to Flash.
Hold on.
And
it's only by accident that he gets to the universe.
There is a
scene bits together.
There is a scene where there's 2 Flashes talking to whatever. So he's obviously not in his universe, which means he traveled to another fucking universe, which means he can do it.
Yes, but by accident. Not just do it.
No, you're forgetting. You're forgetting the crossover, the CW crossover. He traveled by accident. It was a theory him and Cyborg was testing out.
I don't understand your point. He still did it. So
but he was testing it out.
But it doesn't matter. But what I'm trying to explain to you,
it's not going to be by accident why he's here. It's going to be by accident.
But what I'm trying to explain to you guys is, even though it was an accident, that could still be fucking him talking to him, telling.
No, I'm not saying that's him talking to him.
Want to?
I'm not saying this, but it's possible. It's possible.
It's very possible he's talking to Reverse Flash.
I'm not saying it will be. And if it's not a movie, I'm cool with it. I'm chilling.
I think that's a red herring. That's a red herring to say, like, everyone thinks. Like, obviously he's talking to Barry Allen when he says that. But when you think about it, Barry Allen doesn't whenever Barry Allen travels to a different universe like that, it's usually by accident. Only Eobard Thawne or like the Reverse Flash can actually do it by will. Like he just can do that shit. He's mastered that fucking shit.
But the fact
that sounds more to me like Michael Keaton's like trying to like finesse the guy or something like that. Like while he's trying to like he's talking to him or something.
No, he's talking to Flash.
He ain't talking to Flash.
Look,
dude, it's going to be better than your movie.
We already know that DC and Warner Brothers can't do anything right, so I don't understand.
Oh my god, we did Suicide Squad. We just gave you Peacemaker, Superman, and Lois. What you talking about, bruh?
You know why Suicide Squad was so good, and Nerdman didn't even like Suicide Squad, so let's not even go there. But you know why Suicide Squad?
He's not an MC director. He's a director.
You know why he's
a director first and foremost.
You know why it was so good? Because the studio let James Gunn, who was a Marvel director, do the things.
No. He's a James Gunn director.
For some old tweets. Let's not forget what y'all did. You MCU culture vultures,
dude.
He came in. You fired him and
made a masterpiece. He came in and made a masterpiece.
Yeah. Oh, now it's
another in a long run of masterpieces.
Now it's a masterpiece.
DC have been making that are better than the MCU.
It's a masterpiece now, Nerdman.
It's fucking fantastic movie.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. So the Suicide
fantastic.
Squad,
another great DC movie.
I will fucking remember this, and I will clip that shit the next time you fucking say that it was fucking trash. Oh, hey, Nerdman, since you up late, let's watch Peacemaker, man. I'm doing watch. Me and you. Peacemaker. Thursday night. Let's do it. So good. Let's do it.
What is this movie? Jack Law, I might do it if you so let me know what it is, and I might do it.
Oh my god, Nerdman.
Let's do it. Watch party. Thursday night.
Hey, if Nerdman ever wrote a fucking sitcom, I wouldn't be part of that shit. I would love to be part of that shit. Nerdman, we need to make. I'm serious. You need to make a fucking sitcom someday. Cast us in it, and we just be ourselves. That show would be fire. We make fucking bank.
Call it Nerds or something.
Yeah. Regardless of anything, your movies are gonna flop. They're not.
See the hatred in your heart. The hate.
We didn't even say the MC movies gonna flop.
Simple and plain.
All your movies flopped this year. Huh? You've had one movie. All your other movies basically flopped this year.
But you know what's
it's on a downward spiral. You need gimmicks, bruh. You need gimmicks to sell your movies.
You know what's funny?
That's it.
That one movie that didn't flop made enough to cover the ones that did.
No, it didn't.
You guys didn't even have the luxury of that. Because you have flop.
Yo, our movie is just about to make over a fucking $1 billion. What flop after flop? What are you talking about? Which flop are you talking about? We've had Birds of Prey. It's the only one that flopped.
No, still flop.
Birds of Prey is the only. Even the Suicide Squad made money. The Suicide Squad made money, dude.
The Suicide Squad made over $700 million.
Flop.
No. The Suicide Squad.
All right, that's the case. Then Thor: Dark World a flop because it made like 600-something million. That's a flop too.
Which one?
Thor: Dark World. It made like 600-something million. That's a flop too. Then.
No, because it's Marvel.
Oh, see, bias.
Marvel
can't admit it.
Cover because Marvel would have a flop, then $1 billion movie, then a flop, then $1 billion movie.
So basically, Marvel just say let's put out something mediocre to be filler.
So
and then when we get to the better movie, it's gonna make our money, and we're just gonna make it all back.
You guys haven't had any better movies yet.
Joker,
we've had all better movies.
Batman.
Joker's better than every movie you made.
Zack Snyder Justice League.
Joker's not a
Zack Snyder Justice League. The Suicide Squad
that never came up.
Wonder Woman.
And you have
Shazam, Aquaman. It's all done. You're done.
Aquaman, Shazam, Wonder Woman, Zack Snyder Justice League, Man of Steel,
Joker in the same fucking movie, and that movie can't even crack $1 billion. but yet you put 3 fucking Spider-Mans in a movie, and we're at 1.6
My
billion
hands are
because y'all cheated with all
trembling.
that stuff.
My hands
If we
are
put 3 Batmans in a
trembling,
movie,
waiting for
we
the
would have made just
Batman
as
to
much
come
as you.
out.
If you put
I
3
can't
Batmans in a
wait,
movie, we
bruh.
would have made just as much as you.
No,
Just
I
as much.
can't.
Or more.
You can't get the feeling I'm gonna get when it makes 500 million in its first weekend. You can't get that feeling.
The feeling you're gonna get is embarrassment.
Oh my gosh!
The feeling you're gonna get is embarrassment.
It's going on sale soon, brother. Watch.
And
I can't wait for the feeling, man.
That's what happens with DC.
It's gonna make $1.5 billion. It's gonna blow you away.
It's hype. Everybody wants to see it, and then they see it, and they're embarrassed that they went to go watch that movie.
No one is embarrassed. What are you talking about?
People are embarrassed.
Birds of Prey and Justice League. And Justice League, by the way, it wasn't actually that was a flop because of how much it cost. But Justice League, which is your MCU fucking director, did, by the way. Yeah, that was your guy, right? So basically, Justice League.
How you let Joss Whedon come and mess up
Justice League,
who had to cut
Justice League and Birds of Prey are the only ones that have flopped.
Who had to cut
outside of a pandemic.
4-hour fucking movie that had nothing but fluff in it.
Dude, in the end of the day, we're better. That's how it is. We've got better characters, better comics, better cartoons, better movies, better video games. It's all gravy, baby. You keep believing.
You guys have the animated.
You even got better fans too. Unlike
you guys have the animated, but I say the video games are on point with each other because Marvel has had Marvel Alliance games, and they had a fucking
Marvel Alliance.
Those games are fire.
Batman Arkham over all that.
Batman Arkham over all that, bro.
Batman Arkham is over all of that. That's why I said it's different, because all you have is Batman Arkham
and Injustice.
DC Universe Online.
Trash.
Don't forget about DC Universe Online. People are still playing that. The server is still live.
Online was good for the first year, and then it got very repetitive, and it's boring as fuck now.
But the server is still live, and people.
But your films are boring as fuck. What do you mean? Your series, dude? Your series are trash, bro. Let's talk about your series for 1 minute. Let's talk about them series.
Yeah,
are you proud of that?
We've had how many?
And DC Superman, a CW show, and Stargirl is better than all of them. A CW show.
That's true.
Stargirl is not better than all of them.
Oh, look how he said it without any confidence.
I don't know. You know Stargirl better. Just saying, right?
Stargirl is not better than Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Don't need a cat for these MCU fans.
One of them.
Stargirl is not better than fucking WandaVision. It's
not
better than
get out of here.
Not better than
anyway.
Sorry.
You do you, brother. You do you. In the end of the day,
we can't get no type of
came here
friendly W. Look, don't remember when the Batman comes out.
I had to wreck you guys. So good.
Never when the Batman comes out, I just want to when we're there at these MCU fans' funeral. Once the Batman comes out, we're going to get dressed up real nice. Gonna be respectful.
You guys are putting all your fucking hope into this one goddamn Batman movie with a actor that nobody wanted to see play.
Let's have a full fat. We'll have a feast. We're gonna have a feast day when it comes out. When it comes out, that opening's gonna be fat. Opening is gonna be fat.
I can't wait.
Me and K Dots, you can join as well if you want.
We're
gonna have a fat little roast, a little meal that we're just gonna eat on screen because we live in large, bro.
I bet
Here's what the headlines are gonna read. Changes the game. Changes superhero cinema. A new landmark in superhero cinema. The best superhero movie of all time.
This is what the Batman gonna be making that cha-ching, cha-ching. American dollar bills.
Low to what Spider-Man.
Dude, I can't wait for the headlines, bro.
Yeah,
we thought Spider-Man was good, but this is just another level. I can't wait.
Another flop for DC.
They've already done the previews, bro.
Black Adam's gonna make over $700 million too.
Only rocks in it.
Hey, that's all. Hey, that's
only
that's
because
not bad.
Tobey
That's a good thing.
Maguire and every single Spider-Man character that's ever been on film is in fucking No Way Home. That's the only way you made that money, and you're proud of it. You can't even make a Spider-Man movie, a solo Spider-Man movie that makes bank. You can't make it. You have to put Tony Stark in there. You have to put fucking. You have to put your Samuel L. Jackson in there.
Either one.
You have
One
to
of the
do
two.
everything.
Made $1 billion.
Everything.
Spider-Man 2.
Don't get proud of that. That weren't Tom Holland, bro. When Tom Holland comes without any gimmicks,
Far From Home made $1 billion.
you ain't gonna make that money.
Far From Home made
$1 billion, and they had Samuel L. Jackson holding his hand.
Oh my God, Samuel L. Jackson.
They had Samuel L. Jackson holding his hand.
Samuel Jackson does not drive a movie to make $1 billion, bro.
Yeah, they had Samuel L. Jackson holding his hand.
I think that's
and they had the whole backdrop of the end game. I'm mourning Iron Man. He even has his Iron Man characters in it, dude. It has fucking Happy. Is Happy a fucking Spider-Man character?
Fucking Happy?
Is Happy a Spider-Man character?
No one cares about fucking Happy.
I don't care. It's still the ambiance. The ambiance of Iron Man. It needed the ambiance of Iron Man, and then it had also
made $1 billion because it was a Spider-Man.
Be happy. This is the most money Tom Holland is ever gonna make. Be happy, bro.
Has ever
be happy. That's all I'm saying. Be happy.
I am.
The most. This is the most.
They make amazing movies. I'm happy.
There ain't no gimmicks left. What's his next gimmick?
So Nerdman.
What's his next gimmick? What's his next gimmick, Gonzo?
Nerdman. How's Peacemaker? Peacemaker was good to you?
It's fire. It's fire.
Huh? Oh, you like the Suicide Squad? You like that movie?
It was fire, dude.
It was
another
what?
masterpiece. Another masterpiece.
Okay, cool.
He's recording it. I love it. He's recording it.
Bro.
He's recording it.
No problem.
He recorded that shit.
Thank you very much. All you need to know.
You love the Nolan movies, really, don't you?
No.
All right. Anyway, guys.
And that's why the Batman won't make as much, because it's going to be a Nolan movie.
Dude, me and my son are living large. We're gonna have a meal. We're announcing it now. We'll have like a big roast celebration Batman Day when it comes out.
I will be there to laugh at you motherfuckers. I will be there, and trust me, I'm a sore loser, but I am a fucking sore winner too. So remember, when I fucking win, you will never hear the end of it. Never. Never. That goes for you too, brother. Not never.
Hey, I didn't bet on nothing, so I ain't finna let up.
You don't gotta bet. I hear the talk, and when it doesn't do what it says you guys are gonna do, when it doesn't do what you guys says,
it says what Nerdman gonna do. I didn't bet nothing.
You don't have to bet. You just said it's gonna fucking make more money though. You said be quiet. You said you're gonna.
I said it's gonna make $1 billion.
You said it's gonna make $1 billion. You said you're gonna be.
It's gonna make $1 billion. It's gonna make over $1 billion too.
You guys are gonna have your fucking dinners, which will probably be fucking mincemeat, because it's not gonna make enough money for you guys to go buy steaks.
He's such a hater. I literally can't take it. He's such a fucking hater.
We try to be civil with these MCU fans, bro, and they do this shit. Man, it's crazy.
He knew he was gonna trigger me. He knew it. He knew he comes on purposefully to trigger me. We're talking about we're talking about black superheroes. How are we gonna do more black representation? Comes in. Oh yeah, but nobody gives a fuck about the DC characters, and they flopped anyway. Shut up, man.
They did though.
Shut up, man. They'll be more excited by a if they announce
this is the truth. This is the truth, bro. This is the truth. When the John Stewart Green Lantern movie or show comes, be on lookout.
When this
on lookout, bro.
When this movie flops, I am going to have the fucking juiciest T-bone steak on Nerdland stream and eat that shit in front of you guys' face, all spiced up, really nice and juicy. And it's going to be one of the best fucking steaks I will have ever eaten.
The way he's saying it.
I know the pain in you guys' fucking heart and soul is going to drive me for years.
And look, while you was too busy on the MCU real quick, Nerdman, share my screen.
Because
King Walter Hamada.
If this movie
has a full DC fandom panel,
if this
I'm drop
movie,
this link, check it out.
If this movie,
what does it say?
Yeah, that's the whole panel. It's the whole thing about the first fandom where he explains the multiverse.
Right.
Oh, all right. Well, you want to play the bit you're talking about?
I mean, I have to watch the whole thing again. I don't
find out where he says, yeah, Joker and the Batman are part of the universe, right? Because I know he doesn't say that shit.
He doesn't say specifically what is where, but he says is this: the movies like Joker is all in another universe, and then there's gonna be the DCEU, but it's all connected in a DC live action universe. Even Doom Patrol is connected to this whole universe of live action stuff. Titans, the show you like.
Doom Patrol and Titans showed up in Crisis. So yeah, I agree.
Wow. So just they didn't show it. Why? Adam West Batman's connected to this too. Just let you know.
Yeah, because they showed the Riddler from the Adam West one. So yeah, you're correct.
Anything live action, and we got the Nolan Batman films. We still better. Oh my God. We have $2 billion Batman movies currently right now in our DC universe of live action stuff.
DCEU.
Man, you MCU fans need to catch up. We did the multiverse before y'all. Catch up. Even
But
small.
we did it. You see, it's not a problem with doing it first. We did it better.
Y'all wish.
We do it better.
Toby wasn't even trying anyways. Andrew was
better. People are excited to fucking watch the Multiverse of Madness. The Doctor Strange 2, people are hyped for that.
They're watching for the cameos, not Doctor Strange. They don't want to watch that trash.
Nobody's hyped for the Flash movie except you two. Even your own fucking fans don't want to see the Flash movie.
Snyder Bros ain't hyped.
They're part of the DCEU. Yes, they are.
We don't claim them.
You don't have to claim them. Still doesn't mean they're not parts of the seed, and they are, and they don't even want to see it. They want to fucking ban. You see, you don't hear Marvel fans talking about, yo, man, I can't believe they're making this fucking Marvel movie. Let's ban it. Yeah, man, we're not gonna go see it. Support the cause. It's only DC that does that.
Man, didn't you Marvel fans replace an Asian man with a white woman, a bald white woman? Y'all racist.
And nobody complained.
Yeah.
After seeing the movie, nobody complained.
Yeah, because y'all know how to hide your racism at the MCU, bro.
But you can't even fucking avoid fucking Supergirl with not Supergirl, Superman and Lois without having a gay kiss in it, right?
Well, I'm fine with the gay kiss. Superman.
Guys' movies are full of fucking agendas and SJW.
Hey, at least we represent people better. We're gonna have a transgender person in the back. We're gonna have a transgender.
Yes, you heard me.
We're gonna have a transgender person in the Batgirl movie.
Yes,
I'm glad. I'm happy about that. And also, you little son of a bitch. You're talking about fucking agendas in fucking movies?
Yes.
You after fucking Eternals? After fucking Eternals with that
Eternals a whole agenda, bro.
It's a whole fucking agenda.
For whatever
and then the rest of them. Captain Marvel. Look how we did our female superhero. Bruh. Look how we did our premier female superhero.
Yeah, the rapist.
Your trash fucking...
The rapist?
Oh, girls can do it for themselves at the end of the movie
rapist,
or whatever the fuck.
And then Harley Quinn. Let's not talk about Harley Quinn, right?
What did Harley Quinn do? What did Harley Quinn do?
What do you mean?
Birds of Prey was good.
Oh, really?
Birds of Prey was fire.
Say it again.
The way he keeps doing
Say it again. No? Not gonna say again? Okay. Just checking. Yeah, I'm getting fucking.
Hey, at least we can make our movies R-rated, unlike y'all who have to make them kiddie movies.
And your movies still don't make money.
No, Birds of Prey suck, but it wasn't because of SJW shit. I don't care what fucking you, Ashley, or whatever else says.
Yeah,
it was not even anywhere on the level of fucking Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was full on
Captain Marvel.
It was not. That's your own fantasy. That's your own wish list. Your own dream. Absolutely not. There was two little parts where it was like, they shouldn't have done it that way. But it was not like as relentless as Captain Marvel was the whole way through the movie.
What part's in Captain Marvel?
I don't watch that shit. What do you expect me to talk?
So you didn't watch it, but yet you're saying it.
I'm gonna watch that shit again.
But you're saying it.
I'm sad I watched it the first time.
That's nerd man logic.
I'm sad I watched it the first time. The only difference was it was practically like every other MCU movie I see. There was no significant difference. And you're trying to make it out like there was some fucking significant difference to hide the fact that the whole of your fucking MCU has been exactly the same as that movie. It's only a little bit worse.
Yeah, good.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to go. Thank you very much for ruining my day as per usual, Lonzo. I was having a good time. I was happy. You've got my heart fucking racing and shit.
You're welcome.
I was just talking about black fucking superheroes, trying to like, let's keep the culture going and shit. And I'm talking with my black brothers here, and you bring up fucking DCU versus.
And there's Black History Month coming up soon too, man.
Exactly. We're supposed to be unity and shit.
You the two
you had to divide us.
That complaining about race bending when we should all be fucking happy that they got a black man doing a role that we would have probably never seen him fucking do, but you fucking haters are sitting there, no.
I don't want him to fail. I want to give him something that he could succeed in. That's the difference between me and you. I don't want him getting hated on for being fucking Superman by a bunch of fucking racists.
Yeah,
I don't want that. I'd rather give him an opportunity to succeed, not fail.
I'll give you an example real quick. You know what? I'm okay with this woman playing this character, right? But I'm tell you this much. I'll tell you why they left this way, and it's only because of her skin color. They didn't care to make the character who she is. I'm okay with this actor playing this character.
All right. Are you okay with Halle Berry playing Ariel?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You I mean, I like my white Ariel, but I'm not gonna watch a movie anyways.
Why not?
Trash.
Why not?
It's a Disney live action remake. I haven't watched any of them.
That's why you're not watching it?
No, I haven't seen any of them. I didn't even watch that trash Lion King shit.
You never watched any of that?
No. Not even the I haven't watched Maleficent.
Jungle Book?
No, I haven't seen that. I didn't even see the Netflix one either.
What else? Beauty and the Beast, Dumbo, Lion King.
I didn't watch Beauty and the Beast and Dumbo. Nope. Seen all the animated, didn't watch the live actions.
Okay,
not worth it.
Consistent with that, but we know it's because she's black, though.
I mean, Halle Berry look good, but I'd rather see,
yo, she is
white Ariel with red hair.
Her and her sister. Oh my God, they're fine.
Honestly, Anzo, in reality, what they should do anyways, give us another black like Disney princess. How many black Disney princesses we got? And Tiana don't count. Well, Tiana the only one. We got no black Disney princess.
I agree.
Disney could just make a new live action princess and just make a new character in live action, but nah, they just want to make just give her a white character.
So you're not happy with her being black, then?
Nah, I'd rather them give us another Disney princess. We only got one black Disney princess, and
that's right.
I like Princess and the Frog. I want to see a sequel. They're not even trying to continue this shit. They did it once, and we didn't want to do nothing else. Remember when all those Disney movies was getting sequels?
Yeah, because
then you get Princess and the Frog a sequel, and it was tight.
Well, it depends. I don't know how profitable it was, but that adds to it too.
But it was tight though. Good animated movie.
Oh, by the way,
Disney don't care about black people, bruh. They racist.
Oh, you guys haven't because you like Game of Thrones, don't you, K-Dots? But Anto, you
up
hate
until
that.
season 8, yeah.
Trash.
Season 7 a little bit wonky, but up until season 8, yeah.
Dude, you have got to see this fucking. Let me see if I can bring it up.
Well, K-Dot was gonna show something too, no?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't here when you were doing.
Yeah,
it.
share my turn real quick. I'm okay with this actor playing this character, but this is a trash adaptation of this character and it's garbage. It's one of the reasons I don't watch this show. And they fucked up the Beast Boy too. You know what I'm talking about. That nigga not even green. That shit trash.
Oh, you're talking about Titans?
Yeah. They ruined. I'm okay with this actor playing Starfire.
Fire. What are you talking about?
No.
Fucking
I'm okay with her. I'm okay with her being black. I'm okay with a black actor playing Starfire. But I want Starfire to look like Starfire. That's all I want.
She's orange though.
That's why you're okay with it, right? Because she's orange in the comic. But if it was a white woman, if Starfire was white, you'd be like, no, you can't do that. Starfire is white. You can't make her black.
But that's the perfect
she's orange in the comics.
For me, Starfire is the perfect example of where you can race bend because it really doesn't. One, it doesn't matter to the character. Two, she's not that well known at the moment.
She has a very distinct alien look.
And three, she's got the potential of becoming a very popular character. Mm-hmm. So you've got three things that work for the character where you're giving the actress all the opportunity, and that actress would have been fucking good as this character because if you see the first episode of this show, she was dope as the fucking character. She was really cool.
Wait,
and then
so by that logic, they can take Vision and just make him a Asian dude. Just make him
Yeah, he's fucking a cyborg. What are you talking about?
Y'all gonna watch an MCU movie of Vision and he looked like a regular Asian man? Not even Vision.
Yeah. What are you saying now? I thought you meant in the robot costume.
No, I'm talking about as is.
Yeah, you could do it as in the robot costume. I'm not talking about as is.
Oh my God.
Yeah, K-Dot doesn't know.
Wait, let me give a better example of another alien character. Lobo. So Lobo as he is, it's okay to just take this and make him a big old black dude?
Yes.
And not make him actually look like Lobo with the gray skin, which is his skin.
But would they make him fucking gray anyways?
And that's what I want for Anna Diop Starfire. She doesn't look like Starfire. This is Starfire.
That's what I'm saying. If they fucking made Lobo and they made him a big black guy, who cares? They probably wouldn't have fucking.
I'm fine with him being a big black dude, but you need to look like Lobo behind the stuff.
But you see, the reason why they don't make Starfire look yellow or is that cheap? Because the money, the special effects.
They cheap.
Every episode would cost too much money,
and that's one of the problems. They cheap. They want to take the cheap route.
That's why they don't show Beast Boy in any other fucking transformation than a tiger.
Oh, and Beast Boy even worse. Anzo, that Beast Boy trash, bro. He does karate and shit. He does more karate and turn into an animal. They ruined my two favorite characters. They trash.
Yo, last scene where he was fucking doing the karate for Nightwing, that was fire, bro. I was like, oh shit, yeah, he can.
I want to see Beast Boy turn to a tiger, and not a tiger, a gorilla, a T-Rex. If you can't do Beast Boy and Starfire, don't do them.
I feel you, but hey, man, those are
that's why if we get a Titans movie, it's gonna be way better than that show.
But those are the characters you can race bend.
You can race bend them as long as you make sure they look like the character from the comics.
I don't care anyway, man.
Even Joker. Wait. Joker could be black behind the makeup. You better have the makeup on.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I always thought
you better have the makeup on.
The guy that they got to play Killer Croc, he played this character called Adebisi in a film in a show called Oz. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Oh my God,
that guy would have made a good Joker. He really would have.
Look, he
would have made like a scary fucking Joker, dude.
Look at it, Lonzo. Look at what the Batwoman show gave us here. I don't watch that trash.
You're gonna finish this online. My girlfriend's back, and I have to get ready.
Share my screen real quick, Norman. This is the last thing, and not real quick. Look at this.
Yeah.
You can because she is sexy. Share my screen, Norman.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, man.
Look at this. And trash Joker adaptation. This supposed to be Joker. Trash adaptation. Doesn't even look like Joker. Man, look at Lakeith Stanfield putting in more effort. Look like Joker. Look at that. Just put on the makeup. Look like Joker, and you Gucci with me. This ain't Joker,
Would
right?
you take that as the Joker?
What?
Yeah. That design with him with the green hair.
I want the long slick back hair, but the makeup is fine. Give me the long slick back hair.
So he can't have an afro. The Joker can't have an afro.
No, I'm sorry, no.
That's cold, bro. That's cold.
No, slick that hair back.
Why can't he have a fucking? That's outrageous.
No, you know, remember when Snoop Dogg used to straighten his hair? Do it like that.
Why do white people? Why do black people have to straighten their hair, bro?
Because Joker got long, luscious hair.
We've got long, luscious hair. It's just curly.
Yeah, we still have long, luscious hair, but I don't want that shit swept back and
I want to see what Joker with your haircut, bro.
We got a Joker with dreads.
Didn't play shit.
You got a Joker with dreads from the Batman show. You remember Joker with dreads?
Have you ever seen Kid and Play, by the way?
Yeah, I've seen House Party 1. Watched some House Party.
Surprise!
I seen a other movie where that it wasn't House Party. It was a movie. They was running from these dudes. They went to a museum. It looked like a wax museum. Yeah, Class Act. I saw that one.
Oh, you still Class Act?
Yeah, look.
That one's funny. That one is actually genuinely funny. It's got the chick from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in it as well.
Yeah, never mind. We had Ross the Joker. I always thought this Joker was black. Share my screen. I think he was like some Rasta Jamaican dude or something. Look, this is a Rasta Joker, bro.
Yeah,
he got dreads. He dripping, or he can be Haitian. I don't know.
Was that in the Batman, that overrated Batman Beyond show?
Batman animated show. That one was good. That one was really good, there, man.
What, Batman Beyond?
No. There was the Batman animated show.
They should have made Joker black in those Nolan movies. It probably would have been better.
Oh my gosh, Heath Ledger to go.
Would have probably been so much better.
Maybe. I don't worship at the altar of Heath Ledger at all. I really think he did a good performance, but people go overboard with it. Yeah, they really do. It's more like when you've got such a juicy role to do like that, and you've got the design of him as well and everything like that. All right, he put on a voice that was good, and he had the mannerisms down and all of that kind of stuff. But in the end of the day, you've got such good stuff to be able to say, you're gonna nail it. I mean, I think a lot of actors could have done that.
But let's just be real that Dark Knight movie was a Joker movie and not a Batman movie.
Yeah, so was Batman 89. So was Batman 89.
No, Batman 89 was a Batman movie.
No, it was a fucking Joker movie.
It was a Batman.
It was a fucking. Didn't Batman not even turn up for the first 20 minutes?
The fucking
Jack Nicholson.
Oh no, that was Batman Returns. He doesn't show up for the first 20 minutes. Batman.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right, that's all right. Yeah.
Movie.
Those were fucking villain movies, mate. They were all about the villain.
No. Nolan.
Batman 89 was with
fucking Batman. The Dark Knight Rises was about fucking Bane and Raja Ghul's daughter.
You are just one of those people who's like, my generation was better. My generation was.
It was.
Get out of here, man.
It was.
Get out of here. I don't understand the one anomaly, the one paradox that I don't understand is why you don't hate these MCU movies the way you should do. Because you're an old grumpy man. You should hate them. Like all these new kids thinking they've made superhero movies better than us. They didn't make them better like they made Daredevil. They don't make them like Daredevil anymore, do they? Or fucking Elektra. That's who I expect you to be. Why aren't you telling it like I don't know, man.
Early MCU was trash, right? We got a Captain America movie. We had a fucking the one you just talked about. You know what I mean? The Daredevil movie. We had a Punisher movie. Those were trash. But once fucking Kevin Feige and the MCU took their characters and did them, they blow out DCU out the fucking water.
All right. Anyway, cool. I've got to leave now, but thanks for your contribution again.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I read you guys. It's okay.
Oh, wait a second.
And WZ Nerdman is not speaking facts. He never speaks facts. So,
wait. They're trying to put Spider-Man No Way Home for Best Picture.
I saw that shit. Like, bullshit.
Why is that funny?
That's King Richard better.
Huh?
That's King Richard better, bro. You know that. You know it's King Richard better.
No Way Home.
King Richard is better.
You guys have no shame.
Picture. Why couldn't No Way Home?
You guys are wild on these streets, bro. You have no shame. No shame. Unbelievable. You'll probably bully your way into getting one as well, knowing fucking MCU. Bullying
Kevin Feige probably paid off the critics and stuff to keep your mouth shut, just do what I say. Make my move tight.
I'm telling you, man. They're probably fearing for their lives and shit. He probably phones them at night, like fucking whispering there, you better do what we say, or we're gonna fucking send people in to get you and shit. Fucking guy, man. Anyway, good luck to you and your movies. We will see you.
I would actually say good luck to you, because MCU is riding high and Marvel is on a tightrope. I mean, DCEU is on a tightrope.
Marvel's on a tightrope. He just said it.
DCEU is on a tightrope. So you guys are depending on this one fucking Batman movie, and when that rope breaks and it fucking falls on your face because the Batman movie was trash, all I'm saying is
Marvel is on a tightrope.
To trash
they're running out of gimmicks. They're burning through their gimmicks. You've got one gimmick left. X-Men versus fucking Avengers. That's your last gimmick you've got left. You ain't got no more gimmicks.
Fantastic Four.
Fantastic
Galactus.
Four. Galactus. Anyway, guys, I really do have to bust the bus.
Peace.
Thank you so much, Onzo. I'll make sure I put your channel in the description. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll put your channel in the description, Onzo. K Dots. K Dots. K Dots, man. As per usual, always a pleasure. Guys, like, subscribe, and do look in the description after to check out their channels. Enzo's got a fire channel. Talks about politics, talks about games, if you're a gamer as well. If you're into social issues, all of that stuff Onzo covers, and he always has fire streams with fire panelists as well. Same with K Dots, man. He's on every morning. He's dedicated to your entertainment. So do show him some love if you have not subscribed to him already. As for me, I am the Nerd Man, keeping it real, always spitting the facts. And what was that? Was that laughter? And I'll see you on the flip side, and you know what it is. I love you 3000. Peace.
Quoting the greatest Marvel movie.